Good morning. Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee 2 for the additional round of hearings for Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Amanda Conn and I'm Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Park and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Health, Regional Health, the Illawarra and the South Coast. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome everyone and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you don't need to be sworn today as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Ms Abbas, Ms Hoey, Ms McCosker and Ms Wilcox, as you have not yet appeared before this committee for budget estimates, you will need to be sworn. So could each of you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. Deborah Wilcox, Chief Executive, Sydney Local Health District. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good morning. Fatima Abbas, Deputy Secretary, People, Culture and Governance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Chair. Wendy Hoy, Chief Executive, Justice Health, Friends of Mental Health Network, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Tracy McCosker, Chief Executive, Hunter New England Local Health District. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. For all other witnesses, I remind you that you've already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore don't need to be sworn again today. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 o'clock with a 15-minute break at 11. In the afternoon, we'll hear from the departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. And we'll begin this morning with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Good morning, and to your officials as well. Thank you for being here today. Minister, could you just clarify when you first became aware of an increase in invasive fungal infections in transplant patients at RPA?
Yeah, my office became aware on or around Christmas Eve. Was when we were first alerted to the issue.
Sorry, your office or you personally?
My office.
So
yeah,
when
I was away at the time. So.
Right. Yeah. So you told media on Friday that you became aware on Christmas Eve,
Well,
but
because I didn't want to be. To be fair, my office became aware. As far as I'm concerned, as a minister, I don't get to hide behind.
Sure.
My
So
office
when
knows they
you were away, so my understanding is you were on leave, I think, until the 5th of January. Is that when you became aware of this issue?
No, later than that. Probably 3 or 4 weeks. A few weeks ago. Yeah.
So, sorry. Exactly when did you become aware of this issue?
A few weeks ago. Yeah.
Do you have a rough date of when that would have been?
I'll probably say in the first part of February. I don't have a date where I've written something down. No.
Okay, so you gave the impression, though, to the media and the public last week that you knew about this from Christmas Eve, but what you're now saying is your office knew. You were on holidays for a few weeks. No one in your office thought to ring and tell you that there'd been an outbreak, that patients had died due to this fungal infection. No one told you while you were on holidays.
No, they didn't. But to be fair on a couple of fronts, I just want to address this was an issue that I think we've got to be very careful around how we describe it. It was being managed by New South Wales Health through Deb Wilcox and Dr. Chant. They had already set up what I call a clinical group around this. They had made sure that first and foremost, and this comes down to around hundreds of people, patients, outpatients, staff were informed of the issue, about the issue, what action was being taken. So my office, in the feedback, got an assurance that that was being,
Sure.
and it was,
I
being managed by New South Wales
I
Health.
appreciate that, Minister, but what you're then saying now is that all of those people knew about it before you did, because you didn't know about it until early February. That's just been your evidence.
Sure.
Well, you're the Health Minister. How can you not know when there's been a major outbreak and people, hundreds of people you say needed to be informed about it, but you didn't know about it until February? How is that possible?
Well, my office was dealing with it.
But
They
it's
were
your
dealing-
job. You're the Minister.
Sure, and I'm not saying that that's not the case. And as soon as I became aware of it, I asked what processes had been put in around the time. I got some assurances that what had occurred at the time was around making sure that patients were informed, the outpatients were informed, staff were informed. I don't know what we would do any differently, because I've got to assure you that this is not something that was we were trying to hide in any way. Far from it. The fact
Well, it was
opposite.
hidden from
We-
you. You didn't know about it
Well,
until months after the event.
But my office knew about it. They were
Yeah, but
dealing directly with Dr.
respect,
Chan.
Minister, your office are not sworn in as the Minister for Health in this state. You
Sure,
are.
sure.
So nobody told you about it until you came back, not even immediately after you came back from holidays, possibly weeks later. Do you think that's acceptable?
But can I just go back to something? In the same way that I think in one of your schools, you didn't inform the community about
I'm not
asbestos
asking about
when you were...
that. Minister, I'm
because what I'm
asking, we are
saying
here
is-
to...
Point of order.
Deflection from
Point-
this does
point
not
of
make you
order.
look
Sorry,
good.
I need to hear the
They-
point of order.
It's not the member's entitled to
Yeah.
ask the question, we know, but the member must allow the minister the opportunity to answer without cutting him off.
Because
Sorry, to the point of order, yes, procedural fairness requires us give the Minister time to answer the question, but also the Minister is not able to ask questions of committee members in this hearing.
Sure, and I wasn't asking a question. I was just simply saying that, Ms Mitchell, you would know as being a former senior minister of a large portfolio. I've got over 4,400 buildings amongst our assets. From time to time, given the age of those buildings, issues occur.
Sure, Minister,
My
but this
office
isn't
was
from
in-
time to time. This
My
is
office
a
was
cluster of
informed.
7 cases of people who are transplant patients who have had this fungal infection, and 2 of them have passed away. This is not a small issue. Surely you would agree this is a pretty major issue that occurred in one of the public hospitals in this state, correct?
It's definitely an issue. But
Okay,
what
so
I'm, what,
you should have been told about it.
Point
Do
of
you
order.
now say you should
Point
have
of
been told
order.
about it
Right,
sooner?
that's another point of order.
The point of order is identical. The minister can't even get out 2 sentences without having his knees cut off. He's entitled to answer the questions without being interrupted. Now, I'll continue to interrupt if the member doesn't pull her head in.
Sorry, what was that?
I said I'll continue to
Yeah,
interrupt.
to the point
and
of
take
order,
points
Mr
of
Donnelly, it's my role to maintain order on this committee, but I appreciate you've made a point of order. There are rules for procedural fairness for both the witnesses and committee members today.
Well, to the point of order, the minister's not been
Nice to
provided with
agree.
procedural fairness.
Yeah, I've ruled consistently that members have a fair bit of leeway to interrupt witnesses if needed after the minister's had some time to start answering the question. I'll make
Well,
the same
to the
rule
point of
again.
order, Chair.
I've ruled on the point of order.
Well,
Mr.
no,
Donnelly.
the minister's not been given an opportunity to answer the questions.
I've just repeated my previous ruling and we're back to the
Well,
opposition's
okay.
time. Thank you.
We'll
Thank
see.
you, Chair.
To be fair, Chair, my office knew. I'm a person like Dr. Chan and like Miss Wilcox is extremely transparent, and I wasn't giving any impression that I only found out about this at a date later than my office because I was away when my office knew. I don't play those games. When my office knew, my office knew. They liaised directly with Dr. Chan. They were liaising directly with the CEO of the local health district. They were managing the issue. Patients had been informed. Staff had been informed. Outpatients had been informed. The process had been contained around that down that area and those ongoing investigations. In fact, what people are missing in some of this is that because of the strength of our staff and the system, it was actually clinicians who identified some internal clinical issues that actually made them think, geez, is there an issue here? It wasn't mould on the wall, because aspergillus, as we all know, is common in our environment. The challenge is when it impacts someone with low immune and person who's immunocompromised, as these very, very unwell patients were, that's when it becomes a challenge.
Okay,
Minister,
so
when did the clinicians identify that there was a problem?
Well, when I, back in October, and
So
Ms. Wilcox-
clinicians identified a problem in October,
Could I-
and your
Point of
office
order.
knew Christmas Eve?
And you knew February.
So
Point of
there's
order.
been another point.
Hang on. Could
So
I-
the minister had said the words in October. He clearly wanted to say something else, so I don't think we can assume that the whole answer is
Thank you.
in
Yeah.
is in
to the
in
point of order,
October.
can we let the minister get at least a sentence
So-
out before redirecting him?
So
Thank you.
back in October, and I'll throw to Deb around the specifics, but we started to pick up these cases, not identified yet as a cluster. That came later on in December. Aspergillus is in and around the environment, and from time to time, both under the last government and this government, a place like RPA has had the odd case of this popping up. That's the truth. Deb, did you want to add anything in terms of clinician timing, just so that I don't?
Thank you, Minister. Yes, the first suspicion of our clinical teams was a patient on the 3rd of December who started to exhibit some symptoms, and another patient on the 9th of December, which they determined was clinically likely to have Aspergillus infection. It does take around 7 to 10 days for laboratory results quite normally for these types of infections. So what these two cases did, it was a level of clinical suspicion over and above the background health of these patients who are already quite complex, already dealing with significant infections and opportunistic infections by the very nature of the immunosuppression medication they're on to prevent graft rejection. When these two sort of index cases, for want of a better term, are identified, they then look back at other cases just to see if there was any possibility that this fungus could have impacted on anybody else, and that's when they picked up the other 4 cases. So the 6 cases were between October and December, and there was a patient in May that wasn't considered part of the cluster because we normally get around 1 or 2 of these patients a year, and that isolated patient in May was not considered, but for completeness, for the year period, that was seven patients.
Minister, to you, but I'm happy if Ms Wilcox needs to answer
Yep.
it. Are you aware of any reports of a patient also on this ward in March last year contracting a similar infection?
I'll let Deb. I'm not 100%.
But you're not aware?
I think if you're talking about the third patient that
No,
sometimes get brought up.
The briefing you got, and Ms Wilcox just mentioned that then, talks about cases between May and December. I'm asking, are you aware of a potential case in March 2025?
No, I'm not aware of an
How
isolated.
confident are you of that time frame of potential cases between May and December 2025?
I think perhaps if I could just add here, in the population of immunocompromised patients, there's always a background rate of Aspergillus, and so for each of the cases, the clinicians look back at the incubation period, so the time in which they could be exposed, and look at whether they spent time in hospital during that exposure period, because they could be exposed in the community. What they've noticed and what triggered this concern from the clinicians was it was above the background rate, and that's what led them to do the detective work in that December period. The clinicians did have a mind to the pattern overall, and in general there was 1 to 2 cases of Aspergillus function every year in patients. So there was no unusual pattern presented in the data, and I believe the clinicians, as part of this review, are doing a more comprehensive review. So that's the circumstance.
So
But everyone realises Aspergillus is common. I just want to set so everyone understands this is not some rare issue. It's in the environment.
I understand that, but in the own advice that you've been given by your agency, it does talk about a cluster and
Yes,
a large number of patients. So that is unusual, what has happened at RPA. That's the whole reason you're investigating it.
Yes,
right?
we
Because
started
there are
to,
seven.
in that December period,
Sure.
clinicians, as Ms Wilcox, said, identified that there's a sort of larger number,
Yep.
not one that we normally have under previous. And whilst the investigations are ongoing, we have a view, or a view has been formed by experts, that it's likely because of the major redevelopment of the hospital
We'll
next door.
get to that, Minister. I just to, for absolute clarity, are you able to tell me when you were first made aware of this? You said early February. Was it a formal briefing? Did one of your staff tell you about it? How did you become aware of it in February?
I think one of my staff would have told me. probably related to the standing order and documents that and briefing notes that we were receiving. So I imagine that was in. I can't give you time, date, person, and not because I don't know, just because I'm not aware. I don't have that. I don't record
so
that.
Until I moved to call for papers, where obviously these documents were going to become available and in the public arena, you were not aware of this particular issue. Is that your evidence?
Not that particular issue, yeah.
Okay. So had I have not done that, Minister, would you have been told about this at all?
Yeah, of course.
When? If you weren't told for months and patients had died.
Because I'm not saying it didn't. It just came about because of the call for papers. It might have come up in a
literally
brief.
what you just said.
No, I didn't. I said it may be as a result of that, or it
But
may
you
be
can't
as
remember.
part of the regular
A
briefings.
few people have died with these infections at a major hospital. You think it's linked to construction,
No.
but you can't remember exactly when you got told or if it was because of the call for papers.
No, what I'm saying to you is because I respect the integrity of this committee, I'm not going to say something that I wasn't aware of the exact time, date and location and the context with which it is. Now, likely it would have been a discussion with myself and the Secretary or myself and the staff member. The context at that particular point, at that particular day, I don't know. But let's get the context here. The context is that what more would have health officials done other than immediately identify, immediately make sure that they kept patients in the loop, informed outpatients, informed staff, thoroughly briefed staff, thoroughly cleaned and assessed the area. In 4,400 buildings, we are from time to time going to have challenges. You had them with asbestos, you had them with mould in your hospitals, you had them with pests in your hospitals. That is the nature of a portfolio that has a large number of buildings. I would like every
Minister.
building to be perfect and new. The challenge is that with a portfolio this size, you're always going to need to be on top of maintenance.
Yeah, and
that's what we're
I'm
trying
just
to work
focusing
through.
on one particular issue, and to your earlier evidence, this isn't a maintenance issue. We'll get to those. This is about the linkage between this particular issue and the construction work.
Yep.
You've said then what more could have been done, and I think you made some comments in the Daily Telegraph this morning that if there are things that you uncover during the review that should change, you will. Are you aware of some of the guidelines that already exist in relation to how infection prevention and control should be managed during construction?
I'm aware that there are guidelines in
Yeah.
relation to infection management and control for construction areas. Probably best that Ms. Skoolander talks about the specifics, but yet, yes, I am aware of the broad nature to have infection control as a part of construction works.
So there are health documents that are publicly available. There's one from the Clinical Excellence Commission that is the Infection Prevention and Control Practice Handbook. It goes into what are some of the steps that should be taken. There's a particular procedure from one of your health districts, the South Eastern Sydney one, where it talks about, if possible, relocate at-risk patients who are adjacent or near to the construction zone and inform high-risk patients of risks of exposure. Did that happen at RPA prior to construction beginning?
Construction's been going for a long time there. It predates me, Deb.
Thanks, Minister. Yeah, the construction of our redevelopment RPA commenced in 2023. We've undertaken some relocations in recent times, principally due to noise, but we did not relocate the transplant ward on the basis that we were working through the clinical suspicion that our clinicians had raised. And upon dealing with some mitigation issues around ventilation and cleaning, etc., and then escalating to Dr. Chan and standing up the expert advisory panel, we took no more new admissions to that ward, and we admitted our transplant patients to another surgical ward in the hospital, which had been tested. The air had been tested, and it was clean.
But prior to this outbreak or this cluster occurring, there's a briefing that I'm assuming went to you, Minister. It was certainly authored by people within your agency, which talks about how the transplant ward patients, their ward abuts the construction site on 3 different aspects. There is a patient accessible balcony off the ward that has been available to patients during the construction. It also says that invasive fungal infections is a known possible complication in transplant recipients with a mortality rate between 60 to 80%, and there is data that shows that. So prior to construction beginning, this ward was directly abutting the construction site on 3 different aspects. You have a known risk to the patient mortality when construction is occurring, but it is your evidence that those patients were not moved prior to construction beginning, no precautionary measures were taken. Is that correct?
Well, respectfully, the advice at that level about what we do with particular wards is not done or directed by a minister. I mean, I know you definitely know this as a former minister, but that is not in my remit to determine Ward A moves to that part of the hospital. That's something that hospital leadership and management do with those guidelines in place. Emma?
Yeah, I think in relation to the plans and the standards that you reference, our construction program implements all the standards. There are a number of controls in place around things like dust. There is an infection control plan that is documented and that you would have seen in the documentation. I think at the moment we're in the process of reviewing, as part of the cluster review that Deb has referenced, all those plans and all of the information available to us in relation to the linkage, and I can't answer the specific questions due to that review currently being underway. However, I do know that within the documentation for our own program at Health Infrastructure and the contract that is in place with the building contractor, there are the obligations that you refer to.
Okay, so Minister, in hindsight, do you wish these patients had been moved earlier?
Well, I would always, on this type of an issue, lean into the advice of the experts at the Ministry of Health and the experts who are doing the infrastructure and the clinicians on the ground. They would give me an advice.
The advice is here in your documents. So why have procedural documents that say when you've got patients who could be exposed, and we know that transplant patients are at risk from this type of mould which can be stirred up by construction, where possible relocate at-risk patients? They were relocated after this cluster occurred, but not before. So why not?
Okay, so what I'm sure the committee may or may not know is moving patients who are immunocompromised is also a risk, to be really blunt about it. But a decision was made about the location of the patients by the health team. Now, the health team consists of Ministry of Health, the local health infrastructure team, as well as the local hospital. That's, to be fair, a clinical assessment and decision that's made. But I'm happy for...
Minister, were these deaths avoidable?
So could I just add to the Minister's comments? There was remediation work undertaken in the ward once the clinicians raised the suspicion of the Aspergillus cluster. In addition, the works had ceased for Christmas and did not recommence until the 5th of January. So there was no risk to patients at that time. We had done a deep clean, an inspection of the ward, including up in the ceiling. We'd done air sampling. There was no evidence of Aspergillus or any other pathogens in the air. And those patients were not being readmitted to the ward until all those works had been completed. So there was no construction.
I guess my issue, though, is what that only happened after you were aware of that clinical advice, whereas some of the documents indicate that that could have been done in a preventative fashion, and it wasn't, and that's my question.
Yeah, so Ms Mitchell, I think all of the matters that you raise will be subject to the critical investigation, but I would note that that ward is now being utilised, and that's because sometimes these specialised wards have additional infection prevention and control called HEPA filters and other controls, and so we are trying to balance infectious risk. There might be the fungal risk, but there might be in other infections, and so it's also the best setting at the time. So the clinicians, the transplant conditions, the infectious disease people, once the air monitoring came in, once construction had started, and they were clear that the controls and the sealing of the actual, there was further antechambers sort of put in place, everyone was comfortable that that was the best place for the transplant patients to be managed ongoing with those additional layers of protection. So as the document says, it's where possible, and it's got to be that clinical balancing of risks.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
I'll start with some questions about public-private partnerships.
Yeah.
Staff and patient safety concerns were raised years before the Northern Beaches Hospital was finally brought back into public hands, thanks to the tremendous advocacy of Joe Mass's parents and your work as well. Staff and patient safety concerns have been raised regarding the Calvary Mater Hospital in Newcastle for years prior to this getting parliamentary attention. Last year, the Parliament passed Joe's Law, which restricts some future public-private partnerships, but doesn't impact any existing public-private partnership. What have you done to ensure adequate provisions to safeguard staff and patient safety under those existing PPPs?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's a good one. I won't go into PPPs broadly because I don't want to waste the committee's time, other than to say that I don't support them the way they operate in health at the moment. And this was the one at Calvary administered by or put in place by a former Labor government. That doesn't worry me. I don't support these types of models. Last year I made a decision that even though we had this PP in place and people were contracted to do the work, I was getting too many reports coming through of concerns around mould, concerns around rectification issues not being done in time. So I made a decision to bring in the various partners to the PPP. I did that multiple times. Then over the summer, I felt that we had a plan going after, as a result of those meetings, the back end of last year. I didn't feel that plan was moving fast enough. The Secretary and I therefore decided to essentially step into the contract, which is not something that governments tend to do because it puts in a whole range of legal risks. And we are now undergoing the cladding works, which will essentially begin this month, and then we have a range of other measures in place that we are working through as a part of that contract to try and address some of the issues that staff raised. I've subsequently met with staff, with the Secretary, now multiple times, including going up there. I've made it clear to them that I'm not happy with where this is. It is a contract, so I can't just simply rip it up and walk away. I've got to operate within those boundaries, which is somewhat frustrating, particularly for someone like me who just wants to get in there and try and get it resolved. But we are making significant progress in relation to the Calvary issue, but still a lot more work to do. We've also improved the communication because I was getting frustrated that only certain staff were being informed about what was happening because of the nature of the work. So the Health Services Union, the Nurses and Midwives Association have also been involved in those conversations to make sure staff are informed about what is happening.
Thanks, Minister. I'll come back to the Calvary Mater specifically in a moment, but my question was much broader than that. I asked, what have you done proactively to ensure adequate provisions to safeguard patient and staff safety? You've given me another example where the staff have had to raise those concerns, in this case through the media because they didn't get the outcome they should have through proper channels. There are hundreds of other public-private partnerships at New South Wales Health right now. Are you saying that you're waiting to have critical safety concerns brought up through Parliament or through the media, or are you doing proactive work to look at what safeguards are in place now?
No, mate. And as partners to any contract, we engage with that. Tracy McCosker from the local health district was engaging with that. Our team at the ministry engage with the contractors to that. We will continue to do that. What I probably wanted to say is that it's not my ideal model of the delivery of healthcare in New South Wales. Now that doesn't mean that I can just rip up every contract. It doesn't, but there's always an expectation, and I think from me and therefore from taxpayers, that for private providers involved in these, they have to abide by the contracts and their terms too. So I have to make sure that I'm doing my best to hold them account. Otherwise, these contracts are not worth the paper they're written on. Now it's frustrating for me and the Secretary because we felt we had some progress in relation to some of these issues. That progress wasn't happening as fast as what we would have liked, and therefore we made a decision to step in. But they are closely managed by New South Wales Health. I don't want people to think any of our contracts are set and forget. They're not. I'm just making the contextual discussion that I don't think these are the best ways to deliver public health services.
Staff and community have raised concerns about other facilities in New South Wales. Of the ones I'm aware of off the top of my head, Orange Hospital, Bathurst Hospital, some of the regional cancer care providers. Are you confident those contracts have adequate safeguards in place?
Look, I'm confident that we are managing those contracts well. That doesn't mean from time to time staff don't, and I expect them to be honest. I never want to be a minister of a department and portfolio where we don't have staff advocating either for themselves or patients or their colleagues. That doesn't mean from time to time we don't have issues in those settings, like we have issues in public hospitals that are no issues or no relationships to a PPP.
So coming back to the Calvary Mater specifically, when were you made aware of the infrastructure issues?
Oh, geez, some time ago now. I mean, a fairly long time ago. Calvary has been a challenge for a bit. I mean, it was unusual that I brought everybody in because I just felt, and I did it twice, I just felt it wasn't progressing as quick as I would have liked. I felt that I was getting too much corro, and there was every time, whether it was a local MP or someone would say, the staff are not happy about this. So I just wanted, in a PPP arrangement where you don't have all of the levers, I wanted to try and pull as many as I could as quickly as I could. I felt we had a pathway to rectification of the cladding issue, which is, if people know it just very quickly, the cladding is one of the key concerns up there. It contributes to the water ingress, and I felt we had a pathway with the private providers involved in that contract. That wasn't happening as quick as I would have liked.
So I'm just trying to specifically get at the time frame. You became the minister in the first half of 2023. I know from your public ministerial diary disclosures that you had meetings mid to late last year with relevant providers at the Calvary Mater.
Yep.
At some point in that 2.5 year period, you must have become aware of the infrastructure issues. When was that?
Absolutely, I did. I just don't have a specific date. I can try and track one back, but that's an issue that we've been monitoring for a while. We've had varying levels of feedback. I've had discussions with Calvary from time to time. Last year was the time when I brought in the other components or the other organisations privy to that contract. But, Chair, for some time now, I've been dealing with the Calvary issue, but I don't want to put a specific date because I just don't have one here and I can't recall. So.
You made a comment in one of your earlier answers that you've got to operate within the boundaries of the contract. When the government was unable to act within the parameters of the contract for the Northern Beaches Hospital, it brought forward legislation to be able to bring that hospital back into public hands in a way that met the government's objectives. Why is the Newcastle community being treated differently from the Northern Beaches community in that regard?
Well, I've made it clear that first and foremost, like we did with Northern Beaches, we want to try and hold those privy to the contract accountable. That's what I am doing, but I've also made it clear that our team is working through every option around what the current level of intervention is and what may or may not be further intervention. So I want to assure the Newcastle and the Hunter community that this is an issue that both the Secretary and I are personally extremely invested in. I have been extremely unhappy with what I would call the spirit of cooperation and the attention to the concerns raised by the maintenance partners in that contract. That's why we made a decision as a government to go over and above our responsibilities and do that. That doesn't mean that we are finished there, but I can't give the committee an answer, or I can't give the committee a commitment that we're going to rip this contract up and resolve it, because I'm not at that point yet, and I respect the members on this committee too much to try and be misleading in any way. We're not at that point yet. That doesn't mean that we are not examining what our rights are in relation to the contract and where we think we can get the best benefit and value going forward.
With the work that's been done when, as you say, you step directly into that contract, what's the cost of that been to the taxpayer?
Well, we'll be trying to get those costs back from the private operator. Don't you worry about that. But it's not cheap to do cladding. We're in a process of working through with the private operator who is doing that, what the end costs has be. But we, to be fair, probably some of that information will be at a point in time commercial in confidence. I don't have the specifics, but I can say that we will be doing our best to make sure that those parties responsible for their area, for their components of the contract, pay up. What I just didn't want to do was have lawyers at 20 paces and there'd be delays.
I'll go to Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister.
Morning.
Minister, it's been more than 12 months since the trial for pill testing, maybe close on 12 months since the pill testing trial began. I expect there will be a evaluation plus a report on that soon. Firstly, when can the public expect to see that, and is the trial going to continue?
Absolutely, the community will see it, and no problems in giving that data and evaluation over. I don't have a timeline yet. I can throw to Dr. Chan if one has been developed, but I don't have a specific timeline committed in from memory. I think the evaluation work will be completed over the next few months, but Dr. Chan, I don't want
Yeah,
to...
so as you're aware, there's an independent consortium. University of Sydney is leading that piece of work, and my understanding is that's going to be finalised quite shortly, and they'll pull together their evaluation in March, and then the normal briefing processes for government will occur.
Okay, and it was 12 music festival
There were 12 music festivals that were subject.
That's okay. You don't need to go through the list, but and how much is it costing New South Wales Health to operate their services? I'm asking about each individual festival. I know there's a $1 million budget, but what's the cost, as well as how many paid staff are working there?
Yeah, I don't have that figure, so I'll rely on...
And I assume most of them are paid, is that correct?
So the component is this is very much a partnership with Newer, so we obviously have peer educators doing it, but we also have staff from our forensic and analytical services unit. And they're the chemists and scientists that man the machines. So we have, and obviously some health staff that coordinate on site as well. So I can provide those. I can provide some indicative costs. Obviously, that will vary depending on where the festivals are, travel, and those sort of things. But I'm happy to provide that on notice, Ms. Furman.
Thank you. I will put detailed questions in about that. The reason I'm asking is because other states, even though we've seen Queensland's unfortunate turnaround under the Conservative government, but in both Queensland and the ACT, they've had kind of private providers, if you like, but community providers, Pill Testing Australia, the Loop, that have operated the service. Some of the data that I've seen, firstly, is that there seems to be a better take-up of patrons in terms of the number of participants at the festival. There's a bigger take-up for Pill Testing Australia than there is New South Wales Health, firstly. Secondly, most of their operations are staffed, if not all, by volunteers, which is very important as well in terms of the overall acceptance by the community. So, for example, at one multi-day event in regional Queensland recently, 22 volunteers operated it for a total of 24 hours across 2 days, 372 samples tested, provided to 373 patrons. The overall cost of that was $11,149. Why isn't New South Wales Health considering going with these tested, trusted private providers like Pill Testing Australia?
I don't think once the evaluation's completed that we would rule that out.
Okay.
Kate,
But you have done the trial though with New South Wales Health as opposed to the private providers, and so the monitoring and the evaluation.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You could have done one or the other.
So
or both.
Ms. Furman, if I could perhaps answer the question. So it's very important to say that Newer is the face of this. So we have a strong partnership with Newer, and as you know, we fund Newer to do a lot of peer interventions in the festivals. And so pill testing is part of that continuum, and so Newer is being paid additional money to support pill testing, and they're very much the front.
Yes.
The reason we have chosen to take this tact is that, as you're aware, Ms. Furman, I think you've raised it in previous budget estimates, It is important that for many of the samples, there's speedy testing of those samples that come back to the lab for testing. We also have a clinical staff and clinical toxicologists that can be escalated on the day, so that if any unusual patterns of presentations, there are toxicologists that can provide real time. So it's a more holistic service, but I'm really happy, and I will make sure that Sydney University does reflect in their evaluation on other models and addresses that perhaps as a view.
From what I have observed, from the information that I have gathered, from the evidence, from the evaluation though of these private pill testing service providers, everything you've just said, Dr. Chant, happens with them as well. But I did want to ask about the Knockout Outdoor Festival, which New South Wales Health provided a pill testing trial there. I think that was the one, there were 12 overdoses, 4 people with medical emergencies.
Is that the most recent
that
one?
was, you mean the 4th of October
You mean
2025?
Yes.
Yep.
And what did New South Wales Health at that festival? Did they spot anything, identify anything of concern at that pill testing service on that day?
So I can say that on the Knockout Festival on the 4th of October 2025, we had 318 service users. There were 212 samples tested. And in 14 cases, the results were different to the expected of what the people were coming with. And on site, there were 10 inconclusive results. So post-event on the 7th of October, there was a multiple high-dose MDMA tablets and capsules. So the multiple capsules of various appearances, which were more than 150 MDMA. There was Blue Chill Punisher of 209 MDA and a Blue Skull at 152. And so we issued a...
Thanks, Dr. Chant. So I think the one of the issues there, isn't it, that you're saying post-event?
Well, the issue is that, as you're aware, Ms. Furman, the capacity of the are limited in what they can actually do. So the technology is limited, and I think it's really important that users of the pill testing get taken through what the test can show and what it can't get shown.
Do you mean, Kate, why didn't we say something during the...
Yes,
sorry, I don't want to preempt that question.
Because with the private pill testing providers, there's multiple examples of them going out of their way to notify the patrons then and there. That's the whole point of it, isn't it?
So
for the safety of people at that festival to know if there's dangerous drugs. For example, one example, the festival isn't jumping to mind right now, but they got up on stage.
And that
I think we've spoken about that.
And that was initiated by New South Wales Health in conjunction with New South Wales Health, and that was
however, that was
mighty hoopla.
That not this year.
That was in 2026. And on the 21st of February 2026, there was during the event.
Yes, thank
you.
There was a high dose MDMA. Time. So the other question I had about this was Dream State Music Festival, which was on Sydney Saturday, 7th of February. Very tragic death of a man there in his 40s. That day, New South Wales Health had chosen to have pill testing, I believe, at Laneway Festival, not Dream State. Again, there's pill testing providers like Pill Testing Australia that are begging the government to allow them to provide their services that are well tried. Canberra does it. They're very successful there. But you weren't at Dream State, which, to be honest, what I know about these festivals and who goes, I think Dream State was the risk over Laneway. Why? How did you choose Laneway over Dream State, firstly?
Okay. So in terms of the trial on that weekend operated at Laneway. So Laneway was a bigger festival. It had 45,000 expected patrons versus 16,000 expected patrons. and was selected on the basis of its total risk profile. So Dream State has been associated with one prescribed event in the past, one ICU admission and one urgent transfer in 2025. Laneway has been associated with prescribed events amongst multiple editions, one ICU admission from 2 urgent transfers in 2019, one ICU admission.
Last 20 seconds,
and
just one. Why isn't New South Wales Health providing the stats, what was found, which is, again, what CanTest, for example, does in Canberra, provides very comprehensive results of everything they've tested, the numbers. Why isn't New South Wales Health doing that in terms of transparency? I know you've got a report coming, but that's not the point in terms of people wanting to know what's going on. That is one of the major objectives of pill testing, is to be public and for the public to know what's going on.
But Kate, you would agree, just very quickly, and people can have longer at the end, so I don't lose any of the opposition's time. But just very, very quickly, we do regularly put out through Newer and through the public alerts when we come across, I'll just use a batch that may not be the street name or term, but a batch of drugs that are highly problematic in terms of their composition. We do that. I want to be clear.
I'm aware,
okay,
but not at the time.
Okay.
To the opposition.
Minister, were the deaths of the 2 patients at RPA Hospital in December last year avoidable?
Well, that'll form part of the review that we're doing and the investigation into that. I'll make sure that investigation is clear, public and transparent. That will be done by experts in the field, and they will make a determination around that. Other than I want to be clear about this, these are very, very unwell patients. They're transplant patients. They are arguably some of the sickest patients we have in our hospital. But our view at the moment, or hypothesis at the moment, is from clinicians before we do the investigations that are currently on, is that aspergillus likely to contributed to their passing.
Do you think that will be much comfort to their families?
Well, we've engaged with the family.
Have you spoken to the families?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because I've asked New South Wales Health for the family's details. When they are ready to speak to me, I'm happy to do that. I'm not going to force myself onto anyone, the same way that I know the sort of person you were. You wouldn't do that if an incident happened.
When did you ask for the family's details? Was it as soon as you became aware of the deaths?
I don't know. Early on I made it clear that at a point in time I would like to speak to the family members, but as I do with all of these things, when there's issues, I rely on the CE at the ground or a clinician at the ground to say that that might be an appropriate time now. It's not about me forcing myself onto anyone.
I'm not suggesting. I'm just wondering when you asked for the family details. That was the question. But if you're not sure, that's fine. I'll get my colleague.
Minister, you're aware that hospitals have a duty of care?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
we all do.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're also aware that certainly in medical matters that includes a duty to warn?
Yes.
I'm curious about the draft press release that's dated December the 24th that would have warned the broader community, and especially any visitors who may have been immunocompromised thinking about RPA, that there was a risk from fungal infections.
No.
Why was that press release never released?
Okay, well, it's a fair and reasonable question. So let me just take you through that, and I'll also ask Ms Wilcox to further elaborate on the question as well, to make sure the committee has maximum information. There was a decision made. Often we prepare, and again, Ms Mitchell would know from being a minister, often statements are prepared by...
Minister, I'm aware that you weren't actually in the office on December 24th. Who made that decision?
Could I just get through, because it's an important one. I'm happy to give you more time. Often the agency prepares statements about a range of different issues. They don't necessarily get out the way that it was in the initial draft of that. The decision was made that the priority was informing patients, outpatients and staff.
Decision made by whom, Minister?
Just give me a moment. We had to balance that, not my decision. I didn't make a decision not to put it out. So
who did make that decision, Minister?
So we had to balance the fact that we wanted to make sure staff were informed, patients were uninformed. That's a large number of people, but we didn't want to unnecessarily concern the community about a mould that exists in the environment, and I did not want, or Health did not want, that to be a concern for them going into one of the state's largest
Minister,
hospitals.
do you not know who made that decision to withhold that information from the
Deb,
public?
Thank you, Minister. It is convention that draft statements are prepared in the event they're needed. It would be fair to say that...
Thank you, Ms Wilcox. My question
Yes.
has been repeatedly, who made the decision not to release that draft statement?
So
do
as
you know
al-
the answer to that, Ms Wilcox?
I do.
Who did make that decision?
We took the question around releasing a public statement around this to the expert advisory panel, which is chaired by Dr. Chant, had a number of senior mycologists from Westmead Hospital, Clinical Excellence Commission, our own transplant clinicians, and infectious diseases clinicians. These things, and Dr. Chant's far better placed than myself possibly, but these things are always a balance. We had a situation that was completely under control.
Sorry, just to be clear, so it was that commission chaired by Dr. Chant that made the decision not to release, is that right?
We took the question of should we release
Yes.
a public statement to the panel. The recommendation was on this occasion it was not necessary. The situation was under control. The air
Yes.
sampling had indicated the air was clear, and the patients and the outpatients and the clinical staff who were directly affected were absolutely aware
And
of the
visitors?
situation. No, we didn't need to contact visitors because the air sampling had showed the hospital was clean.
When was that decision made? Was that on December 24th?
So perhaps it's probably important to say that the focus of the issue on the 24th, and there was rapidly changing information, the focus on the 24th was to make sure that all mitigants had been put in place. At that stage, the ward was still having patients, and there was a discussion about risk management of where
I'm
those
really
come.
grateful for all the discussion about process, but the question is, who made the decision? When was the decision made?
So
and I
at-
understand, Dr. Chant, you chaired a committee that made the decision.
So at that
when was that
time-
decision made, Dr.
So at
Chant?
the time on the 24th of December, when the committee was meeting, the discussion about the communication and who needed to be told and what was the nature of the thing was discussed, and it was considered that because there was lots of evolving information, that the people that needed to be advised were the people on the transplant ward, progressively the patients that were, when the clinicians defined a look-back period, the rest of the clinical staff in terms of why we were air monitoring.
Thank
so
you.
those
Thank you. I think
decisions
that's
were
the best answer I'm going to get. So thank you very much. So, Minister, there's a duty of care and a duty to warn, and the standard of care that duty requires is very clearly set out in the Clinical Excellence Commission Infection Prevention and Control Practice Handbook, which refers, of course, to the South East Sydney Local Health District procedures. You're aware of those that set as the standard by New South Wales Health for how these issues to do with infection control, especially with respect to aspergillus, are dealt with?
I'm aware that we have strict infection control procedures and requirements as a part of the accreditation of hospitals, like other institutions, I'm assuming.
And those
we are-
standards all talk about proactive measures that are taken, risk assessments that are taken, especially when there's any construction abutting transplant patients.
I don't have that document in front of me, but I'll take.
Okay.
You're a person who's reading it, so that's what I'll take it
Okay.
as.
And we heard this morning that the measures that were taken were after the deaths rather than proactively, and that deaths occurred. So we've got a duty of care and a duty to warn. We've got a clear standard of care that's a reasonable response to that duty. There are significant questions about whether that standard was met. Minister, what advice have you taken about the legal liability for negligence?
I haven't sought that advice at all. What my focus has been, and to be honest, what the two individuals, some of the finest public servants this state has ever had in Deb Wilcox and Dr. Kerry Chant, and the team at RPA, as well as some of the best transplant clinicians, what they've been focused on is A, they picked up through clinical analysis a bit of an unusual trend. B, they then took that action, raised their concerns. We then took that as a system. Health took the subsequent action, what they did, and now we are having a look.
Minister,
and we're having a look at that and
at the
looking at that
excellent
as a
work that's
part
been
of
done.
our investigation into those matters. So I haven't looked at the legal
Minister,
issues.
I'm asking you, I'm not contesting the excellent care given to patients in difficult circumstances. I'm not contesting the work done by Dr. Chant and her team or by Ms. Wilcox. What I'm asking you is with the person who has overall responsibility for the system, who's meant to look at all the levers, who has the care of every patient in their responsibility, whether you made sure that the procedures of New South Wales Health were followed, whether you exercise responsibility, and whether negligence has occurred on your watch, negligence which has led to the death, sadly, of 2 people.
Point of order.
Well, that is a very, very,
The
very
minister
big
Point
claim.
of order.
was responding essentially to that accusation because he was asked, have you taken legal advice in a particular context? He was in the course of responding to that, which is a very significant suggestion, and I would suggest he should be able to complete his answers without being interrupted with a barrage of further accusations.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister to
Sorry.
respond to that.
Ms Carter, I'm not going to and would not ever preempt clinical review into when we have issues like this. I'm not going to do that, other than to continue to say that health took all of the measures that it needed and felt was the best course of action at the time. If there are things as a part of the review that experts and Dr. Chant's team and transplant clinicians say to me, look, in the future we would do this, then I will transparently show that and highlight that, and I'm happy for people to look at that. But at the moment, I don't have that in front of me. What I have in front of me is a analysis of what the team did on the ground, doing what they thought was the very best pathway for these patients and the patients broadly in the hospital and the staff in the hospital. To be fair, I think it's reasonable for a minister to back them, given what they did and the time that they spent on it. This was not something that they just brushed aside at all. They informed patients, they informed staff, they informed outpatients. They took, based on their clinical expertise, a view about what needed to happen. Now, we've also taken the opportunity to have a look at this broadly, but I will wait to see what that review does, make it transparent in its nature. Importantly, before I do that, making sure that the community or the families involved have an opportunity to have their say as a part of that, and we'll be keeping them informed. I mean, that I think is the expectation of the community.
Minister, I want to go to the Calvary issues that Dr. Conn raised, and you said that you had been aware of the challenges at Calvary Mater for some time.
Yeah.
There's reports in the Newcastle Herald last week that there was an incoming ministerial brief prepared for you in the first days of being sworn in as a minister in relation to these issues. Did you receive that brief, and do you remember it?
Geez, I don't remember that one. Could have been. I know that this issue certainly predates me and this government. It doesn't mean we're not focused on it. We are. We're the government. I'm the minister. That's my responsibility. But this issue's been around for a long time. I don't want to speak for the previous government, but I'm assuming they were trying to manage it in some way. I don't have access to that information. It's not appropriate for me to have access to cabinet information or documents around that. But I'm going to take an assumption that either Minister Taylor or Minister Hazard was actively
Well, I'm
trying to
asking
manage.
that when you knew, because there are reports that I think that brief was prepared a couple of days before the election.
Right.
Could you take on notice if you received a copy of that particular incoming brief, and on what date?
Absolutely.
That would be great.
Happy to.
Just moving through some other issues, Minister. Challenges at Tamworth Hospital in relation to mould in operating theatres and the ICU.
Yep.
They were reported as far back as December 2023, but documents that came through the call for papers reveal that those issues were still unresolved at the end of November last year. Is that acceptable?
Well, I have an expectation, and again, with your experience in a big agency, I think you would have too. I have an expectation that we try and get issues like that resolved as quickly as possible.
Well, that's a 2-year delay, Minister.
Well,
that's not quick, is it?
I'm not saying it hasn't been resolved yet. I just want to probably get some advice about the specifics. But other than to say that my expectation is that when staff makes us alert on things, we as quickly as possible rectify that. Now, if by some chance the rectification is a bit more complex and a little bit more detailed, then, I don't know, like if asbestos was in schools, you can't just take a panel down and remove it. You have to do a range of things. I'm sure you would privy to that type of
specifically
challenge.
to that one,
That's
do
what we do.
Do you know a 2-year delay between it being reported and it still being unresolved between December 2023 and November 2025? That's not being done as quickly as possible, is it, Minister? You can't say that.
I just want to clarify that, so if that is accurate, Ms. Goodlander.
Well, I've
Yeah.
got the documents.
I'm able to comment on that.
Sure.
In relation to mould, and I'm sure we'll talk more about it, I guess it crops up, we clean, it goes away. In particular, this issue in relation to Tamworth Hospital is associated with leaks. The leaks are going to require a longer term remediation plan, and the district is reviewing what is required in relation to that. In the meantime, the issue is logged by the staff. Cleaning occurs to ensure that the safe environment remains, and if it crops up again, then it starts to infer that there are some underlying issues that need to be rectified. That is the case here in the theatres, and I am aware that a remediation plan is being developed.
Okay,
I think just to clarify, I think leaks in that particular facility maybe were first raised in 2021.
So Minister, I've got a document here though that said that things were raised in December 2023, reported again in June, September 2024, February 2025, reopened again in November 2025. So this has been 2 years under your watch where this hasn't been fixed. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, it could have been a lot further back in 2021.
Well, I'm asking about the 2 years that you've been Minister that this has been reported, and it's not
I'll
fixed.
need to take...
You can take it on notice, that's fine.
Can
I want to
just
go
add
to
a
bird
comment,
lice at the same
Ms.
hospital.
Mitchell, sorry if I could just add a comment. I think to Ms. Goulander's point, the issue is that the area of this problem is leaking. It does go back to 2021. The maintenance team at Tamworth have attempted to fix that a number of times. We're now looking at a broader remediation plan to deal with that issue. So I just want to make sure that the committee understands that it is not a matter of the issue being reported and no one doing anything about it. There have been attempts to address it, and unfortunately it's obviously continued to present a problem, and there is a full remediation plan under development.
Thank you, Ms. Pearce. Minister, I want to go to the issue of bird lice also at Tamworth Hospital.
Yeah, I've got that one. You mean
Sure.
pigeons?
Yeah. There was a spokesperson from the department told the Sydney Morning Herald in an article over the weekend that there had been no issues with staff being impacted since 2022. Is that accurate?
Well, I'd have to ask that person. I've got some information here, but I don't, that particular comment I'm not aware of. So
Okay.
it's
Well, it
best
ran
to-
in print, so obviously someone told a journalist that was the information that was available, but you're not sure if that's correct.
Well, I'm just not sure of that particular comment and what they were referring to or
Okay.
the veracity. I don't have that, other than to say that there has been issues about across the campus, both during our time and during the coalition's time. Actions to date include a hole in the ceiling has been repaired. Spikes are currently being installed across the site to prevent pigeons from roosting. A comprehensive pigeon eradication plan has been prepared. That was in February, including the site audit, habitat removal, deep cleaning of droppings, food source control, installation of netting and spiking, humane trapping, nest management and ongoing maintenance. The pigeon action plan is current and being implemented. Bird lice was an issue back as in a few years ago, with remediation including pest control complete at the time. There are no known ongoing issues with patients and staff at that place. That's my latest advice.
All right, so are you aware though that a staff member was treated back in November having to attend the ED due to reaction to bird lice? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that individual case.
I'll just move to, there's a long list and I'm not going to have time, but I wanted to also go to some of the issues at Orange Hospital. You'd be aware, I would assume, Minister, where a ceiling has fallen on a doctor's head. That's been reported in the media and the Daily Telegraph today. Concerns around the mental health the Macquarie unit in Bloomfield Hospital in Orange having a 5-bedroom unit closed due to serious mould for a number of months. You were in Orange a few weeks ago, or the Premier was, at your Labor conference there, and said everyone deserves access to healthcare. How can you do that when you've got these serious issues at Orange Hospital under your watch?
Well, if what you're inferring is that this is an issue that started and finished over the last couple of years.
I'm asking about these specific ones.
Because,
do you think it's okay that a doctor has a panel fall on their head while they're at work?
Chair, well, no, I don't. Neither do I accept that at Robertson Public School back in 2018,
Minister,
a girl fell dangerously ill after mould exposure at a New South Wales school.
Going back to things in schools is doing you no favours. You are the
at
health
Weevil
minister.
High School in 2021.
We are talking about staff under your direction. A doctor at Orange Hospital had a piece of ceiling fall on his head. You can try and deflect this all you want. This is bad for you, Minister, and you cannot avoid it. What do you say to these circumstances that are happening in many hospitals across the state?
Absolutely.
You said you wanted to improve the healthcare system. It's getting worse, isn't it, Minister, under your watch?
So a question or just a speech?
Well, a couple of things on that. No, it isn't. There are
So this is
tangible-
fine. All of this happening is fine.
Point of order.
No. So
defence all you
So I
want.
just want to be clear.
Point of order.
I just want to be
Being
clear.
There's 2 points of order.
I think, do I need to repeat what I said earlier about allowing the Minister to just answer the question and not have a speech followed by a series of questions, which makes it very difficult for the Minister to know which questions he expected to answer?
Many members of the committee, including yourself, Mr Donnelly, occasionally ask very long questions, but I will go to the Minister and ask that he be given time to answer it.
I'm never going to commit in a portfolio the size, scale and breadth of New South Wales Health, which has over 4,400 buildings, that we are not going to have from time to time maintenance issues, including mould and other problems. When that happens, of course, that is not something that any of us want to see. But what we want to try and do is get them rectified as quickly as we possibly can, in the same way that when Miss Mitchell was the Minister for Education, she could not have committed to ensure all of her buildings did not have any issues. The scale and breadth of that and the age of them
Is this 2 wrongs make a right, Minister?
is
Point of
very
order.
significant.
It's just the constant peppering of interjections, most discourteous.
Yeah. The opposition's time has expired regardless, so there's no need to rule on point of order. We'll go across to crossbench time. Minister, the first recommendation of the Special Commission of Inquiry into Healthcare funding was that preventive health should be a whole of government priority. Estimates for the value of preventive health spending are as high as $14.30 saved for every dollar spent. Would you consider a standalone preventive health agency like Vic Health in Victoria to bring together this work, particularly where it cuts across government portfolios?
Probably not necessarily a standalone agency, because I just don't want to create more bureaucracies than what we already have. What my focus was through Dr. Chan is that going forward we need to have across our agencies a focus on preventative health and the impacts that our varying issues have on healthcare as we as ministers, not just me as the health minister, but perhaps the planning minister or the housing minister, how they contribute to health broadly. That's what the conversation and the focus, my perspective, needs to be, because yes, health play obviously a role in preventative healthcare, whether it be through smoking or vapes, sure, but so too does planning, so too does local council, so too does mental health, so too does a range of different other portfolios. And what my focus is to make sure that preventative health is a part of the analysis and the work that gets done through my agency. So if we were commenting on a particular minute, and it might be to do with a land release or a housing development, then I would want to make sure that we factored in, is there adequate green space? Can we raise suggestions about access to fresh fruit and vegetables? This is a broad issue that needs to be a focus of my perspective, all governments going forward. LHDs also have targeted actions in their own communities that they are doing based on the preventative or based on the type of population and demographics that they have within a particular area. So for some that might be around diabetes prevention, for some that might be around smoking prevention. So those cases are dealt within the LHD, but we need to go beyond health if we're truly going to try and delve into this preventative focus.
Minister, in your answer, you've given a couple of great examples of where that sort of cross-portfolio work would be beneficial for the health of people in New South Wales. But at a practical level, how is that being implemented since the government accepted that important recommendation of the Special Commission?
Probably I can just give a couple of good examples. They're a little bit historical, but one particular piece of work was to influence how Treasury evaluates preventative measures, preventative benefits, health benefits. And so they've agreed to a model, and that will then underpin any evaluations of, say, a cycling pathway or anything within a development. So changing that, I can give you a better description of it, but it's the discounting rate or the sort of underpinning algorithm by which Treasury values future health gain, and changing that can make a substantial cost benefit for us in achieving some of those things we'd like to see in terms of more livable, walkable communities that are going to support health and wellbeing. And I can give some other examples about our cross-agency work with, say, the Food Authority through the Food Ministerial Council around health labelling.
Thanks,
and health
Dr. Chen.
warnings.
I'd love to come back to that this afternoon with you.
Thank you.
While I've got the Minister, the Victorian Government recently passed the Health Safeguards for People Born with Variation in Sex Characteristics Bill, which provides support for the making of decisions around medical treatment for persons who have an innate variation of sex characteristics, including provisions around the giving of informed consent and prohibiting medical treatment in certain circumstances. Will you be progressing similar reform in New South Wales?
I'd want to have a look at it. We're sort of always committed to making sure our practices are evidence-based and reviewing our current practices. I think that's an ongoing piece of work that we do. I don't want to comment on the specific piece of legislation just because I don't like to mislead the committee. I haven't read that particular piece of legislation, but other than to say that we are constantly reviewing our practices and we're constantly making sure that those practices reflect the evidence in this space.
I appreciate your honesty in telling us that you haven't read that. Will you now read it, now that we've raised it?
Yeah, I'm always happy to have a look at legislation. Yep.
Thank you. Similarly, Equality Australia produced a terrific report called the Missing Voices Report that explicitly platforms the lived experience of people impacted by a variety of issues, but particularly unnecessary medical procedures or inadequate consent processes. Are you aware of that report? Have you read that report?
I understand, not me individually, but I understand New South Wales Health is looking at that report, and it is a part of that ongoing piece of work around the evidence. But Elizabeth, did you want to quickly?
Thank you, Dr. Con. Yes, we are aware of the report. I actually met with the Chief Executive of Sydney Children's Hospital last week to discuss the best way forward. We are looking at probably like a care coordinator type position specifically for individuals to make sure that they're aware of the options that are available to them. So we are working very closely on that, Dr. Con.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to you this afternoon, Ms. Wood, about that. Thank you,
problem,
but I'm pleased to hear it's on your radar. Minister, back in December 2024, it was publicly reported that only 3 of the 220 public hospitals in New South Wales are routinely providing abortion services. The committee's subsequently been told that there are 40 New South Wales health sites providing abortion services, but that figure includes sites which only provide abortion in limited circumstances or where those services are inconsistent. Do we really genuinely have reproductive choice in New South Wales when public services are so limited?
My expectation is that women have access to affordable and timely care. We are having a look at a range of this policy space right now at the moment. You would be aware, though, that in most cases medical and surgical abortions can be provided in the community and non-hospital settings, and that may be a private provider or a primary care. Certainly, my expectation is that women have access to that level of healthcare in a way that is accessible for them. I'm not going to pretend, however, that there are not parts of New South Wales where that becomes more challenging for women, in the same way that when I'm out in regional, rural and remote New South Wales, I don't pretend that New South Wales Health can have every service in every country or regional and rural town. What I'm interested in making sure that we do over a period of time is making sure that that accessibility is as good as it can be, and it is as close to where women are located as we possibly can. But that doesn't mean that there are not pockets of challenges at the moment, and our commitment is to improve that and to improve safe and transparent pathways to abortion care for women.
In December, the Chief Executive of Murrumbidgee Local Health District confirmed to this committee that there was no surgical abortion provision on request within the Murrumbidgee LHD. What have you done to address this?
I'll probably ask Elizabeth.
Thank you, Dr. Con, for the question. We're in the process at the moment, I think, as Ms Ludford outlined, of working out what that service provision will look like with Wagga Wagga Base Hospital particularly. We are in the process of looking through what that position description will be, and we're progressing that at the moment. What I can say, though, is that there are absolute requirements that every district has got referral processes in place. So if a woman does find herself in a facility that does not provide that service, it is upon the district to make sure that they can have timely access to care for that woman to meet her circumstances.
I understand that, Ms Wood, but I'm aware, and I'm sure you are aware, that those referral pathways, particularly out of Murrumbidgee, are often interstate to Victoria or the Australian Capital Territory, or even up to Orange. This is the significant distance that people are being required to travel. Is travelling that kind of distance acceptable to the ministry in terms of timely and affordable access?
Dr. Con, the advice that I've got, I just want to be clear, and if I've misspoke or there's updated advice, one of the officials can tell me, but the Women's Health Service, I know it's a different type, but provides medical termination of pregnancy through a free nurse-led model that includes counselling and consultation with GPs like yourself. Wagga Wagga and Griffith Base Hospital provide surgical termination for clinically complex cases under 12 weeks. Later gestations are managed medically with surgical intervention if required. When the hospital can't provide a surgical termination service, a referral is provided, which is what I think you just got to, for access to surgical termination services in a timely way. Is that? I just want to make sure that's still...
That's correct, Minister. And Dr. Con, just with reference particularly to the individual that travelled to Orange, that was a preference of that particular individual, as I understand it.
I'm out of time, but I'll come back to that this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Ms Fairman.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Minister, how many people were treated in Sydney hospitals after the protest against the visit of Israeli President Herzog in Sydney on Monday, 9th of February?
Oh, geez. I'd have to be advised on that one. I don't know if I could
take
it or not. It wasn't a huge number, but it wasn't a huge number, Kate, but I don't have the specific number, so I can...
Could you take that on notice, obviously,
I might be able to get back to you during the committee. So
okay,
let me try and get you that answer back to the committee. Oh no, it wasn't a very large number. I think it was in the order, and I'll get advice, but I think it was in the order from memory of 10 or so. But let me just double check that.
Thank you. Right? I wanted to turn to the Cadia deep dive investigation that New South Wales Health undertook. It was in fact a recommendation from this committee that inquired into the impact of heavy metals on the environment and community health. The deep dive investigation was undertaken last year. I've got a summary report in front of me. Is there any more information that is publicly available on top of this summary report that's being published, firstly? And I know, Dr. Chan, it's probably for you.
Sorry, Dr. Chan.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at my briefing. I just have to double check. I know that there is a report publicly available on the website, and I just want to acknowledge the community's assistance in doing that deep dive. But I'm not sure what report. I can just get back to you, Ms. Furman, if that would assist by looking at what's on our website.
Yes, so I'm actually curious as to, because the data essentially isn't provided, there's kind of summaries, if you like. It's a 8-page report, which isn't much of a deep dive. 14 participants were involved in this. The summary report makes quite a few assumptions based on this deep dive into 14 participants, including that environmental findings, no significant contamination was identified in indoor dust, soil, water or homegrown produce. Detected metals were present at concentrations consistent with expected background levels and below health-based risk thresholds. What I'm wanting to know, who inputted into this report? What background information did you have, Dr. Chan? I can see in the references, for example, that Environmental Risk Sciences, or NRISC, provided a confidential report to New South Wales Health. Why is that report confidential?
I'd be happy to look at making that available, just noting that individuals volunteered, so there might have just been some sensitivity about having any identifiable information that could be tracked back to a particular individual, but I'd be happy to look at, there is no issue in relation to full transparency in relation to cardia. My only caveat would be the privacy of individuals and their understanding of what they were disclosing when they were participating in the study.
Kate, did you say you wanted to check who was on the panel? Sorry if I've missed, if you heard. Or you know that?
Actually, that would be good information if that's not public as well.
No, I've got here the panel consisted of environmental scientists, toxicologists, clinicians, public health practitioners, water and air quality experts, conducted the investigation deep dive into dust exposure in the community. I thought you said that. So
yes, if you could provide the details, the names of those people again. So, because there's certain assumptions that have been made here with, for example, most blood and urine test results were within the reference range. A small number of individuals, we're talking 14 was the total number of participants, had slightly elevated concentrations of arsenic and mercury and in their blood. And then this statement, these concentrations are not considered to pose any health risk, with the most likely contributor being recent dietary intake rather than environmental exposure. On what basis did...
So the participants actually had full, as I understand, and I'm happy to go back and get more detail, but I understand this was truly a deep dive where there was actually toxicologists speaking to the individuals around things like their food, water ingestion, their sources of exposure. So I'm happy to get those details, but I would have assumed that that is the basis for their assumptions around the dietary intake, but can get more details for you, Ms. Furman.
And also, because it does say here as well, the final sentence in the summary before the conclusions, that overall clinical findings in this group did not indicate a need for ongoing health surveillance related to potential exposure from the Cadia mine. However, again, 14 participants, including here, in one case, repeat and alternative testing through an existing specialist was suggested to further explore a health concern. And then you've got further, before then, no definitive health concerns, although a couple of people were told maybe it was their diet or not. I find it extraordinary that New South Wales Health would make the assumption, after testing just 14 participants, that there was no need for ongoing health surveillance. Why is that?
Ms. Furman, this was done in conjunction with the community in terms of discussing what would allay their concerns. It was concerns from members of the community that had test results to explain that were concerned. So the process was discussed with them around doing a deep dive, and the community members volunteered to be part of this. As you know, some of these products can occur in hair, shampoo, diet.
Did they ask for no ongoing health study? Like, you're going back to the participants now, Dr. Chand.
So I'm saying based
on... I know
they
participated, but did they not want follow-up? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm not saying, Ms. Furman, I'm just commenting that I'll have to go back to the Environmental Health Branch and ask about the process, but my understanding is there was feedback to the community of the results, and that was discussed. And I'm also happy to take offline to assure you around whether the toxicologist took full details of food ingestion and what was the basis for those comments. I'm
Okay,
happy to
thank
take
you.
that on notice.
I just want to turn to the issue of Broken Hill and the lead problem. Firstly, why is it that, would you be aware that South Australia has lowered the intervention level in children in terms of blood lead level from 5 micrograms per decilitre to 3.5? This is in particularly the situation of Port Pirie with the lead smelter there. They've got a lot of programs. You're aware of that, firstly, that they've done that?
I'm not capable.
The NH&MRC criterion is 5. I'm happy to acknowledge if it. I will follow up with South Australia about a reduced level. Can I just put on the record that we aim to reduce blood lead levels as low as possible, and so we do provide generic advice to everyone, irrespective of the level, around how to reduce their blood level exposure. In terms of more prioritised action, given the scale of the issue in Broken Hill, as you know, it's ubiquitous, we are guided by intervening with those that have the higher blood lead level. But just to be clear, we're embedding lead messages and lead advice and how to minimise that, irrespective of your blood lead level, with the aim to bring it down as low as possible.
And is New South Wales Health considering going back to screening babies under 12 months of age? That has changed recently over the past just year or two, I understand.
I understand we've got about 92% of children under the age of 5.
Yes, but I'm talking about under 12 months.
Oh, sorry.
That was a recent policy change based on emails I think I've raised in this committee before from Marimar, that was essentially funding cuts. The services weren't provided.
So Ms. Furman, there's been no budget cut to Marimar, and we're very committed, and I'm personally very committed to having a sustainable funding source for Marimar into the future. They're a key partner in relation to blood lead testing, and we're looking at always opportunities to increase blood lead
So can
testing.
I check that, Minister, Marimar is a key partner?
Yep.
The EPA, in fact, has been the one funding Marimar. There was, I understand, a budget pitch put in for the last budget that didn't cut it, didn't make the cut. Marimar has a small amount of funding from the EPA. Why isn't New South Wales Health providing more for the Broken Hill community to deal with the lead issue?
So the advice I've got about this is something that I have looked at, and I've spoken to Dr. Chant, and I know you've got a genuine interest in this, that the screening program, the blood screening program, is funded by Far West LHD, the Ministry of Health and the EPA. It's available for children under the age of 5 in 2025-2026, so this current fin year. Will provide around about 570,000 to support childhood blood testing, follow-up and support. Far West LHD is contributing $295 and Ministry contribute $276 of that.
I'll come back. Thank you, Minister.
There's a short amount of time left before government time, which we'll share. Minister, there's been an application made to the TGA federally to allow GPs to prescribe Roaccutane, isotretinoin. This has been happening in other jurisdictions like New Zealand since 2009.
Right.
If the TGA were to approve that, would you then update New South Wales legislation to enable that change here?
Yeah, Dr. Chant, that's our normal.
Yes.
That's our normal process.
Yes.
When the TGA make that decision, subsequent legislation flows from states into I don't know if it's other states and territories, but certainly in ours. Dr. Chant.
Dr. Con, this issue's been raised by RACGP with us, and the Minister has been quite, and we have been, and including our pharmaceutical regulatory unit, have been quite supportive of this. So if the TGA change occurs,
we'll move.
We would be very
I'm really
keen
pleased to hear that. I know it's a very different issue, but certainly for MS two-step, there was a 2-year delay in a private member's bill required to bring us in line with TGA regulations. So I don't think you can blame me for asking.
But hopefully
it'll be quicker this time.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll go to the opposition.
Minister, just curious, we know that there were 7 patients, transplant patients at RPA this year who have contracted an invasive fungal infection caused by Aspergillus. First one in May and then October, escalating quickly to December. What specific measures were taken from October to deal with the Aspergillus infection in RPA?
Okay. Ms. Carter, can I just ask?
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Carter. As I previously outlined, the clinicians suspected Aspergillus in 2 patients, both in early December. The background ill health of these patients, it's not always obvious. They're immunosuppressed. It's not always obvious with certain infections. And so after the 2 index cases became clear, one on the 3rd and one on the 9th, that was a trigger to look back because of the incubation period and those other sort of factors to see whether any other patients might have contracted this or be affected by it. And with that look-back process, that's where those additional patients were identified. The May patient was an isolated patient, and as has been mentioned already, we would get around one a year in any case, so that patient of itself did not trigger any concern by the clinicians.
But October to December, so nothing until the December patients?
It was not obvious to the clinical treating teams that Aspergillus was at all an issue. This is, as the professor in infectious diseases said to me, it's somewhat like a puzzle. You pick up a bit of clinical suspicion, you identify a patient, you do the testing, which as I said takes 10 to 14 days, then they start to do a look back and try and work through whether there are any other linkages. And there may be other fungus infections in these patients, but it's getting down into the genotypes of the type of fungi that's in the person, because unfortunately for these patients they are at high risk of these opportunistic infections because they're being immunosuppressed to preserve their graft or donor organ in this case. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the government?
No government questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. There being no questions from the government, we'll break for morning tea. We'll be back at 11:15.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone.
What happened? How did I go so wrong?
We'll resume the session with questioning from the opposition. Mrs Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, do you recall awarding a $150,000 grant to the Lebanese Muslim Association for community preventative health and wellbeing initiatives?
I've got a vague recollection that we have provided some funding to that group for preventative health, or what I'd say health awareness. Probably best to take it on notice, just in case I've got that wrong.
So September 2024, $150,000 grant from the government, looking at different campaigns, you're right, screening opportunities,
Yeah, is that
looking
right?
at
I was going
vaping.
to something. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that-
remember something in
Sure.
relation to vaping.
Yes.
Out in different multicultural groups,
Yep,
but
so
I
that's-
don't want to mislead the community.
Right. Well, there's a press release. It's pretty
Okay.
public that you did it.
Right.
Do you recall how that grant came to be awarded? What program it went through? Was it a tender process for that organisation?
If it was administered by the Cancer Institute for a vaping prevention campaign, we followed normal procurement processes.
Yeah, no, it was a
but,
New South Wales government grant to the
Oh,
Lebanese
okay.
Muslim Association, $150,000.
I can get some information, Ms. Mitchell.
Okay, so you're listed on the press release. So is the Minister Camper, Minister Kotsis, Minister Dibb. There's quite a few of you backing it in. So but you can't recall if there was a tender process or how that money came to be allocated to that group?
Not that specific grant, but I'll get some information. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Are you aware, or actually let me rephrase that, did any of your colleagues raise any conflicts of interest in relation to that particular association being funded?
Probably not that I recall.
Okay. Are you aware that the president of that association made monetary donations to both the Labor Party and Minister Dibb ahead of the 2023 election?
No, I'm not aware of that. Sorry, Ms. Mitchell.
If you were aware, would you have awarded that grant?
I just like any minister, you expect the normal process to take place and people to declare conflict of interest. I just don't have. I'm not aware of what you're saying, so I'm just saying, in broad terms, that there's an expectation that if there are conflicts of interest, then that you do that through the normal Cabinet Office process. I don't know if that has happened or didn't happen. I'm just saying I'm not aware of it.
Right. Did Minister Dibb lobby you for that funding to be made available to that community group?
No, I don't recall that. No.
Okay. Could you take on notice then, Minister, and perhaps if you can come back to us maybe before you finish up with this by lunchtime, what was the process for that funding, and were any conflicts of interest declared, particularly that individual who is the president of that organisation made personal donations to both the Labor Party and Minister Dibb? Because it's pretty concerning if there's a conflict, right, Minister?
Yeah, well, just how you manage the conflict. I mean, there's conflicts at different times. You would have had, there was some concerns around how fire grants and
I'm not
help for
asking
fire
about that. I'm asking about a
impacted
particular
communities
one.
was divvied out under the last government. I mean,
Minister,
I don't know the.
This is a very specific example where it appears there's been a one-off health grant given to this organisation where the President made specific donations to both your party and to one of your ministers who's listed on the press release. So if you could provide clarity on that, and if you get a chance to maybe do that in government time before lunch, that would probably be good for you if that's made made clear.
See what we can do.
Thanks, Minister. Just in relation to some of the challenges that we're seeing at Blacktown Hospital, obviously you would be very aware of 7 News' investigation recently into some of the cases there, and particularly the tragic case of Maria Osborne, who waited 44 hours in pain in the emergency department in a wheelchair at Blacktown Hospital, was admitted to ICU but then sadly passed away. What response would you have for her family, Minister, who believe that the delay in her being diagnosed and receiving appropriate treatment led to her death?
Well, I recall I spoke to her partner, her husband. That issue, we are, as a system, we're extremely sorry whenever we feel that we haven't met the expectations of the community. Blacktown is, as you and committee members will know it well, a very fast-growing community. It's why we've invested in both Blacktown and Druitt hospitals an additional 60 beds. It's why we've tripled the investment that the former coalition government put into Rouse Hill to $900 million. and it's why that we are investing heavily in safe staffing at that hospital
Okay,
to improve
but
both.
to Miss Osborne's family, that, to be fair, Minister, would not be much of a consolation. Did you apologise to her partner for what happened to Miss Osborne?
I won't ever go into private conversations with members of the community. That's just something that is between us and them, other than to say that I'm very clear, when we don't meet the community's expectations, that's disappointing for the Secretary, it's disappointing for me as the Minister. We always want our system to be operating perfectly. We have about 8,000 people come through our emergency departments every day. From time to time, we are not going to meet their expectations, and when that happens, as the head, along with the Secretary of the organisation, at the peak of the organisation, that's something that I'm always disappointed in. But at Blacktown, what is important is that a couple of things. The LHD is conducting a full internal review of the care of the patient at that Blacktown, at that hospital, as well as the length of time in the ED. And
Thanks, Minister. Will that be made public? That investigation?
We'll have a look at it. I mean, patient confidentiality would be at the forefront of everything. So I would want to speak to the family again before I make a decision to release someone's sort of personal health record or journey.
And I respect for the abundance of clarity, can I just add, Ms Mitchell, if it's okay, that in any circumstance where we've let someone down, the full report and open disclosure occurs with the family once that matter has been investigated, as is our practice, and it will certainly occur in that case.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms Pearce. Minister, the Northern Beaches Hospital transition, you've made some announcements. I believe clinicians and some local members were made aware yesterday, and I think you've put a media release out today, in relation to the provision of private services continuing until the 30th of June 2027. Is that just for sort of surgeries, or what does that, or is that the full scope of services offered by the hospital?
It's a good question and very apt question. That PPP has been a unfettered disaster, to be brutally honest. It's cost the taxpayer an enormous amount of money, and it's caused an enormous amount of time and angst across government, and more importantly than government, within the community. What we are trying to do with that hospital that we take back into public hands at the end of April is make sure that there is time for us to transition to whatever model of private service offering we do is. Now, Mr. Swan, David Swan, who's an expert in both, well, certainly an expert in private hospitals and has had, from memory, a role in public hospitals as well. He's providing advice through consultation with and feedback through community, but also importantly through clinicians and others around what that model eventually looks like. That is not going to be determined by the end of April, so we needed to be able to seek advice on how we can continue those services, operating services, surgery services, out of that hospital in a way that allowed us to properly transition and calmly transition. That was not going to be able to take place in the next, whatever that is, a month and a half
handful
or
of
something.
weeks, yep. So what changes at the end of April then for that hospital?
What changes at the end of April is that hospital comes under public control, and we're no longer under the control of a private entity, previously under the control of Healthscope. That now becomes under us. We were then able to manage elective surgery in a way that we can use that additional capacity that has been brought into the system effectively, but at the same time transition or continue to operate private services there. But what we haven't done yet is be able to nail down what that private model looks like at this stage.
Okay.
Now, so the big change is, for instance, the very visible part of an ED is now in public hands.
Okay.
So that part of the hospital is now under the control of New South Wales Health through the Northern Sydney Local Health District.
Okay, so but in terms of the patients who go there, say for, orthopaedic surgery, if you booked in with a private surgeon to have your knee done, that all continues as it's currently operating now until June 2027. That was what the announcement was today.
Yeah, they don't fall off the cliff.
Okay.
And because Ms. Mitchell, what you could have imagined is what we're trying to do is, because of this PPP was so bad, we're trying to bring it in as quickly as possible, but it's got to be done in a way that in a live hospital where things are changing every day and appointments are being booked and schedules being booked, that we can continue almost a long runway or a long transition into that process.
And clinicians were obviously concerned about that, which you're aware, Minister, just about not knowing if they could book patients. So I'm sure that clarity is appreciated.
Yeah,
in relation to the high volume surgical unit that you've announced for Northern Beaches Hospital, what consultation was done with clinicians at that hospital prior to the announcement?
Not a huge amount in relation to that. We think that with the additional capacity that we bring into the system and managing it as an LHD, that we can get additional surgery both for Northern Beaches patients, and first and foremost, the priority is for Northern Beaches patients, that's their hospital, but we're adding additional capacity into a public system that we wouldn't have, in all intensive purposes, gone and build another public hospital at the Northern Beaches. What we've had to do is take over a hospital with a very bad contract that was outsourced by the coalition government for reasons I still don't know, but have not worked effectively. So we've had to bring that into the fold. With bringing that into the fold, we believe over time we can get some additional capacity going through some high volume surgery through that process.
So at the press conference on the day, I think the Premier made a comment about there'll be a focus on ophthalmology. Is that correct?
Yeah, there'll be focus on what I call high volume services. I think ophthalmology, there's some other ones in that list that are frequent, high volume. We can get through them same day, which is important, and we can get through as many as we can.
Okay. How are they going to do those ophthalmology operations when they don't currently have any ophthalmologists on staff?
Okay, I'll just speak to...
Well, I might come back to that this afternoon
Okay,
unless someone's got an answer for that. But
I can talk to it either now or this afternoon.
we might come back to that if that's all right.
Yeah,
if you but that's, as Minister, you have been briefed on that or not at this point?
Yeah, but I just want to get some advice.
That's
from
fine.
Matthew. I'm not.
I have more questions this afternoon,
okay.
so I might come back.
I think the point is ophthalmology is an example of a high volume procedure
Okay.
in our theatre
Yep.
list, because that is in fact one of the highest volume procedures that we perform across the state, orthopaedics and others. So it's possible that it was used as an example, but Mr. Daly will be able to confirm
That's
those
a little forewarning that I'll come back to that this afternoon for you, Mr. Daly. Minister, I just wanted to talk about some of the community concerns that have come to me in relation to what's happening down at Albury and the Albury Wodonga Health Service, particularly in terms of I guess the sort of a workforce challenges and some of the staff feeling that it's not a great culture through Albury Wodonga Health.
Yeah.
What oversight do you have of that particular hospital? And are you aware of, votes of no confidence from senior clinicians, people being stood down from the hospital? What are your concerns, or what's your response to those concerns?
It's a hospital. Just for 30 seconds, the committee needs to know that we contribute funding to it, largely operated by Vic Health in terms of the day-to-day operation. I've had some concerns around some feedback around the culture and around management and around the way in which they interact with staff. Not for us to directly, so to speak, get involved in, but I asked the Secretary very recently, I'm going to say last week, but Susan will give the more updated times around this, to meet with the management down there, and at the last Health Ministers meeting, the Secretary, I think, actually caught up with the Victorian Secretary to say that we wanted to have a further discussion around it. It's a challenging model, just because it's a border community. We put a significant amount of funding in. Vic Health operate it per se on our behalf. We make sure that funding goes in from our patients, and I understand that further discussions are going to be had around that, but I might throw to Secretary Pearce just in case I've spoke in any way.
Look, thank you. I gave commitments in this hearing in December with respect to Albury Hospital, and that included speaking to my counterpart in Victoria, which I certainly did. Mr. Sloan and I met with the Chief Executive and the Board of Albury Wodonga last Thursday. We were actually meant to be there in person, but unfortunately Qantas cancelled our flights.
It happens when you live in the regions, unfortunately.
I'm well aware of living in the regions, as
That's why
you
I came
know.
last night. Didn't want to miss this morning.
Yes, and if I'd have had time, I would have gone the night before as well, but unfortunately I didn't. So we still proceeded with the meeting, however, and talk through with them some of the issues that they are experiencing, including the capital arrangements and those plans for the future. I have this Thursday a meeting with a number of groups of staff, including medical staff, Better Border Health, and others, which we will be participating in with the Victorian Health Secretary and her team. It's important to us that we do have a degree of oversight, obviously, notwithstanding the fact that Victoria manages the facility. They are New South Wales residents who access those services, and we take that very seriously. My counterpart in Victoria and I are having conversations around this. I did specifically ask the Chief Executive last week about some of the staffing issues and how they're going with recruitment and so on. I think, like a lot of rural facilities, they do have some challenges, although I think they have seen some improvement in their staffing. And then there's some longer term discussions for us to have with them around clinical service planning into the future, and being clear with them around the sort of processes that we use here in New South Wales, the processes that Victoria use, to continue to provide as much certainty as we can, obviously subject to government approval, to that community.
Thank you. And I know that there's also, I've met recently also with Better Border Health, and I know they've got some concerns, so I'm sure they'll appreciate the opportunity to raise those directly with you, Ms. Pearce.
And your colleague,
Mr.
Justin Clancy. I just wanted to make sure that the committee knew that he's been a very strong advocate around things, and I want to put that on the record because he fought hard under the former coalition government to get a funding allocation to that hospital, and I've been keeping him abreast as I know Dr. Con has also got an interest in that part of the world.
Sure. Thanks, Minister. Just to a different part of the world, the Lower Mid North Coast Health Service project. So there's the Manning Base Hospital.
Foster and Manning?
Yep, so the Manning Base Hospital in Taree, but I particularly want to ask about the Foster Tuncurry Health Facility project. I know that there have been meetings with Tanya Thompson as the local member and some of the community there about, I believe it's a $20 million allocation to effectively set up an urgent care clinic to operate in Foster going forward. There, just to be frank, Minister, has been radio silence on that for quite a period of time.
Okay.
Is there any update that you can give the community in relation to particularly what will be available at Foster?
Okay, let me just have a quick look. I've talked to Tanya about, well, this issue broadly, Manning, etc. I think, and Emma, jump in just after if I've missed anything here, but in July last year, sorry, I was going to say this year, last year, we've developed a proposal of the district for an urgent care service.
Yes.
An allocation of funds from the 180 would contribute to the fit out of the space. The district at the moment is evaluating potential locations, and if Emma's got an update on that, I'll throw to her. Commencement of the urgent care service is subject to allocation of workforce availability, obviously, and the urgent care service model is proposed to operate out of business hours with a more efficient mix of staff. I might just quickly.
But do you know when, Minister? Like, that's great. That's all the right words. But when is the action going to actually happen?
I'm expecting that the district will be able to make an announcement around that in coming months. They're certainly actively working on establishing that centre, the location of it, the staffing model, and everything else.
Yes.
I think we're just a little bit premature to be able to provide some of that detail today, but certainly it is not very far away.
I'm happy to take it on
if
notice,
you can,
but only that I don't want the committee to think that we're skirting around it. This is an issue that Tanya has raised with me, rightly so, as a local MP on a number of times. One of the challenges was around the Foster allocation was it wasn't in the previous budget, any budget, as a result of the last coalition government, but we are trying to go as quickly as we can. They're legitimate things that she raises, and I'll get back to the committee ASAP about it. But I
That
have
would be great.
spoken to her. So
Thank you, Minister. I just want to take you to the issue of regional maternity services,
Yes.
something I've raised with you many times
You have.
before. Can you tell me how many vacancies there are currently for midwife positions in rural and regional health services?
the specifics around that I would have to take the actual specifics unless...
We do not collect vacancy data in the way that I think you're asking the question, Ms Mitchell. We could probably on notice provide any areas where we have issues with recruitment, but we don't collect vacancy data.
Okay, I might come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come to crossbench time, starting with Mr Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Now, your counterpart in Queensland, Tim Nicholls, the Queensland Minister for Health.
Yes, I know him well.
Good.
Yeah.
In January this year, he's announced that he's suspending the use of Stage 1 treatment and Stage 2 treatment for children and adolescents under the age of 16 with gender dysphoria. So he's basically suspending puberty blockers till 2031, pending a comprehensive review. So do you agree that Queensland is in tune with the global trend on this issue and that New South Wales is now an outlier?
No. What I would outline to the committee is that we as a health system use a very evidence-based approach. We are constantly looking at the evidence. We are constantly looking at what is happening overseas, and my expectation is that healthcare, like all healthcare, is evidence-based and is delivered in a way that is tailored, best practice, it's multidisciplinary, and it's age appropriate, and it's evidence-based. They're probably the 5 things in relation to that part of healthcare that I have an expectation from. But I don't know if other committee members want to add to that, but I'm happy for them to.
I can add to that, Minister. Thank you, Mr Ruddock, for the question. The Queensland review, we actually provided a written response into that review, and I think it's important to note that of the recommendations of that independent review, that they align with and support the New South Wales Health's current approach. So Queensland have taken a different approach, as is their option to do that. But as the Minister said, our focus very much is on looking at each piece of evidence as it arises with the clinical needs of the young person.
Thank you. So look, I'm pleased to hear from both of you that it is that you are basing your policy on evidence, and I think we would also agree this is an evolving question of science. So can you tell us, Minister, what data are you relying on to allow for Stage 1 and Stage 2 treatments to continue in New South Wales for under 18s? If they're over the age of 18, they can do what they want, but what data are we relying on it to continue in New South Wales against the trend in the entire world?
Mr Ruddock, in relation to clinical operations, I'd have to ask the department for advice on that, if that's all right.
Thank you, Mr Ruddock. So we are participating in what will be the NHMRC outlines that will come through. We're expecting them, I think, mid this year in terms of the early advice in this space. I think it's important to note that our consent guidelines for this actual treatment are some of the most robust in the country, if not internationally. We have to absolutely at all times have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria achieved from the multidisciplinary team review. The young person themselves and the parents have to consent to that treatment. If the child is under 18 and they are of Gillick competence, then the consideration has to then go before the NCAT if that's to be considered the treatment, which would be a special medical treatment.
And you would know, Mr Ruddock, we did the SACS review and all, just as an overarching check, I suppose, that what we were seeing at a point in time was matching overseas. But that doesn't mean it's not a contested space. So I take your point.
Thank you. No, well, I'm glad you mentioned the SACS Institute's review, which they conducted first in 2020, and then I think you commissioned one and they reported back in 2024. And the SACS Institute found that puberty suppression treatment is still safe, reliable and reversible. This is just 2 years ago. Now in New York, in the United States, just in January this month, a psychologist and surgeon were found liable for malpractice after they supported and performed breast removal surgery on a 16-year-old girl who at the time identified as transgender. Now that lady's name is Fox Varian. Now she has just won a $2 million lawsuit against the surgeon and the psychologist. So do you think that these types of legal actions are going to become a thing in New South Wales?
I can't comment on specific legal actions, nor do I want to hypothesise about future legal actions, other than I'll say that this area of healthcare and I know this committee well enough to know that we are being sensitive, but we need to be very careful and sensitive in our commentary, because having met with patients and families in this space, it can be a very, very difficult time for them. And I just want to make sure that we exercise during this discourse an appropriate level of decorum. What I'm going to say is that the treatment that we provide is evidence-based, it is age appropriate, it is designed to make sure that we are giving the very best care to the person at the appropriate time. So not every patient goes down a path of puberty suppression or hormone treatment. That's not the case, nor do I want the committee to think that after one appointment a person just walks out with a complete barrage of drugs and things like that. There's often a multidisciplinary team, because this is a part of healthcare that is not just clinical in nature, but it's also, there is a large psychosocial element.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll go to my colleague, Ms. Femin.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, do you have, or does the department have, the annual data for blood lead levels in Broken Hill for 2025 yet?
Can I just check and I'll get back to you?
I haven't seen it, Kate, but I'm sorry.
I think
I don't. Not saying we don't have it though.
Because that's undertaken annually, as I understand it.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking, I'm obviously very interested to see, but in the I did a extensive call for papers again, which came in early this year, which included a couple of drafts of the Office of the Chief Scientist and Engineer's report into blood lead levels in Broken Hill. The notes around discussion points and site visit themes does say that, and you can see it in the data over the last couple of years, in fact, there was a drop in blood lead levels over 2020, 2021, but they've now increased and they're plateauing. The office has said that it's because one of the reasons many programs have ceased, including health programs, and also says, and I'm just wondering about Dr. Chan's take on this, that health has indicated there's been a higher presentation rate of complex positions to ED based on blood lead levels. Is there any, do you have any more information about that firstly?
Yes, so probably just to say that health, and I just want to acknowledge the work of the local teams involved. There's been a lot of work on the ground, and we've actually taken an opportunity to look at how we can further strengthen it, and I'd like to welcome the Chief Health Officer's Scientist's report, and I've read it. So what we're basically doing is making sure that we're embedding the lead messaging throughout our programs, and there's also some new funding that's been provided to support it's called SMN Plus, which my colleague Elizabeth Wood's area has done, which supports more families that have vulnerabilities. And again,
what's the SM? Sorry, what was that acronym?
Sustaining New South Wales Families.
Okay. So we're embedding the lead program within those all of our early childhood programs, and there's been some new funding to expand our early childhood footprint in Far West. And we're looking at a very much an integrated model. We're also strengthening our engagement with Marama, and I note the Chief Scientist's report also says we can do better in the way we present the data, and I think he's very much interested in having a little bit more contextual information and the message that we need to be more guided in our remediation. So Health is committed to those. We've reviewed the report and we're initiating those actions.
Minister,
I don't have that data. I just had a look through mine, just in case I wasn't, just in case I had it in my material.
And so and I can confirm that the latest report is 2024, and I'll just get an update on when the 2025
I've got the
will come.
2024 report. Thank you. Minister, are you putting in funding for the next financial year's budget for more money to be allocated to New South Wales Health and lead programs in particular in Broken Hill?
We are looking at providing dollars to Marama to make sure that that program, which I value, can continue on.
Additional or?
I don't know I don't know additional. I know that there is a period of time, I'm going to say in about 12 months, where that grant expires. I say 12 months, I'm sort of talking fin years, sorry, just so everyone's clear. I want to make sure that that is an ongoing program, so because I think it does good things and is worked well. So I want to make sure that that funding is secure, what I'd loosely call medium to long term. I just don't know the dollar amounts yet and what's coming back, Kate. So
Ms. Furman, probably just to say that the Office of the Chief Scientist report has just been finalised. There is a whole of government process to consider it, and as you are aware in the report, a lot of the suggested actions, particularly the zonal remediation, does fall within more whole of government initiatives. I can just say that we've had multiple meetings with the teams in Far West, are very committed to supporting and the additional needs that are required to support our part of this problem, but really acknowledge that it also is a whole of government and that processes are yet to go through.
So the proportion of children, these are of those tested, recognising that not all of the kids in Broken Hill are tested, but the proportion of children with levels above 5 micrograms per decilitre rose from 32% in 2021 to 43% in 2023. For First Nations kids, this increase was even greater, from 51% to 74% over that same period. So,
I'm sorry, Ms. Furman, I haven't got that data in front of me. Could I just call it up so that I understand?
Sure, yes, but just let me continue with the question. That it is clear that the data is showing an increase. So the question is, Minister, just continuing the same funding is not going to bring different results. And I don't think it's satisfactory for anybody, surely you as Minister, that kids in Broken Hill have that level of lead in their blood. No. So why isn't more funding being put in? I mean, it's a tiny, piddly little amount, to be honest, with respect.
Yeah, Kate, I'm happy to have a look at more funding. I suppose what I've focused on at the moment is just making sure that there was a long pipeline, an adequate pipeline of funding going forward, given that this phase of the funding is due to stop, I'm just going to say mid-next 2027. I just wanted to make sure that that service, which I think is doing excellent work, had a continuation plan. I'm happy to have a look at additional dollars in that particular space.
Minister. I am aware of the stopgap measure, really. That's what it was. And desperation, with respect, I do understand. Like Far West Local Health District and the good people at Murray-Mar and EPA really want this to continue, but they're frustrated as well. Has New South Wales Health recently changed their protocol around blood lead level notifications? Has something happened late last year so that if pathology labs get blood lead levels over 5, have you changed something, got a new arrangement with Safe Work, Dr. Chan, or will you need to find that out?
So my understanding is we've updated the lead guideline, but I'll have to get back to you in terms of that. I'm not aware of any particular change. We certainly have an arrangement with Safe Work so that occupational exposures are managed with Safe Work. It's really important that we address those occupational exposures as well.
I'll come back to that in the afternoon. Thank you.
I wanted to come back to the previous line of questioning around All-Wodonga Health, and I'm pleased to hear that you're aware of some of the issues, Minister. You said that because of the governance arrangement, it's not for New South Wales to directly get involved in. What is your understanding of the intergovernmental agreement that governs All-Wodonga Health, and what opportunities for leverage do you have on behalf of the tens of thousands of New South Wales residents that rely on this health service?
We do a lot of the funding, so we certainly want to have a say in how it's managed. I mean, it's a Victorian public health service, and it's responsible directly through that, but we've got a cross-border there is a cross-border Victorian service. It's managed under Victorian legislation. We retain joint funding responsibility for the AWH and provides funding directly to the Department of Health of Victoria as the system and performance manager. This arrangement, as you touched on, is governed by the intergovernmental agreement, which is the 2022-2035, in relation to the provision of services in that area. Under that agreement, Albury-Wodonga Health is managed in line with Victoria legislative and policy requirements and applies New South Wales policy when New South Wales policy is required to comply with New South Wales legislation. It's a key service in the region. It provides acute, subacute mental health services, and as you know, the area is also serviced by private and community rehab and mental health services.
So, I mean, in this context where the Senior Medical Staff Association has overwhelmingly voted no confidence in both the current CEO and chair of the board, is that IGA arrangement sufficient to allow New South Wales to influence what's happening, or does that need to be reevaluated?
I think you can take from the fact that I've asked our most senior health official in the Secretary to engage directly with the service down there as an indication that we think there can be improvements in relation to the culture and the way in which management deal with issues. I'm not going to get into individual cases because I would never do that, or respectfully, that's a person's private workplace business. But other than to say that I asked the Secretary, and the Secretary and I have had a number of discussions about this. I know the member for Albury has also raised this with me, as have you, has Dr. Con, and I wanted to give it the priority that I think asking the Health Secretary to go down. Had to do it virtually, but attend to that, and those discussions are ongoing. Secretary,
Ms. Pearce, I'm pleased that you've kept the commitment you made to the committee in December to engage with Victoria on this. You mentioned, or I think Mr. Sloan mentioned, other groups that you're meeting with in addition to the Albury-Wodonga Health Executive themselves. Can you tell me who those people are?
Yes, we can
or
provide.
Who those groups
Luke
are, not
will,
individuals.
Mr. Sloan will provide that list, but I think just to cap off on that last question to the Minister, Dr. Con, as I said at the start, it is very important to us that we engage with Victoria Health on this. There's an intergovernmental agreement that substantially deals with the funding arrangements between the two states. And there are various comings together between New South Wales and Victoria in respect of those processes. We've probably intervened more than we otherwise would in an arrangement like this, because we do need to be respectful of the fact that Victoria Health manage that facility. In the same way that if another state was, I guess, coming into New South Wales management of a facility, I would want to make sure that was a collaborative approach. So certainly the Health Secretary in Victoria is well engaged in this process. That has been our undertaking. We have given you that commitment, and the committee that commitment. We've lived up to that commitment. But Luke, can you provide the list? And in addition to that, I know that Mr. Sloan has also spoken to the Nurses and Midwives Association about an opportunity to engage with them. But Luke, do you want to talk about who we're seeing on Thursday, please?
Yeah, so these are all based on representations that have been made directly to the Secretary. So Board of Medical Association, the Albury-Wodonga Hospital Health Service, Senior Medical Staff Association, which I understand is a group that has been formed by people who were previously in the Medical Staff Council, but has formed a separate group. We've got the Wodonga Council and Albury City Council representatives as well, representatives from Better Border Health, and then we've also got a representative from the Medical Staff Council. And as the Secretary has just said, I have contacted the New South Wales Nursing and Midwifery Association to ask them for the most appropriate branch member for Albury-Wodonga Health to provide representation as well.
Thank you. Ms. Pearce, you mentioned in your earlier answer that your discussion with the organisation had included the capital plans for the future. Are you able to provide any more detail on that?
Look, only to the extent it was more about the process as opposed to the substance, because it is important for us to, and noting that we've referenced the Special Commission of Inquiry already today, you'll note in there also there is a recommendation that's been accepted with regard to statewide clinical service planning. And we touched on that last week with the Chief Executive and the Board, that we would ongoingly as part of the process that we're looking at for how we better approach statewide clinical service planning, it would clearly be important for us to consider Albury in that, into the future. Our capital planning horizon, Ms Schoolander can comment on, but obviously, you know, there are stages, as you well know, in regard to these, and we require a process to be put in place. So it was really more about how that process works in New South Wales as opposed to talking about specifically what next, if that makes sense. But Emma, did you want to add anything?
Yeah,
to
I
that?
guess just to note that ordinarily in our capital planning processes, the clinical services plan will outline the service requirements that then we're looking for capital to support. In all of our redevelopment projects, and particularly at the moment, we have had to prioritise scope within that, and what it leaves is a list of, you know, priorities that can't be funded by the redevelopment funding at that point in time. That will often go through another capital cycle to seek funding to be applied to that as it's determined to be a lower priority to the first scope that gets into the first build. So this process with Albury-Wodonga would not be dissimilar within New South Wales in that the clinical services planning information and referencing Susan just there, making sure that that's up to date and in line with the rest of our state planning processes.
And that process you've just outlined where those things can be, I suppose, added back in,
Yep.
Is that what happened with Shell Harbour Hospital? Because I understand the helipad got added back in during the Kiama by-election after the concrete pours had already started.
Yeah, so in all of our capital planning cycles, ultimately the information gets collated and prepared as a recommendation and become a decision for government as to what is prioritised within that. The district themselves will put forward recommendations. Sometimes those recommendations will need a government decision if it doesn't work within the funding envelope. So that is a standard process.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to that this afternoon. We're back to opposition.
Okay, thank you. Minister, you'd be aware that New South Wales Health has a range of programs and services for children from 0 to 17 who've displayed or engaged in problematic or harmful sexual behaviours?
Yeah, I probably haven't had a direct interface with that, but I imagine it's in our sort of stronger communities and families type of support, but I'd probably need a little bit more information.
Okay, Safeways program is for children 0 to 10. Do you know what the waiting list is for that program?
No.
If you could take it on notice?
I can take it on notice,
Sure.
yeah. Unless,
And
sorry.
happy to get it later.
Yep.
And the New Street Services program is for children 10 to 17.
Yep.
Minister, one of New South Wales Health's own experts, Dr Dale Tolliday, gave evidence to the Legislative Council's inquiry into the effects of harmful pornography last year, that children and young people under the age of 18 are responsible for at least half of the abuse on young children.
Yep.
So is it important that these programs are properly resourced?
Yeah, I think the exposure to pornography by young people, particularly young boys, is something that concerns me as a legislator, but it also concerns me as the dad of a teenager. This is a trend probably in recent times when the access to that type of violent sexual behaviour is a concern, I think. I'm going to say for all of us as legislators, but for the community. So, that remains a concern.
And we got clear evidence that this was one of the reasons for the rise in child-on-child, young person-on-child sexual assault.
It could be the case. I'm just not 100% sure of that.
No.
But
Dr Tolliday indicated in his evidence that neither the Safeways program nor the New Street Services program, those programs that are specifically targeting children who exhibit problematic or harmful sexual behaviours, quote, can come close to meeting the demand for services at the moment. And he said further, quote, that waiting lists are not kept at those services. What are you doing to resource these services appropriately?
I just want to double check. This is a health program,
This is
not a facts or communities.
New South Wales health programs.
Right. Okay.
And this is evidence given by somebody from New South Wales Health.
I take it.
Yep.
Let me take it on notice. If I can get it, as I will always try and do during the committee hearing or this afternoon, you'll have it, Ms. Carter. I just
Thank you.
not aware of that specific program. But
Okay.
but leave
There are
it.
2 programs.
Sorry.
Safeways for the under 10, and New Street for the 10 to 17.
Yeah. Apologies, I meant to.
In the committee's report,
Yep.
recommendations were made, one of which called on the government to adequately resource these programs. When the government's response to the committee's recommendations was received,
Yep.
it was essentially, yep, New South Wales has this all under control and didn't flag the need for any extra resources. What exactly is your government doing to support young people with problematic and harmful sexual behaviours and, very importantly, drive down child-on-child sexual abuse?
Yeah. Elizabeth, do you want to make it?
Yes, thanks, Ms. Carter. That we will get some further information about
Thank
the
you.
specifics of those programs.
And perhaps we can come back to that later this afternoon.
Yes,
That'd
but
be great, Ms.
I
Wood.
just
I
would
look
like to
forward
just
talking
say
to you
that we
then.
have actually New South Wales Health led the development of Children First 2022-2031.
Great. Perhaps I've got limited time with the Minister, Ms. Wood.
Sure.
We can talk later today, but thank you.
No problem.
Minister, a service plan for people with eating disorders, where are we with that? Will there be a new one that's prepared?
I'd have to take some advice on the
I can
currency
take
of
that,
that.
Ms. Carter. We're
Yeah.
in the process of considering the evaluation and the next steps that need to occur for that work.
When will the evaluation be
I don't have a
finalised?
date, but we can certainly come back to that today.
And in the interim, who's responsible for managing services for people with eating disorders?
It continues as is, Ms. Carter,
On an LHD by LHD basis?
with statewide oversight, correct?
And who's responsible for the statewide oversight?
It sits within my division, but also within the mental health branch.
Thank you. I've got some more questions. We'll come
No
back
problem.
later today.
Ms. Carter,
Thank you
it's
very much.
largely led through the mental health service, so I'm happy to get back to you, but I just want to take some advice from Minister Jackson as well.
Sure.
So just
Is there a separate mental health budget, or does it come out of the health budget?
But there's a mental health budget that's a part of the health budget that Minister Jackson ably manages, and I know this space falls within that broadly. So it's not that we won't get back to you, we will, but I just want to take some advice from Minister Jackson and her team as well.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
Minister, do you think that there's ever any issues that arises with the mental health budget sitting inside the larger health budget, that there are so many competing priorities in mental health that something as important as eating disorders may have to fight for funding with other mental health needs?
Look, I think former Minister Taylor, and when she was the mental health minister, and Minister Hazzard were, from all accounts, able to work through those priorities and challenges.
And are you confident you're doing that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I engage with Minister Jackson very, very frequently. She probably doesn't enjoy it as much, but
in terms of the need for provision for people with eating disorders, are you aware of the comparative death toll in Australia of people from road traffic accidents and people with eating disorders?
Not compared to that data set. I don't have that line of sight.
More people die of eating disorders than in road traffic accidents.
Yeah.
Yet, is the funding anywhere near comparable? Look, I'd be really happy if you'd taken on notice. I can tell you what the answer is. It's not.
Okay.
Then
you probably didn't need
it's
to ask
time
the
for
question.
action, I think,
Yeah,
Minister,
okay.
is what I'm suggesting. On another matter, Minister, you'll recall the testimony of Ms Ludford at the budget estimates hearing of the 2nd of December, and do you recall the letter that I wrote to you on the 4th of December in relation to that testimony?
I recently I've got some corro from you recently that I was reviewing.
It was sent on the 4th of December, Minister. I understand that you're busy.
Yeah, no,
When
no,
can
no,
I
no, no,
expect
no,
a
no,
reply?
no, I recall it. Just give me the topic,
Okay.
and because I
Ms Ludford's testimony, conscientious objection. I can give you a copy.
Yeah, no. I remember it, and
Great,
I've
thank you.
also had a chat to Mr. Donnelly about this. This is.
I'm pleased you spoke to Mr Donnelly. I'd
yeah.
love a reply to my letter from you, Minister.
I know that, but let me tell you that that right remains. That's an important part of healthcare. We understand that. We expect our department to follow both employment law and follow the Abortion Law Reform Act. That's what I understand. I think a response either has been or is being sent to you, but no, I read your column, Miss Cutter. Don't worry about that.
Thank you.
I just want you to know that.
In the letter, I invited you to communicate with the LHDs to make sure that they were not drafting employment descriptions or employment positions in such a way that anybody with a conscientious objection would be unable to apply for those positions.
Yeah.
Have you done that, Minister?
I'm not saying that I have personally done it, other than I just want to say this though about it, because it's just important for me, other than to say that my expectation is that they follow industrial and employment law, and then they're also in the delivery of their duties are following other legislation, including the abortion law amendments. It's I think that should be all of our expectation, but
Absolutely.
Does anyone want to add? Fatima, sorry.
I can address that, Minister, thank you. We're in the process of reviewing the policy directive to ensure that we can provide advice to the districts about how to deal with these issues.
Sorry, which policy directives?
So we have a policy directive around conscientious objection,
Yes.
and we want to make sure that that aligns with the legislation, so we will be issuing some direction on that.
Is there any issue that the existing directive doesn't align with the legislation?
No, I think we just want to provide some clarity just to make sure that people are making the appropriate decisions, and as the Minister said, making sure that we're compliant.
So clarity
with
about what
employment
issue
law.
exactly?
As the Minister indicated, we want to make sure that when people are writing position descriptions or advertising roles, that we're really clear about these issues.
So that they're really clear that it's illegal to discriminate on the basis of belief or conscience?
Yeah,
That's correct. We will reinforce those obligations in our
And that
communication.
Parliament was recently asked to reconsider the issue of conscientious objection in the Abortion Law Reform Act, and quite conclusively decided it did not wish to do that.
Yep, we aren't changing the conscientious objection component. It's an important part of that. We respect that, and what I'm saying to you, I'm trying to be as clear as possible. I expect CEs, when they're doing these positions, is to make sure that it is following legislation, and that legislation is both industrial/employment as well as the existing legislation about it. But we're doing a policy directive review that I have touched base with Mr. Donnelly on, and I just checked with my office, Ms. Carter. I think
just to note, Minister, opposition, government. So it's lovely you're talking to Mr. Donnelly.
No, I just wanted to say, because I just hadn't finished, but I just wanted to say that I understand a response has gone out to you.
Lovely, thank
in
you.
relation to that Cora. I wasn't being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. The Shepherd Centre and Neck Sense, Minister, this was raised at the last budget estimates, and you'd be aware that it's wonderful when children get a cochlear implant. It can open the world to them, but they need to be taught how to use it, and that's where Shepherd Centre and Neck Sense come in. And about 750 New South Wales children look to that program every year, and they look to you for funding. Has there been a decision made yet about continued funding?
No, but I'm aware of the issue and I'm working through it. I've met with both of them. I think I also had a chat with, I'll stand corrected on this, former Prime Minister, Mr. Howard, who I think is involved in the Nexus, but I'll rely on others to tell me that. I think so I've had a discussion both within my own community with Shepherd Centre and broadly centrally. We're working through what I would call all of the budget priorities and issues to date. We haven't landed on a decision around that, but let me assure you that I'm cognizant of the work they do. The work they do is important. As Minister Mitchell know, in big portfolios, there are big priorities everywhere. All of them are important. We've just got to make sure that we can deliver the very best possible services for the allocation of funds that the community provide the portfolio.
Are you aware that the government of Japan, so impressed by the work that Next Sense and Shepherd Centre do, they reached out directly because they want the service that they provide for New South Wales to be offered in Japan, and they're funding them to offer that in Japan. Shouldn't New South Wales children have the same opportunities as Japanese children?
They have been having those opportunities, and I think from one of my discussions, I actually recall that piece of information, though. I'm doing, there's a lot of information in my head at the moment, so I'm just making sure that that is accurate. I do think there is I remember Shepherd Centre, I think it was, may have informed me around the work that they are doing with Japan, but we've also, as you know, Ms. Carter, got a world-class health system. It stands as test against any other health system in the world, and when we do comparators with our health system to other health systems, if you're going to be getting treated in a system, then New South Wales, well, it's by far and away the best in this country by the length of the strait, but it is one of the best in the world. Not perfect, a lot more work to do, a lot of improvements still to be made, but it is still a very strong, robust and effective health system.
Thank you,
broadly.
Minister. Thank you. Thanks. Minister, just back to regional maternity. Can you tell me how many times Tamworth Hospital has been on bypass for maternity services in the past 12 months?
No, I don't think I can say that one.
Could you take that on notice, maybe?
Yes, I will. I'm happy to. I'm happy. Tracy, Tracy McCosker from the.
I can come back to that this afternoon.
Okay, sorry, I just don't want you to.
No, I appreciate that. So I'm after Tamworth, Inverell, which perhaps Ms McCosker might be able to help with this afternoon, but also Griffith Hospital as well. But if you could take that on notice and come back, Minister.
I've got advice
that would be
here
great.
that, but I want to just clarify, just because
that's fine.
This currency that it has not been on bypass in 2025. This is Tamworth. Sorry.
So at all in 2025?
Has not been on bypass. However, transfers to alternate or higher level care are made when necessary.
Okay.
That includes to Armidale and John Hunter. That's for specialised maternity and neonatal care when unexpected workforce shortages occur. That was an MGP. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but that was a midwifery group practice that I think was suspended under the former government in 2022.
If you could just take on notice then, so Tamworth, Inverell, Griffith, what you can provide me about each of those three, that would be great.
Okay.
In relation to how many maternity services have closed, there was information to the Parliamentary Select Committee, I think, that talked about issues at Muswellbrook, Parks, Cootamundra, Milton, Ulladulla, Gunnedah and Woy Woy.
Right.
Do you know how many of those services in the 3 years since you've been Minister have ceased to provide that maternity option for local families?
Okay, so I'll answer this question a bit broadly because I just want to make sure I give the accurate information because I've been looking at this. One of the things that I've been working with Luke Sloan on and my team, to be blunt, is trying to provide more birthing services as close as possible to home as we can, because that was a big issue coming out of the Regional and Rural Health Inquiry.
And it's just a big issue for families.
I was going to say, members like yourself, with the greatest respect, have raised that with me, and I've said to New South Wales Health that the risk here is a two-sided coin. Yes, it is a risk if we can't provide the level of maternity services that we need and are sustainable, but yes, it's also a risk if women drive 200 kilometres to try and, I'm making this up, but 200 kilometres to access healthcare. So what I know is that the opposition or the coalition closed or suspended 14 regional birthing services.
I'm asking about the last 3 years, though, Minister.
Glen Innes, Muswellbrook, Wyong, Gloucester, Milton, Burke, Casino, Manila,
I've asked
Weewar,
about the
Bellinger
last
River,
3 years.
Corindai and Narandra, and suspended Parks in 2019 and 2022. We opened 8 new regional MGPs at Cooma.
Yeah, I'm not asking about midwifery group practice. With the greatest of respect, Minister, I just wanted to know, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, since March 2023, how many maternity services have closed? And if you want to come back to me, or maybe I can go to Mr Sloan this afternoon on that.
And my understanding is that 0 have closed in the last 3 years.
So you're saying patients are getting the same access to those services now that they were 3 years ago? Is that your evidence?
I'm actually probably saying in some areas that they're getting better through our MGP and the home birthing.
I'm not talking about MGP because that's not appropriate for every
I'm
patient,
just saying,
Minister. So that's not
I'm saying
the same.
in relation to maternity care and birthing care, what I'm saying is that we've opened 8 new MGPs and we've opened 2 home birthing on the Central Coast.
Okay. Have you opened any or reopened any regional maternity services in the last couple of years in hospitals specifically, not MGPs, not home birthing?
Of the ones you shut?
No, I'm asking, have you opened any new ones?
No, but you shut 14.
Well, Minister, I'm asking how many have been reopened. I think Queensland are on track to reopen another 2. Just wondering whether that's happening in New South Wales.
I need to get some advice. I suppose what I'm trying to say is that we've expanded some of these services in the way that I've said. I'll take that particular part on notice.
That'd be great.
But you might also know, and the committee might also be aware, that we've increased midwifery workforce, or the nursing and midwifery workforce in regional New South Wales by about 2,400, give or take, which is about a 9.4% increase from the previous government. So that's a substantial increase in the midwifery and nursing for what is known as rural and regional New South Wales, which is a number of LHDs.
Thanks, Minister. In relation to the chief midwife role that you announced in August 2025, coming out of the birth trauma inquiry, has somebody been appointed to that position as yet?
We're about to announce that position. I don't want to probably do
I'm
that.
not asking for an exclusive today.
The answer is yes.
I don't mind. I don't mind if.
Okay.
You do.
That's no. I'm sure you can put out a press release, and that will be welcomed. Minister.
It's an important position.
Absolutely.
And the sector has been.
It's been about 6 months since it was
announced.
So I'm wondering about the implementation. So that's great. Thank you. In terms, I guess, of a broader monitoring plan for maternity services in rural and regional areas, and you've spoken about MGPs and home birthing, but is there a document? Is there an implementation plan? How you're going to manage what success looks like for rural and regional families under your watch? You're talking about different models that are available, and I agree, midwifery group practice is great for some patients, but not everybody. What is the sort of way that you will be evaluating success when it comes to the delivery of these services in rural and regional communities and for these families?
Yeah, probably a couple of elements. So the $83 million package that we put in place includes about $45 million for about 53 FTE midwives in rural and regional locations. So I will want to see as many as that rolling out as quickly as we can. So that is one element, what I'd call boots on the ground. There is around about $27 million, give or take, for family care centres and mobile services. And I think in the northern part of the state, I think it's around Maxville, is a residential unit, and then there is obviously the MGPs and the 3 home birthing services. So over time, what I will want to see is a couple of things: those measures implemented, and then the improvements for women to give birth as close to home as they possibly can, and in doing so, reduce birth trauma that the inquiry highlighted and regional and rural members like you have spoken about over a sustained period of time. So they're probably the metrics that I will want to see delivered on.
Thanks, Minister.
Minister, I've got a couple of questions about the pharmacy trial. So particularly the expansion of management of...
Is this scope and practice?
Yeah, so pharmacists prescribing treatment for uncomplicated UTIs and oral contraceptive pills. So it's my understanding that trial was extended or became permanent while the evaluation was still underway. I've asked about this previously and been told that the University of Newcastle's independent evaluation would be provided to government in 2025, so it's now March 2026. Why haven't you published that report?
I can speak to that.
Yeah, okay.
So there was a component of the study which involved economic aspects of economic analysis. There was a cost-benefit component to the study, and there was just feedback on some of the underlying assumptions to that that needed to be amended, and that is being undertaken, and so we aim to have that out as soon as we can. But it was really not around the clinical data or the safety data. It was really around the economic methodology.
Okay, and when you said that needs to be amended, who was saying that it needed to be amended?
Well, one of the issue was the universities had made some certain assumptions around the fact that people this was not being subsidised under, say, MBS or PBS, and so there was just some factoring in of the cost to the patient that needed to be adjusted. So that work is being done, and it will come back. So when we reviewed it, we noted that some of the assumptions underpinning the economic, we then had an interaction with the economists that had done the health economic component of it, and they agreed that they needed to amend that.
Okay. Is that your standard process when you disagree with assumptions, rather than having a dialogue in public, that you're asking an independent providers of an independent academic publication to amend their findings?
I'm happy to take them offline, but they were very clear misunderstandings misunderstandings. So it's not anything that we wouldn't be able to put out there, but it was clear comments around some factors that were not incorporated because that information had not been provided in that form. So very happy to be transparent also about what that dialogue was and the comments. Nothing concerned
I
at all.
appreciate your suggestion around some transparency. I think it would give the public a lot more confidence in the findings to understand what amendments were made and why. Yeah.
Happy to do so.
In the scope of practice, it is an important part of work that we are doing, because we need to make sure, for instance, GPs with ADHD, it's an important part of the way in which to deliver health services. We've got to, my preference, to be brutally honest, is to have all our practitioners working at full scope wherever they can, including our paramedics. Now, I get sometimes that's not always feasible, but that's the actual gold standard, because then we're using the skills most broadly and we're able to deliver the services most broadly. That's all.
I understand that, and I understand that pharmacy trial has been largely popular, but many people supported it on the grounds that there was a framework for robust evaluation, particularly around clinical safety. And Dr. Chance previously advised me too about a sub-study being undertaken to examine the potential contribution of the trial on antimicrobial resistance. Is that part of the report that you're still sitting on as well?
And just to be clear, we're not sitting on the report. We've just done a fact check of the report, and there's some issues and underlying assumptions. But happy to brief you. And when we publish the report, we can be very clear about the areas of feedback that were provided, and they weren't around the clinical safety. But I'll get an update on that sub-study, the antimicrobial.
Thank you. I'm just changing topics completely in my remaining time to heat waves.
Yes.
So the new heatwave emergency subplan makes ambulance the combat agency for heatwaves, which is a really excellent change. I was certainly someone who previously banged on about the fact that you can't arrest a heatwave. This is obviously a health issue. And heatwaves kill more Australians than any other kind of disaster. We know that the impact of heatwaves disproportionately impacts older people, people with chronic complex medical conditions, people living alone. So they're particular vulnerable populations. What's being done to support those at-risk individuals during heatwaves?
I'll get Dr. Morgan in a moment, but what we try and do is a lot of our messaging at that point of time is around making sure that individual community members who have vulnerable people within their family sphere or within their street or their own community are aware to check on them. So for instance, in my own community, I've got older parents who I just wanted to make sure were doing the things that we were recommending, staying indoors, dropping the blinds, making sure they're not exercising in the middle of the day. My father, I didn't want him mowing the lawn in the middle of the day. Things like that we've been trying to do, and making sure that when we responded as an ambulance system, that we were responding in a way that tried to actually keep the people out of the emergency department, but did it in a way that we could stabilise them. Often that's through shade, water, and making sure their body temperature's coming down. But Commissioner Morgan, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the question because, yes, it is quite groundbreaking. We're only the second ambulance service in the country to become the combat agency for heatwave. Importantly, I think this is going to be an iterative process for the whole of government. If you've had a look at the heatwave plan, at this point it goes to great lengths to be clear about what it's not. So, for example, it's not looking after climate change, it's not doing urban planning. But what it does do in its first iteration is really look about public messaging. And certainly we're well geared up for that. Over this last season, we issued, in the last season, we put out 21 advice level warnings based on the bomb information and 11 watch and acts. Now, what is the next important piece of work
really is about these vulnerable communities that you're touching on. Our culturally and linguistically diverse community, and certainly the elderly and infirmed at one end of the spectrum, the medically ill at the other end of the spectrum, and obviously disproportionately young children are affected. So we've sort of started with the bits that we can do with general public messaging. The second body of work for the organisation is now how do we actually get into these key groups that the literature clearly tells us are vulnerable. But it's a work in progress is the answer to your question.
Thank you. Minister, in South Australia and in Western Australia, those state governments fund a service delivered by the Australian Red Cross, which is an outreach service to those vulnerable groups. Are you aware of that program? Are you considering something similar in New South Wales, whether that's run by ambulance directly or contracted out?
I'm not aware of it, but Commissioner Morgan may very well be, so I'm not.
Yes, there have been representations around this. There's a whole range of public health initiatives that actually can be brought into effect. You're probably also aware of cooling centres around councils, etc. This is another program. The reality is, at this time, there is no specific budget for additional initiatives beyond public messaging, which we're doing.
I suppose my question's then back to the Minister. If there's no specific budget beyond public messaging coming into the next budget, Minister, will you be advocating for specific programs to support those vulnerable cohorts during heat waves?
I'll have a look at it, without a doubt, but I've got to, always been very transparent about this, I've got a range of priorities and I've got to make sure that taxpayers are getting the very best value for money around all the programs we do. So I'm happy to have a look at it as a part of the mix, absolutely. That doesn't mean that it will result in a funding allocation.
Ms. Conn, Dr. Conn, sorry. I know I'm telling you what you know, but also a lot of the prevention activities, we know that people with chronic disease are more adversely affected, and a lot of the acute impacts of heat manifest over the weeks after a heat wave position, tipping people over that have got physiological vulnerabilities. So a lot of the work we're doing, actually by creating a healthier population, they will be more resilient to those threats, and obviously government settings in relation to affordable energy and mitigants in relation to cooling places, and a lot of the stuff that we're doing around addressing mental health and wellbeing and other things will also play a part of this. So just to let you know, even though there might not be a dedicated bundle, we are weaving this into a lot of the programs we're running.
And Dr. Chant, I suspect this question will get flipped to you. With data collection, so I understand that in New South Wales, the heatwave emergency department data doesn't capture people who are seeking emergency care because of exacerbations of their underlying chronic conditions. It only captures people whose sort of sole or acute presentation is heat related. In other states, again, South Australia has done a report where they quantified heatwave impact by comparing periods of heatwave with other periods. What's the barrier in New South Wales to us being able to report data in that way?
So we have done that piece of work historically, and basically that requires just algorithms and agreeing on the science, because it's really around the attribution effect and its complex modelling. We have done that. We're actually doing a piece of work now that is looking at the feasibility of that and the utility. Does it tell us anything new? Do we need to do it on an ongoing basis, or do we do a more in-depth study? So we're actually looking at that as we speak.
Thank you. Please tell me more about it this afternoon. I'll go to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Boyd.
Minister, when was the last time you received a briefing on the rates of occupational violence being experienced by health workers in New South Wales hospitals?
It's an issue that I have talked with the nurses and midwives and the HSU about. I can assure you of that, and potentially ASMOF as well. As a formal brief, I don't have that information at hand. Sorry, Ms. Boyd.
That's right. Are you aware of the current rate at which health workers are experiencing occupational violence?
No.
Recommendation.
Fatima, sorry, I'm just making sure if I can answer it now.
I'll need to take that on
Okay,
notice,
fine,
Minister.
fine.
Thank you. Recommendation 2 of the Parliamentary Inquiry into Violence Against Emergency Services Personnel that was tabled in August 2017 recommended that New South Wales Health considers publishing data concerning violence against its hospital staff, broken down by hospital. In its response to the inquiry on 8th of February 2018, the government responded with qualified support, saying that it will publish data on physical incidents, but it needs to consider the appropriate way to publish it. And there was some concern that if you published it by hospital, that might have an unintended impact on hospital attendance. Right. So instead, the response was that consideration would be given to publishing data at local health district level, which is broadly consistent with the way that the Department of Education does things.
Okay.
Why has that data never been published?
Jeez, obviously that inquiry predates my time.
We would have to
probably
take that on notice.
Okay.
I don't Fatima, is...
No, I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay,
Minister.
sorry.
Thank you. Minister, do you understand the difference between a physical incident and a workers' compensation claim?
Yeah, a physical incident doesn't always result in a workers' compensation claim.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes, I
Sorry,
agree.
I'm not trying to be tricky.
I would say they were completely different things.
Yep.
In my questions I asked last budget estimates, I asked about numbers of physical incidents,
right.
Which I know get recorded,
right.
but the answer that you returned was all in relation to workers' compensation information, which doesn't tell me numbers of physical incidents. So I guess what I would like to know from you is if I was to put in those same questions again, and there were many of them, will I actually get the data that I have requested?
I can provide the data. I'm not trying to hide it.
We'll take that on notice, yeah, if we can
I'll be honest
provide
with you, I'm glad you raise it because this issue is something pretty important to me because I've been concerned for some time that the behaviour in the community, probably like when Miss Mitchell was Education Minister, I think it's probably similar. Behaviour in the community can sometimes come into schools. Behaviour in the community can sometimes come into hospitals. That behaviour, from my perspective, is worsening, I'll be blunt, particularly with the mix of various drugs and illicit drugs in the community. It's something that the Health Services Union have raised with me for their members, and the nurses and midwives have raised with me for them. We're trying to look at ways in which we can better protect our staff. That includes you wouldn't be able to get into most hospitals now without very clear messaging around that type of behaviour is not tolerated and is acceptable. It's about from that point all the way down to what we do in relation to our security staff and our body-worn cameras and I for what it's worth, I hope every minister is focused on it, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. So I asked specifically for data on assaults against New South Wales health workers. I was pointed towards workers' compensation data in the New South Wales Health Annual Report, which, as I say, it's not what I was after. I asked for the data by hospital, but given that response in the 2018 inquiry, I also asked for it to be provided at least at local health district level so that we could get a bit of an understanding. Again, Minister, just need your hoping for your assurance that if I put those questions in again, that data can be provided at a local health district level.
Yeah, I sort of looking at others just in case I don't have a data set, but I'm just making sure. Yep.
We do collect data globally. I'll need to check if it's available by local health district, but we certainly do have the statistics across the health network.
Okay, that would be very good. Thank you. Minister, in October last year, I wrote to you and the Minister for Work, Health and Safety requesting that you meet with an injured worker regarding serious unresolved issues within New South Wales Health and their management of serious allegations of bullying and harassment within a particular New South Wales Health facility, which I will not name. A safe work investigation into the incident previously identified systemic governance failures, racism and retaliation. But my understanding is that following pressure from Health, Safe Work withdrew that enforcement action, which has left critical safety issues at that facility unresolved. I've not had a response to that letter that I sent you. I
Let
followed
me-
up with your office
know,
a number of times.
Okay.
Would you commit to looking into that particular representation?
Yeah, it'd be disappointing if you didn't get a response. I read through my Coro every day, twice a day in the morning and in the afternoon, in the evening, coming to and going back from home. I don't know. I'd need to check the individual piece of Coro. I might, if you're okay, get a copy of the Coro that you sent me, just to make sure that
Yep.
hasn't been missed or whatnot. But
yeah,
my expectation is the same way that I like answers
Yes.
for my community sent back by ministers. It's the same way, or the parliamentary secretary. But I'll follow it up.
Thank you. And you agree that allegations of serious governance failures, racism and harassment and retaliatory action by management against work health and safety complainants is a pretty shocking conduct.
Well, I think across any workplace, racism is abhorrent behaviour, and I think whenever there is an insinuation that people can't speak up, that's not the health system that I want to be a minister for, and it's certainly not the health system that the Secretary drives. In fact, I've seen in private and public forums on many occasions the Health Secretary and the Deputy Secretaries and the CEOs of local health district make it clear that we actually want people to speak up. That's how you make a better system. We've never once said we've got a perfect system, but yes, I want a system where people feel that they can speak up.
I will pass this to you before I leave, just so that you've got it in your hand.
I'll do that.
In that letter, I do ask if you will meet with this person. I'll give you my assurance. She's very well spoken and sets issues out in a succinct way. Will you meet with her?
I have a look at my diary, but yeah, I'll have a look. Let me have a look at the piece of Coro first.
Okay.
I'm sure I'd like to meet with someone who's raised concerns like that. That's
good. Good. Thank you very much. Okay, moving to something different. So nurses have an increasing number of mental health claims and deal with cumulative exposure to multiple psychosocial hazards, but they have what appears to be some of the worst employee assistance program arrangements. Health leaves those arrangements for EAPs up to each individual health district, and all of those health districts then provide different numbers of sessions and have different hours of availability. So again, I asked about this in the last estimates, about what those EAPs look like across different LHDs and facilities.
Right.
But again, I didn't get a real answer. So I asked about how many sessions and what hours they're available, etc. And instead I got, and my answer was to be directed to the policy directive, which basically allows them to have whatever EAPs they like. So I already knew that. That's why I was asking the question.
Yeah.
Would you be able to, if I ask that question again here now, provide me with
I'm
that
happy to, Fatima, were you able to
information?
provide some additional information about EAPs? I've got no issue.
I think part of the issue is that we do like to provide a range of services that people can access. I don't have the specific details for nurses, but I can come back to you on that.
Yeah, I'm just looking for what each LHD has in terms of, and I can put it back in as SUPs again so that we're very clear on what I'm asking for. But I'm curious about the hours that the EAP service is available for that particular local health district, whether they can access sessions during work time without going through their manager, and how many sessions they can access without going through management.
I'll have to take the details on notice. Happy to provide that.
Okay, thank you. Minister, will the New South Wales Government commit to extending funding for the New South Wales Sexual Violence Helpline to allow it to continue operating beyond 2026 when its funding contract expires?
I'm sure it's a part of what we're looking at in terms of our budget bids going forward. I know a little bit about that line. I think from memory we made an election commitment, I'll stand corrected, around that particular line, but does anyone want to add anything in relation to that? No? Okay. Let me take it on notice, Ms Boyd.
Thank you. That would be fantastic. And I think Yeah, I might just hand back to you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Miss, could I just update Miss Carter about?
Can you do that perhaps in government time? or
Okay,
opposition
sorry.
time?
Sorry.
Thanks, Minister.
Okay. Sorry, I'll do it then.
Minister, I've previously asked about the Australian Human Rights Commission National Anti-Racism Framework. It contains some really important recommendations that are relevant at a state level, particularly in health.
Right.
I was advised on notice that a strategy is being developed. Can I get an update on what's happening with that and the anticipated timeframe around it?
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Boyd.
Did you want me to
Yes.
respond? I might have to come back to you with some specifics perhaps this afternoon. We've been attending a process that the Nurses and Midwives Association has been running with, and the Commission is involved in that process. Separately though, we are developing an anti-racism framework for New South Wales Health. And I can come back to you with the specific timing on that, but that is certainly in the works.
Okay, thank you. I'd be keen to come back to that this afternoon.
Sorry, I was just reading the letter that Miss Boyd gave me.
That's all right. Just while I dig up my last question, perhaps I'll go to the opposition and come back to her.
Minister, have you had a chance to check in on that Lebanese Muslim Association grant and whether there was a declaration of conflict from Minister Dibb?
Not yet. Sorry, not yet.
Okay, thank you. The issues at Gunnedah Hospital with the helipad, I just wanted to raise that with you.
Yes. I do know Mr. Anderson
Yes.
has spoken to me about this. Luke,
Yes.
it's probably one I'll throw to you in a minute, but this was in that it was non-compliant, I think, in terms of the mayor, I think it was the mayor, the lady, the mayor.
Colleen Fuller?
Yes, sorry, I just need to. The mayor also raised this with me. There were some issues that I think either pilots or the standards, the authority that monitor the standards were saying in relation to that. Luke, I don't want to give
Yeah, so we know there was an independent report that was done by Avipro, which is an aviation expert that provided a whole list of recommendations, and we also know there's correspondence from the Gunnedah Mayor and also from Kevin Anderson with regards to them looking forward to resolving those issues between the LHD and the council as well, including landing fees and associated arrangements for the New South Wales ambulance to land at Gunnedah Airport as well. The issues related with the helipad on site.
Yes.
Sorry,
This is right, so.
the issues related to the helipad on site are firmly related to downwash, its proximity to the building, and then other things in close proximity to it, like trees, power lines, and the children's playground.
Yes.
So all those details, are, to my understanding, are being worked through with very much collaboration between the council wanting to work through with us to restore that.
Sure, because I guess, Minister, from the community's perspective, and there, I won't name the specifics of the individual, but there was an incident a couple of weeks ago where literally you see the helicopter circling over town for a really long time, and everyone talks about that. It's a small country town. The helipad, with respect, has been located on that site in the hospital for a long time. And there is a playground, you're right, and there's the redevelopment obviously that's underway as well. But is there any sort of clarity that you, Minister, can give the community about when this problem will be resolved? Because it is causing quite a lot of
I want to try and get it resolved as quickly as possible. It's probably the challenge is, and you know me, like I'm not trying to pass buck here, just that there's other requirements in terms of the way in which helipads are governed. I'll give you a commitment that if I can get this issue resolved ASAP with the council, with the local health service and with the authorities, I will do so as quickly as possible. Mr Anderson spoke to me about it. The mayor also talked to me about it. I've had Luke look into this issue. Luke, did you want an update on timeline?
No, we haven't got a timeline at the moment. It's a case of working through it, and the only other thing I'd mention is the pilots themselves will make a decision on whether it's safe to land at a helipad or not as part of their guidelines and their reality to function, but we'll continue to work through this with the council as we can to make sure it's available and safe, or an alternative is in place. Probably the only caveat I would make is that patients, whether it's landing out of the aerodrome or landing on that helipad, patients need to be stabilised and clinically suitable to be transferred, and the pilots and the retrievalists always make sure that it's safe to do so with regards to their extrication from the facility.
Okay. And then just one more on Gunnedah Hospital, Minister. The issues around chemotherapy and renal services, I think they were originally included in the scope of works for the upgrade, but they're not, as part of rescoping, they got removed. Can you explain why that happened and whether there will be a move to reinstate those services at Gunnedah?
I can, look, other than I'll say broadly, and this is not a criticism of the former government, and I've been clear with this, there was big cost escalations in trades and supply and labour that we have had to manage, upwards in sometimes of 20 or 30%. We just in a position where that has at times meant us to have a look at the entire scope of individual sites. I know that is not perfect for people, but that is the reality when we see big cost escalations like that. But Emma, is anything that you want to add on Gunnedah specific?
No, I think just, within the available budget, we've maximised the scope that we could deliver and prioritised within that.
Just in my last minute, Minister, there have been really serious issues raised with workplace culture and staff safety at the Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, and I understand there's an investigation underway. My question is whether the contract has been renewed past its end date in 2027 yet, or whether you will wait until the results of that review come in before recontracting that service.
Well, there were big concerns. I pulled them in after that report that most people would have seen. Commissioner Morgan's made it clear that there's concerns. We've been given, I'm not going to say a blanket assurance, that there has been improvements made in relation to the contractual process. Probably one best, Dom, are you in a best position?
The short version is we're awaiting the outcomes of the report before we exercise any consideration of options. The Minister has been very clear, as I have been very clear. We need to be absolutely reassured that this is a fit-for-purpose organisation for health workforce to be working on, for that matter, any workforce.
Thank you. Are there any government questions?
Just one question, thank you. Minister, you took a question, I think on notice a bit earlier, from Miss Susan Carter about the Safeways program.
Yep.
And I think your excellent staff might have provided you with something about that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Ms. Carter, just the advice that I've got, just I wanted to try and get it to you today, if that's okay.
Yes.
In relation to the Safeways program, I'm advised there's no centralised wait list. The Safeways program can be accessed by professionals for case consultation and as a referral pathway for children and families needing additional support. Most LHDs receive a budget allocation to implement Safeways and the New Street service. Growth in the budget allocation, this is an obvious statement, will change from year to year and is based on the individual LHD needs and their respective demands. The New Street service procedures information is detailed in the Policy and Procedures Policy Directive for that service. In 2023-24 fin year, the New Street service accepted 257 referrals, and in 24-25 fin year, the service accepted 271 referrals, representing an increase of approximately 5.4%.
Thank you for that.
No, that's all right.
If it's possible,
happy to take on more. That's fine.
Yeah, could you take on notice how many people sought provision of services but were unable to be accommodated?
Okay.
Thank you.
Happy to take on. The other one issue is, I just wanted to make it clear to you, Ms. Carter, I think it was, or Ms. Mitchell, in relation to the testing of air during a construction phase. Ms. Wilcox and I had a discussion just outside, and that testing was ongoing. So obviously as a part of that, in relation to RPA, that testing was happening. It didn't identify any significant particles in the air at that time that alerted to anything. But Deb, did you just want to clarify that? Because I think either Ms. Mitchell or Ms. Carter asked a similar thing, and I just wanted to make sure we got to it today.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Yes, between September and December in 2025...
Sorry, can you talk into the microphone?
Sorry, between between September and December 2025, the dust monitoring results indicated they're at low levels and no issues of concern, and that they've got guidelines under the Environmental Protection Authority. That did not raise any concerns. And then the hoarding obviously went on in November as well, which I think I flagged in an earlier question. But yes, the dust monitoring is part of the construction plan, and that had been ongoing and showed no levels of concern.
Can I ask 2 questions about that?
Yep.
We're in government time, Mrs. Carter.
Yeah, I know, but no, I'm happy to. Ms. Carter,
Thank
ask
you.
the questions.
When did that dust monitoring begin?
I can comment on that. Just in relation to all construction projects, there's regular dust monitoring being undertaken. So we have results from the commencement of construction.
And what was the location? What was being monitored? Inside the ward, on the balcony, outside the ward? Where was the monitoring station?
The monitoring was being undertaken in and around the construction site, so outside of the ward.
Outside of the ward, but was there any monitoring inside the ward?
No, there was not.
I think the other point was, though, as I understood it, was as the construction got closer to that ward, hoarding went up.
Yeah, I mean, in relation to how the works were planned to be undertaken, as RPA is a very complex hospital redevelopment, as you can imagine, we're operating in a very constrained site. There is a very detailed plan in relation to construction works and where the works are being undertaken, and the disruption notices that are then provided within the hospital. There's quite a significant process that we have across the state around that disruption and the disruption notices. In this particular example, there's this plan of staged works that move locations around the hospital throughout the period of construction. As the construction works were becoming closer to this ward in particular that we're discussing, there were sort of the next step of protection to be undertaken, and that included establishment of some hoarding, which was put up in November, and you'll have seen that hoarding reference we've spoken about. So as the works were getting closer to the ward, that hoarding was put up, and there are also other controls in place, such as HEPA filters and other things.
What particular is the hoarding designed to capture?
I guess the hoarding stops the airflow from the outside to the inside.
Completely?
So the intention is to stop the airflow from the outside to the inside completely. There is, in the documentation, you will have seen some question regarding the robustness of that hoarding, and so that is one of the elements that we are reviewing as to whether that hoarding was completely sealed. That's part of that review. I will say that when we became aware of the question around the hoarding being sealed, we instructed immediately for it to be replaced as an abundance of caution to ensure that there was no gap from the moment that we were aware of that concern.
Thank you.
Could I, Chair, if you wouldn't mind, with the indulgence of the government members, if that would be all right. I just wanted to just circle back, pardon the pun, Ms Mitchell, to Gunnedah.
Yeah.
I just would like to add, to reassure the community of Gunnedah, because this is important, that a helicopter can land at the aerodrome. And it is not uncommon for secondary transfers to occur. So whilst we address the issue with the helipad, we have had a lengthy experience with these issues associated with our helipads because of downwash issues from the helicopters, where remediation is required, and we've got to obviously comply with those remediation plans. We always have in place a process to enable a helicopter to land and road paramedics to transfer the patient as necessary to the hospital. I can't explain why a helicopter may have been circling. There could be many reasons for that, but there is a place for a helicopter to land in Gunnedah, and I thought that it's important to clarify that.
Yeah, part of the challenge is the bridge that goes to the aerodrome has been cut off because of council. But anyway, we can talk about that offline. But that's probably
nevertheless, I don't want people to feel afraid
No.
that those processes aren't in place because they are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There being no further questions from the government, that finishes the morning session. Thank you very much, Minister, for your time before the committee today.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll take a lunch break and be back at 2 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and we'll start this afternoon's questioning with the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. I want to ask some questions more just about RPA and that group. So am I best to direct those to Dr. Chan, and perhaps if you wanted to come up as well, Ms. Wilcox.
Perhaps if you ask the question and then we can work out who's best to answer it.
Yeah, happy to. Just in relation to the sort of clinical group that was established, who exactly is on that group?
There was John Fred Levasque, who was the DepSec
Research and
Innovation. There was myself. There was a representative from CEC. There were
two from the Institute of Pathology.
So there were two people from Westmead Pathology that had particular expertise in fungus, one of them being Sharon Chen. There was Sebastian, who's the head of the ID department.
And transplant clinicians and a health infrastructure representative and some infection protection control clinicians from RPA hospitals, as well as myself.
Okay. And is that group still continuing? I mean, the Minister was talking about the review that's underway and learning from that. Who's sort of conducting that review? Is that you, Dr. Chan, or that group?
That's being led by the clinical. That operating group is drafting the report and looking at a lot of the issues, and I would anticipate that would probably come back to the expert panel to just make sure all of the issues that people around that group had were addressed in the report.
I could add, Ms Mitchell, the expert advisory panel is not closed down. It's still there to be stood up when we're ready to bring forward the next, suite of matters for their consideration. We've got two investigations underway. One is in relation to the clinical incidents, the sad deaths of our patients. So there's that normal investigation under our clinical incident management policy. And then there's a separate cluster investigation, which has representatives from the local health district, clinicians and health infrastructure. So they'll look at the cluster and what might be some contributing factors, what might be some linkages between those patients, and any other factors where we can identify system improvements or lessons learned. And both of those reports, which whatever comes out of them, as the Minister said, we will attend to the implementation of, but we would take back to the expert advisory panel for completeness, given their stature and knowledge in these areas.
Okay, thank you. And do you have a time frame on how long you think those two investigations or inquiries will take?
Obviously mindful for the families in particular, they're very keen to get answers. So the clinical incident management review, they're still underway. They normally take 6 to 8 weeks, so I'm anticipating another couple of weeks for that. We've got to make a referral through the Clinical Excellence Commission in relation to the cluster investigation, and we'll probably do that next week and start to bring that forward to the panel within the next fortnight, hopefully.
Okay, thank you for that. The media release that was drafted and not issued, was there any advice sought from the Minister's office about whether or not a public media release should be issued?
Look, I think it's probably important just to say that in the background, those statements, those really holding statements get issued. It really wasn't a media release, but the focus of the meeting on the 24th of December was really around deciding what immediate actions we had to take, what was the source of the mould infection. It was important that whilst construction was evident and the literature review that was undertaken confirms that, we're aware of that. But the key issue was, were there any other, making sure we weren't tunnel vision on the construction. So there was also looking at any mould present in the ward, also the roof space, just to make sure that any point of egress to it. And then there was a range of mitigants recommended, and then there was a big discussion around the sorts of nature of antifungal medication in terms of prophylaxis that was needed to be administered. So that was really the focus of the question. So that statement, in usual course, would always get reviewed prior to being issued, but there was a decision that everything that the key focus was making sure that everyone what that was needing to be advised was advised, and the information provided to them to some extent changed and was still under development. So, for instance, some of the algorithms of who was going to be offered prophylactic antifungal medication was still being worked through in the clinical groups. I spoke to the Minister's office after the expert panel in sort of a division of labour with Ms Wilcock, and did keep the Minister's office advised through that process.
Yeah, okay. Was that the Minister's Chief of Staff, or who did you speak to?
I did speak to the Minister's Chief of Staff.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to add something, Ms Wilcox?
No,
or
I
do you
think
want to
Dr. Chance covered it. Thank you.
Okay, and just obviously we know that the Minister was on leave at the time, and thank you, Dr. Chant, for confirming you spoke to his chief. Minister Kotsis was the acting Minister for Health during that period. Was she briefed at all by Health in relation to what was happening?
I can't comment. My contact point was to the Chief of Staff, who I had several conversations over the Christmas New Year period. There were expert panel meetings, I think, from memory, on the 26th, the 26th and 27th, so repeatedly over that period.
Yes. Yeah. Is there any, and if you have to take it on notice, that's fine, but is there any record of Minister Kotsis being briefed that anyone's aware of? From Health specifically?
I
as she was
can't
the
comment
acting
on I did not brief Minister Kotsis.
Okay, thank you for that.
Can I stop you?
Yeah, please.
So just to clarify, Dr. Chant, you were saying there were meetings on the 26th and the 27th. Is that of December?
Yes.
So you must have been concerned if you were convening meetings on a public holiday?
I think of course we were concerned and all actions were being taken, but as I indicated, a lot of the decision points were being, like there was decisions at every point around clinical decisions that needed to be made about what was in the best interest of the patients, issues such as should we immediately close down the ward, and that was considered, the fact that construction had been ceased, the fact that there'd been additional mitigants immediately put in place. And then that was reassessed, balancing where else they could be relocated to and what would be the appropriate communication.
Yep.
So there was lots of decisions being made, and it was important that we kept regularly throughout.
Is it common to have meetings on Boxing Day?
It is common to have meetings.
It was on the 27th. Sorry,
Okay.
Dr. Chan, sorry to correct you, just to say that the meetings were on the 24th, 27th, 29th and 6th of February, so it wasn't actually on Boxing Day.
So the
it was the day
29th
after.
of December, then nothing till the 6th of February.
That's correct.
Could I just add, Ms. Cutter, if I may, it's also common practice for us. I mean, look, we're a health system, we operate 365 days of the year, so public holidays and weekends
Can I just say
nothing.
we're very grateful that that happens?
Really genuinely mean nothing to us because that's the nature of the business that we're in. I think what's also very common for us is that once an issue is identified and there are a series of actions associated with that issue, that then there are meetings that then occur to make sure that the actions that have been determined have in fact been put in place. So it's not uncommon for that sort of cadence of meetings to occur in our system.
And just a quick question, the construction shutdown, that was a permanent shutdown or that was a Christmas period shutdown?
So it was a Christmas period shutdown, which was the context, and that fact that it was shut down was recognised as a factor that meant that the air testing that was conducted there would not be representative of when the construction was reignited. So that was why there was a series of a period of time, I think it was about 5 days or a week, that was allowed when the construction occurred to support the testing in a more real life environment in terms of construction occurring, and that was to validate it. And then there was a meeting held where all the information was presented back of the air modelling, where the expert panel concluded that the facility was safe to be reused.
And the construction has recommenced?
Yes.
And
construction
currently ongoing?
Yeah, the construction shutdown period is consistent across our entire program.
Oh no, I'm just thinking about the transplant. I'm not.
The shutdown and the start-up again was entirely as planned. There wasn't an impact on that planned.
So it wasn't shut down to deal with the IFI?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you have any others on that? I just want to turn to another issue. We talked this morning with the Minister about obviously some of the concerns and challenges with hospital maintenance. There was a particular incident that came through in the papers that we received from February, I think it was only a couple of weeks ago, for John Hunter Hospital and the paediatric wing, some concerns had been raised by one of the staff there about potential exposure to patients. Is there any update on that you could provide, either Ms Pearce or...
I might see if Ms McCosker can respond, but could I just, if I might, just make a broader comment?
Yep.
What I really want to put on the record here is that we take all of these things seriously. New South Wales Health, as I think you know, is a very large organisation. We have over 220 hospitals. As the Minister said this morning, over 4,400 buildings. We do deal with these issues quite commonly. The important thing for us, and the important thing ongoingly for us, is that they are addressed in a timely manner. We know that our chief executives do so wherever possible. Sometimes remediation, as we touched on this morning, associated with Tamworth, for example, and other places may take longer depending on the nature of the problem. But I think it is important to and I feel it's incumbent upon me to put on the record here that we run a very safe health system in New South Wales. Any issues associated with impact on patients is treated with the utmost of seriousness. We monitor for trends in our data. We work very closely with the system each and every day. New South Wales Health is the best health system in Australia, and I'm concerned that this ongoing dialogue about maintenance issues, notwithstanding the fact that they have been impactful, will undermine the confidence in what is a very good health system, and I think that would be a big shame. It's not about us. This is not a defence of the bureaucracy or for our managers. We are required to provide safe care to our patients, and we do. And when these issues are identified, they are addressed as quickly as possible, and I think that is something, as I said, we take very seriously. I should also add that, given I've not had the chance, that we are deeply sorry to the families of the patients at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital, or anyone, in fact, impacted by these things. That is the last thing any of us would want. And we do, as I say, with 226 hospitals and thousands of buildings across the health system, ongoingly ever since I've been in it, which is a very long time, had issues to deal with in respect of buildings. I can tell you the building that I used to work in Broken Hill for a very long time had asbestos in it. And I'm going back to the 90s in regard to that. So I'm not suggesting that is in any way acceptable. But I guess my point is that we are continually dealing with making sure that we keep up the maintenance work and addressing these issues as quickly as we possibly can. And there were a series of them reported to the media, obviously through the standing order, which we understand. The great majority of those issues have been rectified, and some are still ongoing. So I just think it's important for me to make that statement for the committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Pearce.
In regard to the paediatrics at John Hunt Hospital, yes, you'll be aware of what was noted and the concerns raised by the clinicians. That was escalated urgently. There was an engineering review of the HVAC systems, air changes and replacement of porous ceiling tiles happened immediately, and there was a multidisciplinary risk assessment done. By March 2025, the immediate control measures were all implemented, affected rooms were closed, repaired, ceiling tiles and vents cleaned and replaced, infectious cleaning undertaken, and clinics were temporarily adjusted, so were not cancelled but moved into other rooms, but the very next day we had them back in the original rooms that the clinics would be operating. Now there is ongoing monitoring of temperature, humidity, ventilation and mould that we do regularly, so that if we find something we can address it immediately, as has just been stated.
Great, thank you for that. I will move now to Dr. Con asked a few questions about this earlier today, but I just wanted to pick up probably through to you, Dr. Chant, I believe, the UTI trial and the report, which I know Dr. Con raised this morning. But can you just clarify, because I don't recall from what you said this morning, when was the first version of that report received?
I'll just have an update, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, my phone's going to die, so I'll just, God forbid, plug it in. So
Lucky we're in this room, not the other one.
Mm.
You don't have as
Sorry,
much
thank you.
access to
Thank you.
technology supported the old
So,
delivery.
I suppose just the New South Wales pharmacy trial reports for UTI and OCP are expected at the end of this month, end of March. The AMR, the antimicrobial resistance sub-studies, are part of the UTI report, so it's part of this timeline. And then there's also a review of the dermatology report will be provided to us by the end of March. So all of the reports will be back to us at the end of March.
But if I'm right from my
Yes.
recollection with
So-
Dr. Con, so you received it, but you've sent it back. It went back to Newcastle University.
So
Is that right?
we tendered the piece of the report, and then we reviewed, our officers reviewed the report, and there was some, we noted that in terms of the economic modelling, not anything about the clinical effectiveness or the clinical safety signals, but in relation to the economic modelling, there was just some assumptions made in that which related to a misunderstanding about the, from recollection, I'd have to just double check, but my understanding, my recollection, is that it related to the fact that patients were charged a fee for the product, so for the antibiotic or for the oral contraceptive.
Mhm.
So just in terms of the economic analysis, they just had to redo the economic analysis to make sure it reflected what the actual conduct of the trial. I'm happy to make that very clear and transparent. There is nothing at all here that is other than wanting a very solid document that outlines the benefits of this initiative.
Mhm. So with the, I guess, the process, because if it's an independent research into the report that the university's done, sorry, independent project, I'll rephrase that, sorry, independent report into the rollout of this trial, is it normal for health to then go back and say, notwithstanding what you said about economic modelling, but that things in the report need to be changed?
There is often, we've not said nothing needs to change. What we're saying is, do you want to go back and redo this based on the fact that there are some assumptions in the report that are incorrect, that don't reflect the conduct of the trial?
Okay.
So there was a discussion with the economic modellers
Mhm.
that did it, just to give them some information around the issue of the cost of the products and some of those things. So it was a very technical discussion, just
Mhm.
saying, by the way, patients had to pay for the in real life, patients will be expected to pay the pharmacist for this activity as part of a clinical professional service that the pharmacist undertakes, and also the medications won't be covered by PBS or
Mhm.
safety net because currently the pharmacists don't have access to MBS or PBS.
Mhm.
So it's just those issues that, if you're looking at cost economic analysis, that they were appropriate. Very happy for the email correspondence and all of the
If you
information.
want to table that or provide that on notice, that'd be
I would
great.
be
Yeah.
happy to do that. And
Thank
I
you,
think
that'd
in
be
many
great.
reports we do just look at them just to check that the facts
Mhm.
are correct, not that we change the report. The last thing we want to do is have a report put out there and it be contested if there are simple things that can be adjusted to make it more rigorous.
Okay, and as I said, if you're happy to provide on
Yes.
notice, that would be fantastic. And sorry, so end of March is when you anticipate
Yes,
the final
so,
report to be made available?
Expected at the end of the month, end of March, and the AMR sub-study, and it looks like the dermatology report will also be coming to us in the end of March.
Okay.
So,
Does that need ministerial sign-off, or can that just be released by yourself? Or
look, in the normal course, we would generally put up a brief to the minister,
Mhm.
but these are not like. I don't envisage that there'll be much delay in having them published. They're
Okay.
not contentious. We really want to add to the evidence base.
Okay, and has there been any briefings with sort of key stakeholders? I'm thinking Pharmacy Guild, AMA, the GPs, about what is in the report so far, or will that occur after the report's released?
After we've solidified I generally have a meeting that's with the pharmacy groups, PSA, Pharmacy Guild. I have AMA, RACGP, rural doctors. We also have hospital-based pharmacists. So I would anticipate that in the normal course of event, concurrently with briefing up to the minister,
Mhm.
we would feed back to that group what the findings of the reports were.
Mhm.
And in ordinary course, we would probably get the presenters from the University of Newcastle to be present at that meeting to answer any questions associated with the report to those individuals.
Okay, thank you. And then probably a follow on, but a bit more broadly. Obviously, this was looking at some of the expanded scope of practice that's in place. What sort of foreshadowed for that area going forward? Is there any work that you're doing now looking at other areas where pharmacists can play a role in that delivery of healthcare?
So New South Wales, together with the Commonwealth, put forward a paper for there to be national, like the scope of practice role for nurse practitioners or enrolled nurses, just looking, and currently the pharmacy board is doing a piece of work which will be publicly consulted. So we've really advocated for a nationally consistent approach where it's informed by the sorts of competencies that you would need to undertake an expanded scope, and you would then have appropriate clinical training, and you'd be very clear about that. And we have really supported a national approach. So that piece of work is underway, and it's really out of our control, the timeline, but it is being expedited, and that's been auspiced by a request from health ministers.
Okay.
And we met with the Pharmacy Guild recently.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you, Dr. Chen.
Thanks. We're coming into crossbench time. We'll start with Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Kerry Chart, the Chief Health Officer of New South Wales. Now, you're coming up to 20 years in the role. Can you explain to the committee what is the typical timing when a pharmaceutical manufacturer comes up with a concept vaccine in the lab? How long does it typically take to get to the market so that people like yourself say that it's safe to consume?
In terms of vaccines, it's very, very variable, but one of the most difficult aspects is when they're trying to find what part of the organism to target their vaccine against, so finding the vaccine target, and as you're aware, some microbes change very quickly, and so...
My question wasn't the typical timing, so I know that there are variations, but what's typical?
Well, I think it's hard to say. I mean, I think it's reasonable to say many, many years. It would be the general
my
course.
understanding is it's 10 to 15 years typically. Now, why does it take so long?
Well, the first bit is the science of finding the appropriate part of the organism to target. So there is actually the developmental work to understand on the organism which part of the organism would be appropriate to target. So that requires a lot of immunological studies. And then there are a variety of different trials that are done, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials that are undertaken.
Those trials are looking, a very major concern of those trials is unexpected, unintended side effects.
That's correct.
Okay. How long did it take to, you approved the COVID vaccine to be marketed in Australia, and you promoted it very heavily. How long did it take the COVID vaccine to get to market?
So just to be clear, the TGA, the Therapeutic Goods Administration...
Well, you did promote it.
And I certainly do stand by, and I
good.
still encourage people to be vaccinated against COVID, influenza. Vaccines are very important in our armoury.
Yeah, well, I don't think people are listening to you anymore. I don't think there's much demand for COVID vaccines at the
Excuse
moment.
me, Chair, could I ask that our witnesses are treated respectfully, please?
Yeah, thank you. I'd ask the member to stick with asking questions.
So how long did it take the COVID vaccine to get? So COVID popped into the world in early 2020. So how long did it take for you to be able to advocate that people should be taking it? Since we've established that it was typically 10 to 15 years before these things, but...
Well, I think the vaccine was used in Australia, I'd have to recall, but certainly in early 2021, but internationally there were vaccines available in some countries before that time.
So it was described as a warp speed vaccine, correct?
I have heard that term.
Now, do you think
applied.
there's dangers with warp speed vaccines? There could be unintended side effects, couldn't there?
I think there is always, as we develop new drugs and new medicines, the need to balance risks and benefits.
Looking back, do you think you got that balance right?
I think it's clear that the vaccines in all vaccines are associated with risks and benefits, and there were side effects that became evident as the vaccines were rolled out, and as that information became known, then clearly that did change the risk-benefit profile for some individuals, and it did influence the advice around the frequency or who was most appropriate. But I'd also like to say that the COVID virus itself is associated with quite severe outcomes, and many of the outcomes associated with the vaccination as well.
And most people in New South Wales who did take the COVID shots, they were taking an mRNA type of vaccine, which was an entirely new type of vaccine, correct?
That's correct.
So that does sort of add to, so it was a warp speed vaccine, so it wasn't just a tweak of the old flu shot, it was an entirely new type of vaccine, and it was warp speed.
I think it's important to know that internationally we were very lucky that there'd been a lot of developmental work with the mRNA vaccines associated with...
Yes, but they've never been used on people before.
Well, they had been used, and there was development used not in vaccinations but as immune stimulants in terms of the development work. Those vaccines were actually being developed in the context of cancer, and then at the time of COVID, in terms of stimulating the immune system, is my understanding of the parallel pieces of work. So just to say that they came out of nowhere, there was actually a lot of fundamental science around how those vaccines worked at that time. But I acknowledge that we did end up with a vaccine very quickly.
So do you believe, looking back, do you think it was good public policy to all but force these warp speed vaccines, which were an entirely novel type of vaccine, on people? Do you have any regrets about having a goal of having 100% of people take these vaccines?
I think that there is a risk-benefit analysis with the vaccines, but I really support that vaccination was an appropriate risk mitigant and balancing risks and benefits.
So no regrets?
I think you will always reflect on the fact that we can do better in communicating those risks and benefits, but in terms of the guiding policy, it was always around what was in the best interest of individuals. But I acknowledge that we can do better at communicating risks and benefits and describing that for individuals to make those decisions.
I'll go to my colleague here.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to firstly go back to the lead in Broken Hill issue. A few questions there. Firstly, in terms of the notifications, kind of statewide, of blood lead levels over a certain threshold, are they all reported in the one spot in the acronym NICMS?
Notifiable diseases.
Yeah. Is there what do you actually? What do you say? One word acronym. NICMS. Surely there's
NDIS.
There's an easy
we
way
don't
to
have
say
that.
it. I don't say it all.
I think it's the NDIS, Notifiable Diseases Database.
What's the NCIMS?
Yeah, it's that SIM.
MSIMS.
MSIMS. National
Utopia,
Communicable.
isn't it, really?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, that
Sorry.
thing.
Seriously.
No, there are cameras in here.
It is in there. That's where it gets reported. And for how many years, like when did that start, do you know? Has that been an ongoing thing? And is it above 5? 10?
I would have to check, but I would believe that given the NHMRC changed the threshold down, it would have changed.
That was in 2016.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I would expect these are lab-based notifications, and it's an automated system. Like progressively, originally it was not automated, but then moved to automation where the labs upload the data. I envisage that the level of required to notify changed when the NHMRC did, but I'd have to take that on notice and just confirm that.
Okay. So in Broken Hill, does New South Wales Health conduct any type of population-wide monitoring in terms of blood lead levels? I know there's the report that's done every year on children under 5, but is New South Wales Health doing anything else for the people over 5, basically population-wide health studies?
So we do take cord blood on new babies, which reflects their exposure in pregnancy.
Yes.
there would be a lot of occupational screening that I would have to find out what the occupational requirements are, but I would expect the mines are doing occupational screening, which would also feed into our data. And as you said, our focus has been on the under fives.
So when you're saying feed into the data, what does New South Wales Health do with that data in a proactive way?
So we, in terms of the adults, we have we again follow those up, and we have arrangements in place with Safe Work, where we can look at whether additional mitigants need to be happening. We've got information that's been prepared. So all people with blood lead levels over 5 are notified and followed up, and the move got changed in the 1990s. We changed to the NH and MRC level of 5.
Okay, so I have been trying to work out the role of Safe Work versus the resources regulator versus New South Wales Health. So just to be clear, so you're saying that I assume it's just occupational.
So all blood lead levels over 5.
New South Wales Health gets in contact with that person.
Depending if it's very clear that it's part of a workplace screening, we may well liaise with Safe Work if there's a pattern of non-compliance in a certain area, because we will expect the workplace lead levels to be higher in some of those situations. The focus we have, particularly in Broken Hill, is for the children, because the neurodevelopmental issues are most important in terms of reducing exposure for the young children.
Yes, however, New South Wales Health also acknowledges in its publications on lead the dangers of anything over 10 micrograms per decilitre in terms of health impacts, whether it's a child or an adult. But I just wanted to ask you, using one example, because I'm trying to work out who's responsible for following up on something like this. So I've got, it's something from the Cobar mines, particularly Endeavour mine in Cobar. The resources regulator has said that the New South Wales Health Public Health Unit has raised concerns regarding an increase in elevated blood lead levels in adult workers associated with Endeavour mining. The document, this is a gold mine, the documents that I've obtained via this SO52 show a fair bit of this for the gold mines in Cobar, Peak, as well as Endeavour. It also says that while this company, Polymetals, has demonstrated compliance with the improvement notice, additional health and safety concerns remain. For example, no evidence of ongoing GP or occupational physician involvement, particularly for the worker who recorded 51.7 micrograms per decilitre. So New South Wales Public Health Unit has raised concerns. Are you aware of this particular issue with the mines in Cobar? Because my question is going to be, what's happened since then?
No, I would have to go back to the local public health unit, but I would have hoped that that's been escalated in Safe Work because of people's the companies have strict occupational health and safety obligations to provide safe workplaces and to have healthcare provided where it relates to occupational risks. So I will happy to take that, follow that up and ascertain what has been done about that case.
Do you know whether the New South Wales Health more broadly, or is it just the local public health unit, is working more closely with the resources regulator, say in the last 12 months, around these issues? Because it does also say that the public health unit has proposed a collaborative approach with the resources regulator around workplace exposure, contractor management and coordinated follow-up. Is there anything that's changed within New South Wales Health around liaising with the resources regulator and Safe Work about blood lead levels? Or is it all the Far Western LHD?
So in terms of the Far West LHD, they're based within the Far West Local Health District. They're part of us, and we link with them through the Public Health Unit network. I would hope that all of our public health units would work collaboratively with partners across government, including Safe Work and any other relevant regulatory agencies that are necessary to tackle the issue. But I can follow up on the specifics of that if you like.
Thank you, that would be great.
I was going to ask Dr. Chan some questions, but I might give you a rest and come back in another round. I'll go to Commissioner Morgan. I'm aware that Ambulance have backdated a cohort scaling process for the recruitment of station officers, which had resulted in an unusually small number of successful candidates. Is that process going to be implemented for the other recruitments that took place in 2025 for other roles?
Okay, thanks very much for the question. I think it's important to give you a bit of context here around the whole thing. So in last financial year, the team managed more than 18,000 applications for either transfers or for promotional positions. So it's and there was about 2,500 roles and transfers that were involved. So it's very large and complex. I'm really comfortable to say with anything as large and complex, there is probably a balance to be struck between the experience of individuals and the need to get it repeatable and a system. So the system is geared in a way to ensure that, in effect, the best candidates pop out the top. And in any given year, we normally get approximately the right number of people that are qualified and appropriate for the role and match them to it. In the last particular year, we introduced a new level of frontline management, and that resulted in 60 new positions being available to frontline. Now, normally it might only be, 10. So the system produced the system that it did. It produced 9 successful applicants for it. As a result of that, we went back and asked the team to look at introducing scaling to ensure that we filled all of the roles with appropriately qualified people, but we didn't only have to get the top 9. So that's where the scaling comes into it, and we're looking at doing that going forward for the number of positions. So we're confident there's a more tailored outcome in the future. In terms of retrospective ones, we've definitely done that for the last course that was a course of concern, and we have received representations in relation to other levels. However, I have asked them to look and make sure there are no unintended consequences. So what that means is someone may well have been offered a position, moved their family into an area, and then because we go back and retrospectively change it, if they weren't to be the next person, that could have an unintended consequence. So I won't give you a guaranteed answer today, but I will confirm we're definitely looking at it.
Okay, thank you. So that you've answered my question that you're considering the retrospective ones. Moving forward, what positions will that be applied to?
So all promotional positions going forward, they will approach the scaling. So you can imagine there's ultimately a floor where people must meet the minimum criteria. But because we're going for the most meritorious applicant, there's usually a lot of light and day between those two levels. And I've said to the team, just make sure that we're calibrating to ensure we don't go below the minimum qualified person, but of course we've got to fill all of the positions that are vacant.
Okay. I've recently asked a question on notice about the recruitment working group, which you kindly answered. Have the terms of reference for that working group now been finalised?
I don't believe they have, but I will take that on notice. We're negotiating that with the Health Services Union at the moment.
Okay, and has that group met yet?
No.
Okay. And will you also work with the Australian Paramedics Union in addition to the Health Services Union?
Yes, so the Health Services Union specifically requested a working group, which we've agreed to, and in accordance with all of our responsibilities, we've got 7 unions to New South Wales Ambulance. Whatever's developed there, we'll of course consult with the other unions as well.
Thank you. Are you aware of the concerns that have been raised around the proposed frontline leadership model?
I'm aware that there is a proposal to introduce another 130 new frontline leaders to support our clinical workforce. The shift is to move towards what you would probably understand more closely, a nurse manager or nurse unit manager, more clinically focused role than what we've had historically, which is a station manager, so someone that managed a facility. So we believe it's a right and proper way to support a growing registered health profession, and there are some industrial consultations that have been protracted in relation to that.
Sure. So my understanding is that the funding previously allocated for that might expire by the next financial year?
That's not correct.
Okay.
No, we've actually brought those workforce on, so they're actually on the books today. In effect, individuals are working as additional paramedics, so they're providing support to the community today, but those positions will be converted into frontline leadership, clinical managers and group managers when we finish the consultative process.
Okay, thank you. I might come with my last couple of minutes to Mr. Sloan. I've asked before about IPTAS and the possibility of including access to GP specialists and general dental care, and you've talked about a review that was underway. Where's that work now up to?
No, so the review was happening previously. We've currently added in several more things into the IPSAS policy as it stands. We'll roll through this budget year and see where we land with regards to spend and expenditure for the IPSAS program, and then we'll go back through and reassess what should be included into the next year or beyond program to make sure that there's equitable access for everybody.
Okay. If there's a demonstrated demand or need for those additional items, does that go into a pitch to actually increase the overall budget for IPTAS, or does it?
Yeah,
are you required to cannibalise your own budget?
Well, we'll weigh it up. No, we're not required to cannibalise our own budget, but we do have to stick with inside the envelope, as you can imagine. But ultimately, we're looking at getting some of those services and processes actually back in communities with regards to building the capability so that people don't have to travel in the start. So it's a tension between, do we invest in and put all these things into the IPTAS budget, or do we actually go out and try to build capability in rural and regional areas so that people don't have to travel at all from the start? Yeah.
And what's the communication process been with rural and remote communities about those changes that you're trialling?
Yeah, so the communication around the different changes, so what we heard within the inquiries and then our community consultation with regards to IPSAS, we've absorbed those into the IPSAS policy where they have been the priority items, whether it be high-risk foot clinics or GP obstetricians, those sorts of things that otherwise aren't available that people are using IPSAS for, and we also break it down to see what people are using it for or applying for through our analysis or review of it on a regular occurrence. We include those. The communication process then goes out to the community. It's been very successful, and we've seen a massive uptick in the use of IPTAS through the comms in general, but also through those changes that we've made through the policy, whether it be removal of the GP's signature or going out and communicating what people can actually use it for now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll go back to the opposition.
Thank you. Ms. Sculander, if I could ask you a couple of questions. And I confess I am not an expert at building materials or hoarding, so I have taken some advice from some people who are. And with respect to the issue of how the patients were protected with the hoarding that you said had been erected, I understand from people who I've consulted, their advice to me is that complete sealing off of a hospital to stop outside air getting inside is unrealistic. The cladding is most often used to prevent inside air from getting out. Can you comment on the type of cladding and whether it is realistic to seal off the hospital from outside air getting in?
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely realistic to seal off somewhere because doors need to open and close for people to get in and out.
Yes.
In relation to what the purpose of the hoarding is, in this instance it was hoarding to protect from the outside environment into that ward. There are different types of hoarding that can be used as well, and sometimes depending on the sort of type of environment, then different materials might be used. In this instance, there was a sort of plastic sheeting hoarding that when we realised that there were some concerns in relation to it, was replaced with some solid plastic cladding. There's also a sort of secondary point with a door behind that, so there's a couple of layers to access up to where the ward is. It isn't, though, to the second part of your comment, hoarding intended to stop inside air going out. It really was for the protection of
And it was realistic that it could be a seal that would stop outside
in
air
that
from
location. In that location, but it doesn't stop outside air from coming in. The doors in and out of a ward. There's obviously practices that go with that. There's an operational component to this where you can't, you mitigate as much risk as you can, but realistically it also relies on the operational procedures and people closing doors behind them and that sort of thing.
Right, okay. And I also wonder if you could give me any information about whether there was increased maintenance of the hospital's HVAC system when there was a known issue.
When there was a known issue, sorry,
was there increased maintenance of the hospital's HVAC system when construction started?
I might have to refer to Ms Wilcox in relation to that because...
okay, thank you. Ms Wilcox, are you able to help us with that?
Yes, certainly. So, yes, there had been some preliminary work done earlier in December to check the filters and check the airflow in the ward.
Sorry if I can take you back.
Yes.
So, when did construction start?
2023.
2023, and was increased maintenance of the HVAC system begun in 2023?
We have annual inspections across all of our wards in terms of their plant and their air handling equipment.
Yes.
And every 3 months those things are serviced, and if there are any issues, obviously they're escalated, and our local engineering team attended.
And given we had a transplant ward next to a construction site, was additional maintenance of the HVAC system undertaken?
Not required, as to the best of my knowledge. That was our routine servicing and looking after our equipment and attending all the normal practices in the transplant ward, which is on a dedicated air system. As Ms Gulander said, it has a door and people go in and out. Yes, there is an internal balcony that had louvers but also had glass door closing it into the ward. So upon the identification of the cluster, we did another round in terms of the filters, turned off the negative pressure because I won't go into the air mechanics, but basically to keep the air still. And then, as I said, a fresh round of filters put into place and the additional sort of seal put over the balcony hoarding that was already, which was on 2 levels. It wasn't just one area closed, there was another layer, and then we applied the plastic seal to make it sort of like an anti-room, so it was vacuum sealed. And now there's a hard set insertion into that to add to its
So just to make sure I've got it straight, routine maintenance of the HVAC system until December 2025?
It is ongoing. That is a...
No, sorry, when was there the particular intervention? When was the negative pressure turned off, the filters changed?
Yes,
that was December 2025?
No, there was already some work done on the air filters to check on them, check the airflows. That was done in early December.
Right.
And then subsequent to the expert advisory panel meeting on the 24th, we then went about replacing all the filters just to be abundance of caution around all of this. The maintenance on the ward was being maintained, but we thought best just to remove everything, put something fresh in and make sure we're absolutely confident. And as it turned out, all of the measures that we put in place, when we sampled the air, there was no evidence of any aspergillus, which gave us confidence that our mitigation strategies have been successful.
And just so I understand, because this is not my field,
No.
When I hear you say that now there is in place like a vacuum seal, that in my head says that there's like a spaceship chamber. Is that what's happening?
Now
there's like a vacuum area you walk through?
Now it's a hard set wall in there. So the plastic parts have been removed because as a normal part of the construction, the plan was always to put a hard set wall into where the balcony was so they can abut the new hospital redevelopment against that wall. So the ward is permanently closed at the moment. Okay. But the plastic seal was an additional measure we did just in abundance of caution around the hoarding closure.
Sorry, the ward is permanently closed. Where are the transplant patients now?
Sorry, the wall. Pardon me.
The wall, sorry.
My language.
Sorry,
the wall, not the ward. The ward is open.
Yes.
The wall is permanently closed. Okay. My apologies.
And that was done as a protective measure, or that was done because it was on the plan for the redevelopment?
It was on the plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. I've got a couple of questions for Dr. Morgan now, I think. So, Dr. Morgan, can you tell me how many ambulance stations have been opened since June 2022?
How many ambulance stations?
Yeah, how many new ambulance stations have we had since June 2022?
I might actually ask my health infrastructure colleague whether she's got a particular...
Look, I'm happy. I
might
was
need to
trying
take it
to
on
direct
Take it
this.
on notice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll try and come back to you.
Yeah, I'll see if we can find the
Because I
answer
think there
while
are
we're
a
here.
few of the regional ones. That
Okay, thank you. Because I understand that there was a plan announced then with significant funding attached for 30 new stations as well as a boost in paramedic numbers. Can you tell me how many extra paramedics have been employed since 2022?
Yes, I can.
Could I just ask Mrs. Carter just to clarify when in 2022 are you referring to?
June 2022.
June 2022.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the first year was 957.
Mm-hmm.
In financial year 24 was 383. That included 125 of the rural 500.
Yep.
And in FY25, 327.
Mm-hmm.
And we're projecting this year by June 30 for 332 additional.
Okay. And are we keeping all of those paramedics, or is there an attrition rate?
That takes account of the attrition rate. So
what's the? So this is net growth.
That's net growth.
Great. Okay. We're doing well. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Don't sound so surprised, Mrs. Carter.
Sorry?
Don't sound so surprised, please.
No, I'm happy. I'm delighted. It's very good.
Can I honestly say
Yes.
that is a superhuman effort by our education teams
Yes.
and also our recruitment people.
Yes.
It has been stellar. I remember when I returned to New South Wales in 2016, we were debating whether we could do classes of 36 paramedics, and these teams literally pull up every single time, and they're doing 120 quite routinely now. It's quite amazing.
No, that's
Yeah.
excellent news. And so you said 2024, 125 of those were the
Oh yes, and
the rural.
FY25 is
Yeah.
another 125 included in the 327.
Great.
And this year we're on track for the third phase of the rural 500 of 125 as well.
Okay, and to the funding for that rural regional paramedic program, was that diversion from capital program for building new ambulance stations? Where did that money come from?
All the rural 500 have basically gone into existing ambulance stations.
No, I'm sorry, but to fund those positions.
Oh no, the capital is completely separate to our operational ongoing funding. Yeah.
So if I was told that there was a $120 million budget cut in the New South Ambulance Service in 2026, can you
This
comment
year?
on that? Well, on any year, I wonder whether
No, we haven't had a $120 million budget cut. I don't know where that would come from.
Related to that, the allocation for the 500 extra paramedics, so I think it was about just shy of $439 million was the commitment. Does that money go to, is that sort of employing the actual paramedics? Is there a capital works? Is there vehicles with that? What's the breakdown of that 439?
Yeah. So part of that was operational expenditure, so recurrent salaries for the 500, and another part was for fleet and equipment, but largely we've targeted towards where we've had historical overnight on call to retire that because it's really fatiguing. And so we largely had sufficient fleet, which was a significant reprieve for us because we were able to put the staff out there. The remainder of the capital is for doing largely minor works around, for example, when we've gone from a staff of 5 in one location to 12. And so, we've replaced kitchens and, that sort of thing.
Are you able to provide, and I'm happy for it to be on notice, of that 439, a breakdown of those three categories and the funding allocations to sort of staffing costs, capital works and vehicles?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's also worth noting, and Mr. D'Amato might correct me here if I've got this wrong, but over the last about 14 years, the ambulance budget's increased by 170%. So it's had a substantial increase over time.
Great, thank you. And so we've got new paramedics, which is fantastic. How are we going with the bottleneck of unloading? That's probably not the right word. With bringing patients urgently to a hospital and then having that transition from ambulance to hospital happening in a timely fashion.
That's one for Mr. Daly. Mr. Daly, this is your opportunity to shine.
Transfer of care is the formal term.
Yes, thank you. It's much more elegant than unlearned. Thank you. Yes.
While Mr. Daly's finding his data, I will add that New South Wales Health is the best performer for ambulance offloads in the country. We outperform Victoria, who have a transfer of care target of 40 minutes. Ours is in 30 minutes, and we still beat them. I just need to get that out because it's a very important thing for us.
But you will appreciate, of course, that
it's just that I've lost a lot of sleep over at Mrs. Carter, and I just like to be able to state those things when I get
Where's that energy for beating Victoria on other things?
Yes, yeah. But we are contacted repeatedly by people who have unfortunate experiences in transferal of care.
I could give state-by-state comparison.
What I'm really interested in knowing is we still hear from paramedics that they are spending a lot of time waiting to transfer care. We still hear from patients that they are waiting a long time to transfer care. I'm wondering what the issues are and what levers can be pulled to make an excellent process even better.
Yeah, which is essentially what we aspire to. Unfortunately, like most things in health, there's not a simple solution. And
Could you talk into the microphone, Mr. Daly? Thank you.
Particularly in metropolitan Sydney, the reasons really vary from hospital to hospital. Sometimes it's back-of-house flow, sometimes it's workforce, particularly FACEMs, ED physicians within the department, in order to speed up decision making. So that's why we work individually with an LHD and subsequently with individual hospitals. We have a number of improvement teams that essentially are ED clinicians who come together in teams overseen by the ED task force to go into those individual hospitals and the emergency departments working with the staff to tailor solutions.
Do we have enough ED clinicians?
I think the FACEM workforce has improved dramatically. I think the
Do we have enough though?
I would think the numbers, well, I mean...
In regional hospitals, do we have enough?
There'd be paucity in some parts of outer metropolitan Sydney and in some regional areas where I'm sure they'd like to attract more.
And what are we doing to attract more in those areas?
Oh, there's a whole host of workforce issues that go to that.
On notice, could you provide me with a list of all those workforce initiatives to attract?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could I just add to this? I think it's also important to note that the government is currently rolling out safe staffing levels to emergency departments. So that does substantially increase the number of nursing staff across the EDs. I was formerly also the co-chair of the Health Workforce Task Force reporting to health ministers across the country, and there's been substantial effort to assist us in, where necessary, bringing doctors in from overseas to help with some of our workforce maldistribution issues. There is no silver bullet to that issue, and I'm not suggesting that is one single solution, but there has been, and it's ongoingly a challenge, I will say that.
I understand that.
But there are, I know a number of the districts, and Tracy may wish to comment about this, but we've put in place lots of things to welcome people into rural communities as well, because we appreciate that if you do come from another country into Australia and into New South Wales, that transition can be hard, so we seek to make sure that they're well looked after from a social perspective as well as from a workplace perspective.
Can you confirm that that welcome program is currently operating?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Pearce, you just made the mention then of the safe staffing, and I think the commitment was 2,480 nurses in that over 4 years. Was that correct?
Yes, that's the number.
And there's about 600 that have been recruited so far.
I'd have to take on notice a number.
Okay.
That's been recruited so far, but there is substantial effort going into the recruitment against that number.
Okay, because I think the commitment, and I appreciate it's not for you to speak for the government, but my recollection is their election commitment was 2,480 in 4 years, which I assume means that target is June next year. I'm just wondering whether that will be met if only 600 have been recruited so far.
Ms. Abbas may wish to comment, but
when we're given a commitment to meet, we make it. Clearly, we're working through those issues with the Nurses and Midwives Association. But Fatima, did you have anything else to add?
Yes, just to confirm, we're in the process of allocating the remaining roles, so our intention is to recruit to those as quickly as
Okay,
possible.
so that'd be sort of another 1,800 over the course of the next 12 months. You're on track to do that?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Good luck, but I hope it works. Just back to the ambulance issues, and I guess a broader question around patient transfer services, and I'm more interested in that in sort of rural and regional areas, because obviously some of the paramedics that I meet with, sort of low acuity transports, they might be taking people from one hospital to another. I understand that there has been some work in relation to that in a couple of the regional LHDs, but I'm just wondering whether sort of what work is being done in terms of those regional transfer pressures and the impact it has on the frontline paramedics in conjunction with health. And I'm happy for any or all of you to answer that. So.
Yeah, perhaps I'll go first,
Sure.
Ms Mitchell. So working with our colleagues from HealthShare, who run the patient transport service in the majority of the state, they've engaged with several of the regional and rural local health districts to either put patient transport services in where they or start to utilise patient transport services where the district have formally done it themselves in order to increase efficiency or increase the fleet and workforce with regards to doing that, in order to take that stress off New South Wales Ambulance Service. Where they aren't doing that, they're engaged with the district to make sure that the district themselves are optimising their own patient transport services to make sure those transports are happening. But I guess before handing over to Mr Morgan, the thing to really note, and I've had this conversation quite a bit in the last couple of weeks, is there will always be a spot for New South Wales paramedics to transport certain categories of patients based on their clinical acuity. And whilst the patient might be stable at that very point in time, whatever their illness is or what they've come to hospital for might actually just determine that New South Wales paramedics are the most appropriate transport to take that patient from one place to another. We know that in some spots, and I was talking to the Muswellbrook Mayor about this just last week, where they have to be transported out after hours to go to a CT scanner or otherwise, and yes, that's not exactly optimal, because we would love to have that service closer to the hospital or base within the hospital, but there will always be a place, because of the clinical acuity, for that patient to go with New South Wales paramedics. So we work closely between patient transport services, whether they're district-based or health share-based, and New South Wales Ambulance, to make sure that they are the appropriate transfers, and it's not just an overflow where PTS can't do it and so it gets handed to the ambulance. And we've done a lot of work to make sure that that number is reducing.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of quick ones to you, if I can, Dr Morgan. The last budget had $10 million of funding for accommodation and housing in rural and regional communities for paramedics. Is there an update on that? And I'm happy if you want to take it on notice. I'm just wondering, I think Dungog has had some accommodation.
Key worker accommodation.
Yeah, but keen if there are any other updates on that.
Now, Emma, have you got key worker accommodation? If we're just looking...
If you want to take it on
that-
notice, that's fine. I'm just curious.
Let us just have a quick look and we'll probably be able to come back to you today.
Great.
I actually do have those infrastructure questions, the answer to the infrastructure question.
Okay. Could I just ask, though, the staffing enhancements for the Hunter New England, any plans for additional staff in Glen Innes, Tenterfield and Inverell? Paramedics is what
that would be subject to the phase 4 locations, and I can help you with those. Okay, so, sorry, what were the positions?
Glen Innes, Tenterfield and Inverell.
Not for the announced year 3, so this year, and others would be subject to announcement of government.
Okay, thank you. That's all right.
If I may.
It's fine.
I can give those the questions about the new services that Ms Carter was after now.
It's up to the chair.
We haven't started the clock yet, so I'll allow that.
Okay, thank you then, Dr Morgan. Thank you.
So there was $100 million allocated since June 22. I think that was your start date, wasn't it?
Yes, thank you.
We've opened 5 new services. We've done 8 rebuilds and 17 major refurbishments.
And would it help if I gave you those locations?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Fairy Meadow was new service.
Right.
Forster.
Yep.
Lake Cat-Eye. Medowie. And Old Bar. It's the last of the new services. The new builds. Casino.
Sorry, new builds or rebuilds?
New builds. So basically the station was so old we've built a whole brand
So
new...
knock down rebuild?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nearby. Yeah.
That's my language.
Yeah, exactly. Casino.
Yeah.
Coffs Harbour.
Mm-hmm.
Kingscliff. Tamworth. Tumut. Glen Innes. Woy Woy. And Jindabyne. They're all the complete new rebuilds.
Mm-hmm.
And then the refurbishments were Armidale, Blaney, Bulladila, Bomaderry, Collyamberley, Evans Head, Gloucester, Lockhart, Maxville, Manila, Mudgee, Narooma.
Maybe this could have been provided.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know they have.
Stockton, nearly there.
Okay, no, sorry.
Tea Gardens.
Out of the opposition time before afternoon tea.
Taree, Tenterfield, and West Wyalong.
Thank you.
Almost up to Z.
Yeah.
And I think that's more...
Because that answer was very long,
I
I'll just let the committee know it's my intention to take that out of the opposition
That's okay.
time before afternoon tea. My colleague's been waiting very patiently. There's a full 10 minutes on the clock for you, Ms Higginson.
Thank you very much. I have, hello all. I have some questions for Ms Hoey from Justice Health, if that's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm assuming these questions may be to you, but please, if they're to go elsewhere, please direct as you see fit. Last year recorded the highest number of First Nations deaths in custody. I'm just curious about what alert systems does Justice Health have in place to ensure that potential for First Nations deaths in custody is being mitigated?
Yeah, thanks, Ms Higginson. Okay, before we start, can I just acknowledge the families and the loved ones that have lost people in custody? Because when we speak about figures, it does get a bit impersonal, and you know, every unexpected death is a tragedy. So we put that up there before we go. I acknowledge the increase in deaths in custody. It's a real concern to us, as it is to you, Ms Higginson. We really enjoy your advocacy. I think there's no one reason that we can find. We've done a lot of reviews. We've worked very closely with corrective services, doing rapid reviews and having a look at what has happened in the last 2 years. In fact, in 22-23 there was only 12 deaths in custody, and then 23-24, 24-25 increased dramatically. I think the population's increased considerably within the corrective services remit. As you know, remand has increased dramatically, and with that has come an extreme rise in the population of Aboriginal people in custody as well, to over 34%. So the demographic changes within the custodial setting are certainly driving some of those numbers. We've been very active with the national programme, looking at the improvements to Aboriginal health in custody, and it's a really good programme which has been driven by the Aboriginal controlled sector, and really about what we can do within prisons to ensure that Aboriginal leadership is there. Certainly from our perspective, Justice Health has been working tirelessly over the last couple of years through the New South Wales Health Aboriginal Transformation Programme and the Aboriginal Health Plan to improve our own Aboriginal governance within custodial settings, ensuring that we have Aboriginal leadership right at the top, and we've done that now. And I'd just like to acknowledge my Aboriginal peers that I work with within the justice sector. They do a really good job under hard circumstances. We've also increased our partnerships with Aboriginal controlled sector, ensuring that those Aboriginal voices and that transitional care and access to cultural support for those workers is in place. So there's kind of been a two-tiered approach. There's our internal Aboriginal governance, but we're also got a lot more partnerships with the Aboriginal sector. Last week we just had our first Aboriginal Community Advisory Committee meet, and that's a group, quite a diverse group of elders, different organisations to provide us expert advice on how we go about our business. A huge concern for us. Corrective Services as well started a rapid review. I think the Commissioners talked about that, and we've been very engaged in that. And some of the things that we have improving is peer support. We found that really helpful for the inmates within the correctional centre, so that we are providing training to other inmates to provide support and access to care, because sometimes through past policy, we know that it is difficult for Aboriginal people to trust us to access that care, so we're trying to break down those barriers.
One of the things that just leads me to the next matter I really want to raise. In my experience, corresponding with inmates, which I do quite a bit, often they end up punished by Corrective Services New South Wales staff simply for reaching out to me or other oversight bodies. We know it's not meant to happen. We know there's rules to say that can't happen, but the fact is it does happen. And I'm just wondering if there's anything that Justice Health staff and the people within these places, whether there's anything that they are doing to make sure that inmates advocating for healthcare are protected from repercussions.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that's happened, and I'm sure you would have told me if it was health services. I don't want to comment on the actions of Corrective Services. You know that we work very closely with the Inspector of Custodial Services in ensuring that any recommendations she gives us we attend to, and we provide really good information and have a good relationship there. One of the things we have done across the state in the last probably 6 months is rolled out what we call open clinics, which means that inmates can access health services without having to go through Corrective Services. So we're available without an appointment or without a green slip, a bluey as they call it, as you would know. So trying to make us there's not a barrier between us and Corrective Services. The feedback from that has been really good. We've done some evaluation with the inmates for that. Is really good. I think the other thing is we all learnt lessons from Astle, and one of the things we spoke to the women quite a lot and did some co-design around, why didn't you come and tell us, and what were the barriers between, the sort of inmates and ourselves as advocates for our patients. And we've got a lot more, I suppose, we went through our staff, done a lot of curiosity training with them so that they ask the next question and dig a little bit deeper. So there's lots happening. I think a lot of cultural change as well is happening within both the correctional services. I mean, the Commissioner's really driving that, but also that then impacts on us and makes our job that bit easier.
Thank you, that's good to know. The Minister for Corrections has asked me to direct all my correspondence to him now, rather than the Health Minister or Justice Health directly. I know that's clearly a matter for the Minister, but I'm just curious, is it helpful when I am providing correspondence that I believe is really, really important, goes directly to Justice Health, that I am able to correspond directly to you and your officers?
I don't want to speak on behalf of any minister. However, Ms Higginson, you do have the ear of a lot of inmates, and if there's an issue with health, we want to hear about it as quickly as possible, particularly if it pertains to suicidality or self-harm or any risk. I think it's really opportune to tell us as quickly as possible.
Thank you. One of the things, the Ombudsman's investigation into the inmate disciplinary procedures found that Justice Health was not notified of inmates being locked in solitary confinement, so confinement to their cell as a penalty, in 48% of cases. You would be aware of that. Has Justice Health taken steps to ensure that they are notified when inmates are locked in solitary confinement?
Yeah, that was a real concern to us, considering that we have a responsibility to do a welfare check on anybody who's in solitary confinement, and therefore we weren't able to fulfil our responsibilities. So we have worked really closely. I'm actually co-chairing a working group with one of the deputy commissioners on reducing restrictive practices and trying to improve the policies and procedures around that. Also, two of our forensic psychiatrists are working with that group around welfare within solitary and how we can support that. So I think we've broken it down. I think Mr. Taylor, the Deputy Commissioner, is working really closely with us around making sure that happens. We've also, there's a lot, it's a lot of work,
Does it
but it's good work.
you? I was recently made aware from a call for papers that the Public Service Association on the 29th of September last year recorded that prison officers' vocational branch indicated they will not complete confined to cell checklists. Are you aware of that?
That would be something you'd have to refer to Corrective Services, New South Wales. I wouldn't be able to answer that. I wasn't aware of that.
Because it's my understanding that that is the point at which you are notified that somebody is being confined or sentenced or punished into that solitary confinement. That's the point Justice Health gets notified, right?
Yeah, I think there's a number of ways, and I think that's one of the things that we identified after the Ombudsman's report, that there wasn't one way. So we are trying to work out what is the best way for us to know all the time. It is identified to us through the OIMS system, but we just weren't sure how reliable that was either. And I think it brings to fore the importance of the relationship between ourselves and Corrective Services and how we work together, particularly our nurse unit managers and our governors. They're the ones in the centres that have that communication.
Given Justice Health staff can be called as witnesses during the inmate discipline proceedings for alleged correctional centre offences, what steps have Justice Health taken to provide support to staff who were involved in those proceedings?
I don't know how to answer that. Our staff, obviously we've got policies and procedures around what we do and don't. I think our clear recommendation to our staff is that we can comment on health, but we can't comment on any custodial environment punishment, or it's not our place. So we could give advice around what we think from a clinical perspective that might happen, somebody in cell placement, if they were in cell with two people and then they were going to go into a cell with one person. But our recommendation to our staff is to only comment on health related aspects of care into Corrective Services, and don't comment on we don't get involved in the outcome of any punishment.
Thank you. That's been so helpful. Thank you, Ms. Hoey.
Thank you.
I had a couple of quick questions for Justice Health as well, so I'll keep you in the hot seat.
Thank you.
Why have the network medication guidelines not been published?
There's a number of reasons. We haven't published our policies and procedures. We've published a list of policies and procedures and guaranteed that anybody can write to us and access that. And that's because there's a lot of those policies and procedures have parts of them redacted because of the security aspect. So we often work with Corrective Services and ourselves. But if you do want those guidelines, you can ask us and we will give you them.
Okay. The reason I'm asking, it's my understanding that the Information Privacy Commission specifically has advised that the network medication guidelines should be an open access information document.
Yeah, we've actually written to the Privacy Commission to get some advice on that around our policies and procedures, because we're, we're trying our best to be a transparent organisation, and we're quite clear in our leadership that sharing information is the best thing to do. However, we always have to balance that with the security of the environments that we work within, and our policies and procedures do have security information in them. So we're speaking to the Privacy Commissioner. We've actually written to her to get some advice around that.
Okay. When was that?
About I'm trying to think, it was this year, last year, in the middle of STPR, so my head's a bit thing. I can't tell you exactly when it was. I think the last communication we possibly had was beginning of January, maybe when we came back from holidays. But
okay, so
don't,
fairly
yeah,
recent.
I can let you know. Yeah,
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
yeah, within the last couple of months. Yeah.
Okay. And my last question for you, there was an Improving Medication Administration in Custody project completed in 2023. What action's been taken since then? Has it achieved its outcomes?
Yeah, there's been a few things implemented. We're still implementing it. One of the changes was to have trial clinical pharmacists within our MRRC environment, so our reception environment, because there was delays on people getting onto medication. So we put some pharmacists in to do medication reconciliation at the front end. It's working really well, saving nurses a lot of time. Also increasing our patient self-medication program, where they deliver their own medications. I think sometimes we can be a bit parental when people come into prison and take everything off. So trying to improve access so people can deliver their own medications and and empower themselves to look after that. We've been looking at ways of delivering the buprenorphine injection, and whether that's drug and alcohol or primary care, because there's been a lot of concern about the increases within that and the workloads around that. So there's about 24 recommendations, and we're working our way through them. We believe that with the implementation of SDPR as well, our medication management will be a lot easier to track and trace around what we are prescribing, what we're not prescribing, done a lot of de-prescribing around that too. So lots of things happening. I'm happy to give you an update at some point, but
yeah, thanks. And I mean, many of the findings or statistics that led to that project were really concerning.
Definitely.
Will that be reevaluated, or when will the progress of that be measured?
Yeah, surely. So medication management is one of our most challenging aspects within the prison environment. It's a concern to me. It's a concern to me about patient safety, but also productivity, and that's why we put so much investment into the medication management. I think once we get a few of these things in and trialled, then we will evaluate how we've gone with them going forward. I know definitely the clinical pharmacist, the evaluation's happening just now, coming back quite positive. So I would expect, we'll expand that when we move into Parklea.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure who my next question is for. I'll direct it to Ms Pearce, and you can let me know if you're not the right person. I'm following up the LGBTQI plus health strategy again. So I understand that the Flexible Fund final report was written in September last year that summarised the outcomes, challenges and lessons learned from the 21 projects that were funded in the initial round. Have any of those projects since been continued or expanded?
I'm just trying to find it. We're just trying to find it for you, so we can't do that quickly. We might be able to come back.
Come back, I think.
Yeah, we'll come. Is it okay if we come back to you?
No problem. Okay. That's all right. That brings me back to Dr. Chet. The RACGP is calling for a state-funded vaccination package, including expanded access to influenza, meningococcal B, RSV and pertussis. What consideration have you given to that proposal?
So this year we have announced a nasal flu preparation which will be available. I've got to say that will be limited, but we are trying to distribute that on an equity basis, particularly focusing on general practice that have a large paediatric population. We are also making that available through pharmacies, but stress it's a limited supply, and we'll evaluate the acceptability of the nasal and whether that does improve our childhood vaccination coverage. In respect to the meningococcal B, we understand that the Minister has written to the Federal Minister to continue to ask for that to be re-evaluated, and I would just have to check, but I think it may well be listed for reconsideration. So could I just confirm whether that's being considered? RSV, I can't declare, but I would be optimistic that there might be announcements by the federal government in due course around RSV vaccine. So that is good news. And the other vaccine...
Pertussis was the last one.
Pertussis. Which aspect of pertussis, I wonder if they're...
From memory, it was to do with expansions to particular vulnerable populations. I haven't gotten in front of me.
I'll just have to ask the team. We haven't really focused on pertussis, but I will review that and certainly we'll look at those opportunities.
Okay. Thank you. I also cut you off this morning. You were providing some examples where there had been cross-portfolio work or where the preventive health aspect of projects had been considered.
That's fine. So I did a very poor job at describing a wonderful active transport health model, which was a work across health, transport, treasury and planning. And basically it's a consistent method for incorporating the health outcomes in planning assessment processes for active transport infrastructure. And it addressed a key policy gap. So that's now been accepted by Treasury. So that's a very useful thing for us in ensuring that those the incidental benefits associated with active transport is taken into account in the cost-benefit analysis.
Yeah,
for
true.
those
So
pieces.
you said that had been accepted by Treasury. When did that happen?
Key agencies, I think it's probably been about a year ago or something like that. It was a key piece of work. And the model's parameters values are included in the New South Wales Treasury Outcomes Values database and on the Treasury website as a key sector framework, providing supplementary guidance for use alongside the whole of government guide to cost benefit analysis. So that's probably one example. Our work with education, we have a memorandum of understanding, but we work incredibly closely, and that it's not just my portfolio area, but it'd be across the ministry in terms of supporting the school curriculum, supporting health and wellbeing nurses, and looking for opportunities to engage with education in terms of vapings or cigarettes or vaccination or other health issues. The Food Regulation Committee, so we work closely and have an ongoing partnership with the New South Wales Food Authority. The two agencies work together to present a coordinated and single New South Wales position at the binational food regulation forums, both Food Ministers and Food Regulation Standing Committee. And I suppose one example is front of pack labelling scheme and the Health Star rating. So New South Wales has been supporting the move towards a mandated Health Star rating system, which was agreed by Food Ministers at their last meeting, and it will certainly strengthen the significant investment we've made to date in ensuring consumers can find health stars on all products, not just those that choose to display it. So probably they're just some examples, but our local health districts also do work with their local governments on particular cross-sectoral work as well. So they're probably examples of stuff we've done at the state level, but there's certainly a lot of deep-rooted engagement with local council.
Thanks. I've got a question about the safe staffing level rollout. Is that Miss Abbas? Yeah. I note that as of October last year, there was an update that there were 50 emergency departments across the state that had started implementing safe staffing levels. Can you provide an update of where that's up to, including whether those positions have been filled?
Sure, if you'll just bear with me for a moment. Okay, so as of earlier this month, 27 level 5 and 6 EDs and 27 level 3 and 4 EDs have commenced recruitment towards safe staffing levels, and so far we've recruited more than 770 additional nurses. If you'd like the breakdown of those numbers, I will need to take that on notice.
Please. And then my other question is, is there a time frame for when you expect all emergency departments who are slated to have safe staffing levels to be completed?
Well, the target is as per the election commitment, but we are working our way progressively through those categories of ED departments. I can come back to you on notice. We don't have the full rollout schedule yet as of this point, but we're working our way through the plan.
Okay, thank you. Look, I anticipate you'll take the next question on notice too, but so you've got them all together. What considerations being given to other departments in hospitals in addition to emergency?
Well, so far we are working through the emergency departments and some of the postnatal wards as per the commitment that the government has provided. That's the extent of the work that we're doing so far. but I can take on notice what plans we may have beyond that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just with my last bit of time, I might just come back to Ms Wood. You provided an answer to one of my questions to the Minister this morning about the Missing Voices report, that you'd taken that up with the Children's Network. And I think I cut you off and said I would come back to it. Can you provide a bit more detail about that meeting?
Absolutely. So I just met with the Chief Executive of Sydney Children's Hospital last week on a number of items, and we just did happen to discuss the report that has come out. So we are considering the reports. Obviously, it came out December last year, and we are considering implementing any appropriate refinements to the existing models of care. Any changes would obviously be informed by robust and evidence-based data using a sequential and stepped approach. I think it's probably important to note that a really important part of this is a well-resourced and supported MDT operating in close proximity to the child or young person and their families. We do actually have a robust structured MDT with Sydney Children's at the moment. It is actually benchmarked internationally as best practice, and certainly is beneficial and safeguards patients, families and clinical staff. I think in terms of moving forward, one of the challenges obviously is in terms of the number of different specialties involved, and really thinking about how we enhance that MDT approach to support that care navigation type role, bringing the voices into how we design and continue to review models of care will be really important. But I mean, I personally was quite surprised by how many specialties are involved in that MDT, so obviously very important that we continue to look at that very closely.
Thank you. I'm out of time, so I think we had 1 minute of opposition time if you wanted to cut you off before.
Ms Hoey, if I could ask you quickly, thank you from Justice Health, and thank you for being here. Just wondering, during the psychiatry dispute last year, did you lose any staff specialists who resigned?
I think three of our staff specialists resigned, but we didn't lose any numbers.
Okay, so and how were those staff specialist positions filled?
We recruited and filled them.
Staff specialists, VMOs or locums?
Yeah, during the dispute, a number of our staff specialists went on leave without pay from their staff specialist position and moved across to VMO positions.
Yes.
And
how many of those? How many?
I don't have the figures in front of me.
On notice, could I have
yeah,
those figures?
Definitely.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah,
Yes.
surely. Got all that. Yep.
And now the dispute's resolved, do they remain as VMOs or have they become staff specialists again?
No, everybody has gone back to their original positions. That happened quite quickly on the resolution of the dispute.
And the 3 staff specialist positions were filled with external recruitment?
Yeah, we at this point there may be new vacancies, but we didn't have any vacancies at some point yet. We haven't had the same issues, I think.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone. We'll break for afternoon tea. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Can indicate that Ms. Marr, we don't have any questions for you and you're welcome to go. And Ms. Hoy, there's only a few questions left for you from Ms. Higginson. After Ms. Higginson has finished her next round of questioning, you can also go. And with that, I'll turn to the opposition.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask some questions about workplace safety, psychosocial hazards in the workplace. Is that you, Ms. Abbas, or?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, in one sentence, what is happening at Concord Hospital?
Can you be a bit more specific?
Well, is it common that there be a scheduled secret ballot vote for a vote of no confidence in health management?
It's not common. I do understand, I've only been in the role 8 weeks myself, but I do understand that the Ministry has worked really closely with Concord over the last couple of years on a range of issues, and we've provided a significant level of support to them.
But clearly, from what certainly we're hearing from doctors in particular at Concord, that level of support is insufficient or misplaced, and there's a strong feeling, not just from doctors at Concord but from other hospitals who have approached us, that there isn't a safe mechanism for them to raise issues about safe places of work, safe systems of work, raise issues about that they think are inappropriate with senior staff. What are we doing to create a culture where all members of medical staff feel that they can appropriately report incidents and be heard?
Mrs. Carter, I might, if you don't mind, address that.
Yeah, thank you.
Deb Wilcox is here, who's the Chief Executive, who's responsible for Concord, so she can specifically talk to that, but I might mention it as well. I, along with Minister Park, have created a quarterly meeting with the Statewide Medical Staff Executive Council, and we recently met with them, and they were able to share with us a recent survey of medical staff councils in which there's substantial improvement over the last 5 years in regard to the view of medical staff councils as they relate to the New South Wales Health Executive broadly across the state. I categorically refute any suggestion that there is no safe place for people to raise their issues. The New South Wales health system absolutely depends on people raising their issues. And it is not to say that every time someone raises an issue that there is agreement as to the substance of that issue. But in regard to Concord in particular, there are a number of things that I would like to put on the record. When issues were identified at Concord 3 years ago now, New South Wales Health, immediately with the former Deputy Secretary in People Governance and Culture, commissioned an assessment of the issues there and actions that were then intended to address them. We then, on top of that, between December 2023 and March 24, sent in Dr. Mary-Ann Gale and another colleague to ensure that those recommendations and action plan were rolled out. We sent them back again in August 2025 to ensure that those recommendations indeed had been rolled out. We have a new Chief Executive for the district. We have a new General Manager for Concord Hospital. I met with the chairs of Medical Staff Council at Sydney Local Health District in August of last year. I attended a combined Medical Staff Council meeting with all medical staff councils in Sydney Local Health District in September of last year, despite the fact that I'd offered to go hospital by hospital and meet with them. We've also commenced a Shaping the System initiative, and we have currently a team led by a clinician, an intensivist, Nee Nguyen from Nepean, going around talking to our system about how we can create and improve better opportunities for people to raise their issues to ensure their voices are heard. As I said, we've established the meetings, Minister Park and I, with the Statewide Medical Staff Executive Council. We know our system's not perfect, and I'm not suggesting it is.
No system ever is.
No system ever is. But in regard to the efforts to address those issues at Concord I genuinely believe that we have done all that could be reasonably expected of us. That includes me writing to all staff at Concord Hospital, in which I've apologised for the fact that some of those actions were ever required in the first place. I've also apologised verbally, and the People Matter employee survey of Concord Hospital that was conducted last year, which Ms Wilcox can speak to, has shown substantial improvement.
Yes.
So to put a question to us about what is going on at Concord in terms of cultural safety, I think without referencing that is not the full picture, but I'll hand to Ms Wilcox
Well,
to
just
further
before you
elaborate.
do, Ms Pearce, because I've seen that People Matter survey and I agree, but you would have also, I'm sure, seen the minutes from the meeting of the 6th of February 2026 and the...
which meeting, Mrs.
Carter? The meeting, Sydney Local Health District, Medical Staff Executive Council, Concord Repatriation General Hospital Medical Staff Council, the Chair's report, for the meeting of the 6th of February.
No, I would
I
not normally
apologise.
say
I
those.
thought, because this report has, it acknowledges the changes that have been made, but it then goes through 2 pages, failure to adequately address allegations of bullying and harassment, failure to adequately address the concerns of the Medical Staff Council in the strategic plan, failure to adequately consult in relation to the service agreement between New South Wales Health and Sydney Local Health District, failure to adequately fund the rebuild or maintenance of Concord Repatriation General Hospital, draft social media policy,
A
whole lot of issues.
I understand that list. Can I say that I respect the fact that people raise issues, and I think that the issues were raised by the Medical Staff Council in Concord in 2023. Absolutely acknowledge that there were things that needed attention. My point is that they received the attention. Myself and Mr D'Amato, our Chief Financial Officer, as I said, I've met with the Medical Staff Council executive across the district. We've explained our budget setting process and service agreement setting process. I understand why people may feel that the service agreement perhaps doesn't adequately address what they think it should. If you asked anybody across the health system, they probably would say the same. I'm aware of the proposed vote of no confidence that was to be held last week, but I'll leave that to Ms Wilcox to address. But it is a untenable situation from my perspective to continue to have allegations levelled at myself and my team, for which, for the most part, we are absolutely unable to defend ourselves publicly. When we have done our level best to address those issues, because our view of this is that we want a safe place for our workforce to work in.
Absolutely.
And that means everyone. The Shaping the System work that, as I said, led by Nii Nguyen and Dr Levesque, who's away presently, is a very substantial piece of work across the state so that we can ensure that the voices of our staff are heard. It doesn't mean, though, that we agree with everything that they say. But Deb, did you want to comment about the meeting on Thursday?
Yes, thank you. The first thing to say is that Concord Hospital is an extremely high-performing hospital. The People Matter survey results really strongly represent the efforts of myself, the General Manager and the whole team to strongly engage with that hospital and engage with staff. I attend sessions called speed dating, I affectionately call them, where people can come and talk to me about anything, 15-minute slots. I visit the hospital regularly. The General Manager is actively engaged with the staff down in the ED on busy days, etc. It is a great culture. It's got a strong community support. It's a terrific hospital. It would be fair to say that there are individuals in staff, like in any organisation, have a slightly different view about matters and continue to raise the same matters in relation to strategic plan, in relation to the service agreement, etc. I'd like to just the committee to understand that these issues have been raised repeatedly and have been repeatedly answered to try and assist certain members of staff that, these are the processes, this is how we do things, and let's keep talking about it. Open door policy, happy to engage at any time, any place.
I did attend. Stop you there, Ms. Wilcox. Is that perhaps an issue? Because if the same issues are being raised and the same answers are being given, does that lead then into a feeling that we're hearing that concerns that are being raised are not being heard?
There may be a very small minority of people, I expect, that may still feel dissatisfied with the responses, but again, I need to emphasise to the committee our efforts to communicate and engage with all staff on all matters has been intense. I've attended hundreds of meetings, engaged with hundreds of staff, and many issues are raised, and everybody's entitled to a response.
If it's just a small group, why then have we got to the point where there is a planned secret ballot vote of no confidence?
I attended the Medical Staff Council meeting last week when this motion of no confidence was to be discussed.
Yes.
There was 2 people who supported it. The remaining members of the Medical Staff Council on the meeting did not, and spoke up very strongly that they did not feel this was an appropriate response, that the local health district and the local management have been highly engaged with the hospital. As I said, the results of the PMS speak for themselves. They felt like many of the issues were historic, had been prosecuted on many occasions, and that some of the more contemporary issues around primary care, aged care, were valid issues that we should collectively discuss, but they certainly did not support the vote of no confidence.
Okay, thank you. The other issue that we're hearing, and not just from Concord but across, is that there may be not mechanisms within health but also mechanisms internally within the culture of some hospitals, that if more junior doctors want to report something, they feel that they're facing career being blocked, or
By whom?
by more senior doctors, but that's a cultural issue in that hospital. So what work is being done? I mean, is that a valid concern? If it is, what work is being done to address those cultural issues?
Look, Deb might be able to talk to some of the more specifics, and in fact, Tracy from the Hunt has done a lot of work in this space with junior medical officers as well. It's really important that our staff have the ability to raise issues. And we're also aware that at times the hierarchical nature of health can impede that. You won't be surprised to know that across 185,000 headcount staff in New South Wales Health, I get quite a lot of communication directly from staff within our health system. And I can tell you that I respond to those people every single time.
Thank you.
Because I think it's important that they do express to me at times a degree of trepidation about reaching out. What we're trying to do is establish a system within our health system that no matter who you are, no matter whether you're a junior medical officer, junior registered nurse, a cleaner, a porter, no matter who you are, you have the ability to raise your issues. And this is a very important cultural piece of cultural work, because we are slowly breaking down some of the hierarchical nature of our health system, but it does take time. And my message to our chief executives has been consistent. If it's good enough for me to pick the phone up and talk to someone, it's good enough for anyone.
And are you satisfied that all the chief executives are doing that? They're following your lead?
I am satisfied that our chief executives do their level best to address every issue that they can as quickly as they can.
Thank you.
Could we do it better? Absolutely. But there are forums for junior medical officers where they can come together. There are other forums. The unions obviously advocate on behalf of their members. But this is an area that we genuinely want to see improved. You mentioned the social media policy. Can I just say the social media policy within New South Wales Health is part of a whole of government process. It is not New South Wales Health specific. We have consulted widely with unions and made changes to it as a consequence of that. Of course people need to be able to speak up. But to be perfectly honest, the place for them to speak up is in their workplace. And if that doesn't work, there are other avenues which we publish to our staff. So, you know, the use of social media is fit for many purposes. And people do use it, and they're entitled to use it, of course. But our policy is not designed to quell the voice of our staff from reporting issues.
Thank you. Ms. Abbas, can I just pick up this morning, we were talking about conscientious objections. So I'm trying to understand, I didn't believe that there were policies across health for conscientious objection. Are you developing a whole of health policy, or?
We are developing a policy, yes.
So it will be whole of health, it won't be procedure specific?
We provide guidance, so on issues like this we would provide guidance across the health system.
Sorry, I don't know, what is the document on which you're working? Does it relate specifically to certain procedures, or is it for the whole of health?
This is for the whole of health.
And what drove the development? This is a new document then?
I will need to come back to you on that. I'm not, unless one of my colleagues can clarify.
Sorry, are you revising an existing document or creating a new document?
I need to come back to you on that. Like I said,
well, so
I need
who's
to check.
doing the work on it?
I'll just check if Mel is able to answer that. Thank you.
She's not sworn in.
I think I would be from last time.
Yeah, she was here last time.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So the work's being done by a range of branches in consultation with districts.
And just so I've got it straight in my head, is it a new from scratch document or is it a revised document?
At the moment, it's an existing document, but it may well be, as we review it, we might need a companion document.
So the existing document isn't a whole of health, it I think just relates to specific procedures, doesn't it?
That's right.
Okay, so it's still, the intention is it would still be procedure specific?
I think it's probably too early to answer that.
Okay.
Probably.
What's driving this work? What was the impetus for it?
I didn't start the work. It's been in the works for some time.
Who can answer? I mean, there must be so many projects. Why did this one get to the top?
Well, look, I mean, in terms of our policies, we have regular reviews of all our policies.
Okay.
Generally, our policies are 5-year documents, but some of them...
And is this a 5-year review?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Can you take that on notice?
Yes.
Okay. But if it's going to change from its existing scope to a broader scope, what's driving that piece of work?
It'll be it's the consultation. So when
consultation with whom? Sorry.
Well, look, all New South Wales health documents and policy directives have a consultation, principally with our staff, with our districts, with other branches in the ministry. To some extent.
And when is the consultation about this document going to occur?
I'll have to take that on notice.
If you could, that'd be great. Thank you. And so at the moment, it's a piece of work, but it's in draft. And
I think we'll have to take the issue on notice, Mrs. Carter. I just don't think we're sufficiently informed to address it today.
Okay, thank you.
Coming back to the surgical unit at Northern Beaches Hospital that I asked about this morning, just in terms of the process for patients who might be allocated to have their surgery there, how's that going to work in practice? Will somebody be able to say no to being on a list there and still have their surgery closer to home? What will that look like?
Mr. Daly can respond.
Okay, so I did mention I'd be coming back to this, Mr. Daly. So
thank you. So I should give you a superb answer then.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is being worked up at the moment. We're working with a little bit of black box in terms of the Northern Beaches Hospital, in as much as the activity that's gone on in there, particularly the private component, it was unknown to us. They weren't contractually obligated to report their private activity. So we're going in post 29th of April really to cement the delivery of this unit, and I have no doubt we'll be able to do it. In terms of some of the logistics that you referred to there, yes, every patient in New South Wales has an option to decline an offer of surgery, and we facilitate patients every other day of the week. If they can't get it as quickly in one district, we offer them a surgical appointment in another district, and they can say no or they say yes, picking up on the use of IPTAS and those types of programs.
So, but if you're a patient in Western Sydney and there's a space for you to have your surgery at the Northern Beaches hub when it opens, and you say no because that distance is not something you wish it, do you then go back down on the list for your local hospital?
No.
Like, how will that be managed in practice?
You actually said that surgical policy prescribes all this that the system operates to, and if you say no, you're entitled to say no.
Yeah.
But it just means that you'll sit on your list until you can get it done. Now, most of the system, and by June, I think the vast majority, if not the whole system, will be at pretty much pre-pandemic levels in terms of patients being treated within their clinically recommended timeframes.
Right.
At the moment, we're about 4,000 patients above that. That's too high. And there's a natural level that the surgical task force identified, because people say no, which means it might force them to breach, but we've got to respect individuals' choices.
So when do you expect this hub to be up and operational, if you'll pardon the pun, at the Northern Beaches?
We're aiming for 1 July.
Okay.
And the role will be that the ministry will play like a brokering role to feed into these 5,000 additional cases right across the state and facilitate patient access, if that's their desire, to get a quicker surgical appointment than at their home hospital.
And I note that there has been an announcement that I think one of the storerooms will be converted into a new theatre, which I'm sure is not unusual. You know, repurpose spaces. That's not having a go at that. But in terms of, I guess, the clinical staff, and not just the surgeons, but nursing theatre staff, my understanding is that a number have left that hospital in recent months after changes have been announced. Are you confident you'll have the staffing capacity to bring this on board so quickly?
Well, yes. I mean, we've got enormous retention of clinical staff that have come straight over, something like 95, 96%. There are individuals who've chosen perhaps to leave, but they're very small in number. And it certainly doesn't jeopardise at this point acute units like emergency department, ICU, operating theatres, to your question. And I think the more certainty that comes out, hence the government announcement this morning, will kind of give some reinforcement that we're fed income and that there will be a public-private component on that side. But it needs to be developed and ultimately go to market in a very sensible way to get the right mix and the right complementary services to the public services on the site.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. I'll go to Ms Higginson.
Thank you. I am going to ask Ms Hoey if you could come back just for a quick next round of rapid fire. Thank you. I'm just curious, the Inspector of Custodial Services found the Metropolitan Special Programs Centre, I'm not sure if you're aware, found it in a terrible condition, that it was covered in cat hair, cat faeces, mould, rust, ligature points, broken tiles and cockroaches. The inspector also found that the facilities were too small to facilitate access for inmates with disabilities. The doors were too small for wheelchairs, for example. And I recently asked the Commissioner in the corrections estimates, and he sort of said, look, it was a pretty bad form. We've tidied it all up. I'm just curious about whether Justice Health workers have, firstly, whether you share the concerns of the inspector's findings.
Yeah, thank you. I've read the inspector's report of MSPC, obviously, and we got a couple of recommendations there as well. And the MSPC buildings are old, and we have spoken to the commissioner and the deputy commissioners on a number of occasions about access, double bunks for people with disability, accommodation for older persons, and certainly up in the MSPC sites, that's a real concern for us.
And do you feel that your concerns are being listened to, or are you, if you can say, or are you getting what I think I'm getting, and that is, look, that's just the facility, that's what we've got to work with?
Yeah, I suppose I don't want to comment on Corrective Services New South Wales. I've developed a very good working relationship with them, and they really are quite honest with us. We know that particularly around disability, aged care and appropriate placement is really difficult. I think the Commissioner does acknowledge that MSPC is old, and I think they had slowed down using those areas, but unfortunately the population rise has been such that they've had to open back beds that they probably had closed previously. So I would agree that MSPC is not the best environment, and I haven't actually been back up since they've said they've cleaned it up. I will go probably back up next week. I've been up to the hospital, but I've not been back up to MSPC.
Great, thank you. And is it your understanding that when your Justice Health staff are also dealing with the increase of patients, the increase of presentations of people with health and disability issues, that it is harder for your staff as well?
Oh, definitely. I'm very supported by the ministry, and we certainly have had conversations about the increased population and how we manage that. And obviously, with the remand growing more, that's probably our most risky population as well from a health perspective, and also women. So yeah, the pressure is on our services right now, so we're just reorientating to make sure that we cover those most risky areas as much as we can.
Thank you. And just earlier we were talking a little bit about the inmate disciplinary procedures and systems, and that you've been involved in, or to whatever extent, looking at the Ombudsman's report recommendations. Given that Justice Health workers do get called or can get called in those proceedings, is it your understanding that if your staff have witnessed or been part of complaints around corrective services staff misconduct or allegations about that, do your staff have really clear guidance around what they should do, where they can be involved to assist with those kind of complaints?
Yeah, we would use. I'm trying to think about the number of times that's got to me, and I don't think it has many times. So I'd actually like to take it on notice how many times we've actually been formally involved in those processes. I know that after use of force and such like, our staff will assess the patient and document that, and that has at times been used. But that's in staff discipline as opposed to inmate discipline. But I'd really like to take it on notice to see how often our staff are used in inmate discipline. As I said, our clear direction to them would be you can give health advice and clinical advice about placement, but we don't get involved with any decisions around discipline of inmates. It's not our job or role, and we're pretty clear about that. And you can imagine working in the environment we do, we work very closely with corrective services, but we have different principles and different ways of working, and how we work together is really, really important. But we don't cross that line into security. We provide health advice.
Thank you. Can I just also ask you, if you wouldn't mind taking on notice, given the inmate discipline procedure has been under significant iterative review, whether you see that there is a greater role for Justice Health in that system, whether that's something that you are identifying or has been identified for you?
I can take it on notice, but I think it's not a health role to be included. We might be able to give advice around deficits or disability around why somebody is or isn't behaving the way they are, but I don't think it is a health role to get involved in discipline. I would say up front here, but I'm certainly happy to take away and have a think about it with corrective services and which role we play.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Dr. Chan, I'm going to go back to you again. I've just got some questions broadly around population health to understand what work the department is undertaking. So I can see that there was a population health research strategy from 2018 to 2024. Is there a revised or new strategy?
So the first thing we're doing is doing some pieces of work on the health of New South Wales population. And so we're in the progress of doing a report. We have moved to a lot of our data online, but I think one of the foundational pieces we need to do is document that in a more accessible way. So we are pulling together a report on the health of the population. We are focused on two particular areas. I want to just acknowledge that there's a broad pieces of work that are being done across health that impact the health of the community. But there's a couple of two key priorities that we are focusing on. One is reducing the prevalence of diabetes, and the next, which I share with Elizabeth Wood, is basically the first 2,000 days. We think those are areas where there is significant opportunity of return on investment, and particularly with an equity lens. So we have created an expert advisory committee on diabetes to look at the sorts of interventions that we should be putting in place and the scale of those interventions. And we are proceeding to formulate plans in that regard. There's a lot of opportunities in even the tertiary prevention aspects with the new Ozempic-like drugs, there's low kilojoule diets, there's bariatric surgery and primordial prevention as well.
So, thank you. The report that you're referring to that New South Wales Health is pulling together, is that based on the work, for example, that strategy I was referring to that is out of date now? Is that report in place of an ongoing strategy, a new strategy, or are we going to see that as well?
So I think that data will then inform the sort of strategy documents or research priorities. I should mention probably one new initiative that we've put in place, which I think I'm really excited about as well, is we've changed one of our, albeit a small amount of money we've got for prevention research. We've actually identified the first 2,000 days, healthy birth weight, and we've called together a research consortium across the universities to work in partnership with us on that project. And then the other one is around primordial prevention and diabetes. And so that's an example of how we're trying to leverage off the university sector as well.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm just wondering with trying to find where and if New South Wales Health does particular research. So I'm looking at the environmental health page of Health Stats, which has heat problems in terms of heat presentations, ED presentations, housing for health, lung dust diseases, smoke-free cars, smoke-free households. That's what's under environmental pollution. And I'm just wondering when, with the various things that have emerged over the last few years where populations are concerned about particular environmental pollution incidents, whether it's PFAS in the Blue Mountains, Cadia in the Central West in terms of mining, Broken Hill lead clearly. At what point does New South Wales Health, and I asked this before, but where does the population level health studies come in? For example, just to give you an example, so in Trail, Canada, which has an operating smelter, has very good programs. The Office of Chief Scientist and Engineer referenced this in the report. They do, and they've undertaken IBS and Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, how much that is in the community versus the rest of the community. And indeed, they found in Trail that people are getting Crohn's disease earlier. But New South Wales Health, for some reason, we're not doing this in the Blue Mountains for PFAS, you're not doing it in Broken Hill for lead. Looking at the environmental health, there just doesn't seem to be anything around environmental pollution issues.
So studying the environmental health impacts, we really support research that adds to the knowledge about environmental impact. But the research to actually add to knowledge requires quite a lot of intensity and well-designed methodological studies to actually add to it, rather than just being a descriptive analysis. And so we really encourage the NHNM people to apply to NHNMIC, happy to support them for those very detailed analysis. So if, for instance, if you're exploring, for instance, motor neuron disease, you need quite detailed characterisation of a person's exposure of their life course, blood, biomarkers, quite intensive studies. And so we do see that the National Health Medical Research and the MRFF funding as being really the level of magnitude that we would need for that, albeit that New South Wales Health has provided some support for some motor neuron disease research. So in certain areas, but a lot of that stuff is going to require those very big scale research studies that are really incredibly well designed, because otherwise they don't yield meaningful results. So that's probably my answer there. But if there's opportunities that we can make it easier for researchers to partner, easier for researchers to understand what data we can bring to the table, I'm really very excited about our single digital patient record. I'm so excited when that's in 2028, because I really think that will revolutionise that will really revolutionise the way we can do research. It will really simplify data analysis and data collection because people have a single record. So
just on, thank you. So we were asked about the lead notifications that are coming through, and the question was, what then does the department do? So you've got these records that are over, say, 6, you've got records that are between 10 and 20. Is there any analysis other than working with the employer, for example? Is there any broader studies that are undertaken on that research that comes through? Data, sorry.
So I suppose it goes to the question, Ms. Furman, about why we're doing the research. So if we're trying to establish whether lead causes harm, then that requires a particular study design. But if we're wanting to, but we've already established that at a population level, and we understand that because lead has been studied in particular occupational settings and in children. We have asked the NHMRC to do a review of any literature that's been published since the last review to see if there's any updated guidance. We have updated our control guideline, so we've got a control guideline which outlines, and perhaps if I can make that available to the committee, which goes through what the role of the public health unit is in following up.
Quick question of clarification. You've said you've asked the NHMRC to undertake a review to update the research on lead, is that correct?
To update whether there's been any additional research and review that to look at if there's
on
any
lead in particular.
As you were aware, at the time when they lowered it,
yes,
because of the issue of confounding, the issue of the health effect between 5 to 10 was very hard to demonstrate and that's probably one of the other things that we're very conscious of. We want to optimise health outcomes overall for the communities in Broken Hill or any communities. So we will also take a multifactorial approach. If they're impacted by other things like hearing issues or anything else, we will address their lead plus also those broader health issues. And that's one of the literature aspects that's been hard to tease out, the contribution of lead. We've asked the NHMRC to look at those studies and see if there's any new information that gives light to that.
Okay.
But as I said, I know we've had these conversations before, but looking at the epidemiological and the methods that have been employed in the studies is really so critical to understanding what you can draw from them.
I just had one very quick follow-up question for Ms. Wood. You were telling me about the meeting that you had with the Children's Hospital. Can you confirm if there are any plans for yourself or the hospital to consult with people who are living with innate variations of sex characteristics as part of that work?
Look, it was a passing conversation, Dr. Con, just in the on a couple of items, as I said, with the Chief Executive. I was aware of the report, so we were discussing her sort of thinking around it and also what we would do next steps. Absolutely, whatever we do next steps, we would be the intention that we would be consulting with people with lived experience, because there's not really a lot of point in considering models of care if not to do that with those who we're seeking to design the model for.
Thank you. Come across to Ms. Schoolander. I have a question about Deniliquin Hospital. What funding, if any, is currently allocated to infrastructure upgrades at Deniliquin?
I will have to take that one on notice. I don't have it here. I will try and get that while we're talking, but
Thank you very much.
I'll just figure that out.
Okay. And then I don't know who my second Deniliquin question is for. Is any data collected? So when services aren't available at Deniliquin, patients are travelling across the river into Victorian health services. Do we know what the volume is of patients being referred to Victorian hospitals?
Yeah, so thanks for your question, Dr. Con. So I think we would have some idea of it. I'd have to take it on notice down to the specifics, but just so the committee is very aware that Murrumbidgee Local Health District quite often engage in clinical service planning with Victoria counterparts. Most recently we held a cross-border get-together with South Australia and Victoria and had representatives from UCA and several other cross-border communities come together and talk about that, with some express commitment to continue that clinical services planning with regards to renal services, cancer services that are offered across the border as well. But with regards to specific volumes, I'd have to take it on notice.
Yeah, thank you. And just to clarify, I'm sort of interested in the unmet need. I suppose the concern is that if they're going into state, that there might that there might not be an awareness, but I'd be very pleased to hear that you're counting them.
I think a lot of the cross-border communities with the districts working together factor that in, and where there isn't a service on the New South Wales side of the border, as you'd be well aware with Albury-Wodonga, they work together with the services across the border to be able to provide that under the Medicare or intergovernment agreements between the different jurisdictions. So Robin, Vale, Mildura, there are examples of where that would happen, and the districts that are border on either side of the river or any of the other borders would work together with regards to addressing that volume or the services available, so there's not duplicated services, but people have access and equity to services.
Just to confirm,
Please.
in relation to capital, there isn't any allocated capital at the moment for Deniliquin aside from the key worker accommodation, which has been announced as a site by the district.
Okay. So where in the cycle are things up to with plans for Deniliquin?
I would have to take that on notice. It will be a conversation with the district around their service planning and then their prioritisation of that in the capital cycle.
Okay, thank you. Coming back to Albury, in part of your answer this morning, you talked about districts themselves sometimes putting recommendation forward for changes to scope that you then need to negotiate with government.
Yeah.
Have you received any representation or requests from Albury-Wodonga Health?
Yeah, I might just clarify my answer from this morning because I note that you were comparing the process of, sorry, can you hear me okay? The process of Shell Harbour to the process in Albury in relation to the helipad. And I guess just when I talked through the prioritisation of scope and how that will happen within a capital redevelopment, I'll just clarify in some instances where there isn't enough funds to be able to fund the full scope that everybody would like to be delivered within a project, we would put something to government as an option to consider whether additional funding could be allocated. With the Shell Harbour example, the funds for the helipad have actually been able to be allocated within the available project budget, and the reason for that is we hold a certain amount of contingency against every project, and throughout the project we will progressively be able to release contingency based on the risk profile of the project at that point in time. With Shell Harbour, we took a position that something could be released from that contingency because we were past the point that we would have the most risk on the job. Getting out of the ground in particular is just somewhere that we always find we hold quite a bit of money for in relation to risk. And so each of the projects will have the list of things that they can afford, and then they'll have a wish list below the line. Shell Harbour had this at the top of their wish list below the line that we were able to pull up and utilise the contingency. And so as it wasn't a decision that we needed to put to government, it was actually a decision that we made ourselves within our capital framework within health for Shell Harbour. In relation to Albury and your query around representation in relation to the helipad, I think that the helipad's been something that's been talked about over a long period of time. It's certainly been in the list as we've considered what we can prioritise within the capital scope. It hasn't made it up to the above the line status within that project. Over time we'll obviously review the risk profile of the job. We have been planning for the ability to put a helipad on the site in a future stage of that redevelopment, and we've already covered the sort of planning process for that future stage.
Okay. And is there anything else on that list of things that Albury-Wodonga Health has actually made representation or requests to you for?
In relation to scope?
Yeah.
I guess in relation to what's in the clinical services plan, I mean, Albury-Wodonga Health have been very clear with us that they would like more scope within this project, as you know. So I think this is the same as any other where we've prioritised working with them, the items above the line, and there's a number below the line. I think that will be worked through as the process progresses. It would be captured in the business case. So we've spoken about the business case before, I think.
I'm expecting you to release it any day.
And that once completed, a summary of that business case does go. We don't always release the below the line items. Obviously, all of them usually can't be achieved. It really depends on the status of the project and its risk. But we always hope we can put as much as we can into every project that we deliver. We just have to make sure we can get to the end of the job.
And with regards to future staging, I know a previous version of the plans for the Albury Hospital redevelopment had a stage 2 that would have required demolition of the new ED they just built. Mm-hmm. And when I drew the Minister's attention to that, he subsequently ruled out that the ED would be demolished as part of stage 2. Mm. Is there actually a functioning design for any future stages after the new clinical services building is built?
Look, the master plan, and I'm going to talk to this without having every bit of detail of this particular project and its master plan and its staging plan. But the master plan we would all be working to would have a sensible staging plan to enable future stages to be built. I feel very confident that there's feasible future stages at Albury. We have certainly interrogated that in relation to the review of being able to redevelop on that site. It sounds like a very silly idea to demolish an emergency department that you've just built, so I acknowledge that. I think that the consideration of the overall master plan would be something that we'd refresh in the next phase. So in planning, in any sort of phase of planning a project, we'll kick off with a refresh of the master plan or a review of the master plan to make sure it's the right thing to do. That site certainly has the potential to be able to develop the next stage, and if we've had something in the past that didn't seem logical, we'd absolutely be testing that in future.
I'll come back to this, but I'm out of time. We'll go to the opposition.
A couple of quick questions for you, Ms Wilcox, if I may. I understand that there's a mosquito infestation at RPA. Is that correct?
I wouldn't necessarily describe it as an infestation. There was a complaint about some mosquitoes being in the one of our postnatal wards. That was attended to upon being made aware. Clearly we can't spray when there are mothers and babies in the area, so we have to be cautious about how we undertake that.
And is that related to the construction or separate?
It would be mosquitoes in Sydney, wet summer, puddles everywhere with the rain, doors open in the hospital. It would be impossible for me to guess how, but the important thing is once raised, of course that's an unpleasant thing for any patient to experience, and it was attended to promptly, as I understand.
And in relation to the construction, is it true that, I'm guessing it must be the neonatal ward or the maternity ward was moved because of noise issues for the babies?
Yeah, that's correct. As part of the program of works, the work that Health Infrastructure and the construction team are doing is mostly around that eastern end of the hospital. Our neonatal intensive care unit, our intensive care unit, and some of our maternity wards are co-located in those areas.
Yes.
So we've been doing some acoustic monitoring and testing, working through with the construction company just what is happening.
And were they moved? Or
Yes, we moved the postnatal ward, we moved that up into level 10 into the block and relocated our geriatric ward. It's a complex build. There will be a lot of dominoes as we move around the site, but importantly, patient safety and comfort, and particularly those of little babies, is absolutely paramount. And I've been stringently overseeing that sound and noise testing to ensure our patients are at the front of our care.
Thank you. Can you answer questions about John Hunter, or is that you? Oh, just a couple of quick questions about John Hunter.
Musical chairs.
Sorry. What did the Hunter New England LHD do to fix the mould growth problem in the John Hunter paediatric outpatient unit reported in February 2025?
So when I reported on that earlier, we just had a program of work. We knew where the mould was. We went through it all. We moved some clinics so that we could clear that space. There was some ceiling tiles that needed to be replaced. And we did it relatively quickly in a few days, but now we've got this monitoring system so that we don't
And so
end
the
up in that
outbreak in
place
November 2025 was the same process?
Yes, we keep, I think it was the same.
And how often are you getting outbreaks of mould?
It seems to happen around about summertime. The indications are all, why you get mould anywhere. So we've got a program in place to look out for it, especially when we know that it's been detected in the past.
And what does the acronym PODU stand for?
I don't know.
It's a unit at John Hunter Hospitals, apparently.
Protection.
Paediatric outpatients.
I don't think we should be guessing about acronyms.
I've not heard that acronym before.
I think it's in those documents.
Anybody got a best guess?
What was it?
PODU?
No, we'll find that out. And
Yeah,
I'll
we can
guess.
take that on notice.
Yeah, thank you, because I understand that part of John Hunter also has a mould problem.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's on the list as a
Is it the same part of the?
It's a secondary location that's noted with identification
And what
of
is
mould.
PODU? What is that location?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
We'll take that on notice. and
It might be
confirm
helpful for the
detail of
committee.
that.
I think it's Paediatric Oncology Day Unit.
Okay, so we think it's Paediatric Oncology Day Unit. Does that sound right?
It could be, and that was part of the in the remediation plan.
Okay, so
Yes.
so the paediatric oncology day unit was part of the remediation plan. Great, thank you. Mrs. Mitchell.
Yep. Great, thank you. Just a couple of quick and very specific ones. Grafton Base Hospital just got some reports coming through that staff have been told they're no longer able to order or receive skin cleansing wipes for patients. I note your facial expression, Ms. Pearce. Is
Sorry,
that...
I'm trying to keep it calm.
No, it's fine. I sort of thought the same thing. It seemed a little bit odd that the hospital wouldn't be able to do that. Is there any update in terms of if that's...
I have no knowledge of that, but we're happy to
Can
follow
you take
that
that on
up.
notice? Yeah, thank you. That would be great. The Parkinson's New South Wales funding, my understanding is that they have a current grant which I think is due to expire in June this year. They're also looking for, I guess, some longer term support, particularly for the specialist nurse network. Is anyone able to update me on that particular program of work?
Parkinson's nurses?
I can cover nurses. Thank you for the question, Ms. Mitchell. We actually, in this budget year, worked very closely with the districts to make sure that that funding was embedded into what is our normal activity funding-based processes, so that it was an ongoing confirmation that we would have that service available.
Mhm.
With regard to the grant, I think that would be part of next year's budget review processes with that organisation, which is a different question.
Okay, so that's obviously a matter for government in terms of their budget. But in terms of, I didn't quite understand, the nursing positions,
Yeah,
are
we've
they
built
ongoing?
it into the budget rather than it being year by year, because I think that was obviously causing a lot of angst.
And that was the feedback, that just having that
so it's
certainty
now
for
part
staffing
of the
positions.
recurrent budget
Okay,
that
for
the
how many
districts have.
positions across New South Wales, specifically for Parkinson's nurses?
We'd have to take that on notice, Ms. Mitchell, but we're trying to move now into it as a standard growth application each year. So with all of our services, they're all subject to growth. So for example, like emergency department would have a particular growth allocation added on top that would include increase of FTE. So we're happy to take it on notice, but that's part of building it into our recurrent budget process so that it grows as our growth budget grows.
So rather than treating it programmatically, I think is the point, so that it's a service that's delivered and it's funded ongoingly.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Is Ms. Wood, is that growth budget linked to projected population growth in the area served by the hospital or the LHD?
Yes, it is.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. The issue of illegal tobacco and managing that, which I know is very problematic and certainly has its challenges. I note the Minister issued a media release earlier today about 100 short-term closure orders. Is there, I know some of that information is publicly available. Is that all on the website, those 100, and broken down by region?
It's actually 100. If it was released today, it was 105.
Yes, you're right.
Yes.
And it is 105. Sorry, I rounded down. You feel free to give it. But that's all on that register on the website that's available?
That's correct. We update the website around Thursday, I think it's Thursday or Friday, about 3 o'clock, the closures for the preceding week, because sometimes we are operating in a particular region and we don't want to flag that activity by loading them daily. But yes, that is regular, and closures will be a regular part of our operations, as are prosecutions, so that we have those. We're using the full suite of regulatory tools that Parliament has provided us.
And I know, again, there's been some announcements recently by the Minister in terms of the authorised officers and the compliance staff, but how many are currently deployed on the ground to undertake those investigations?
So I think the media statement summarises how many in the team. If you're asking how many people on the ground at the moment, I'll have to just double check, because we do have movement in and out.
Yeah.
We also are using, for some of the aspects of the work, we can also use contractors to do some aspects of the work. So for instance, disposal of the products and counting the products. So we are looking at having our workforce quite flexible and using contracting staff for some elements as well.
If you're able to take on notice as best you can, obviously the health staff, but also even the numbers of contract staff, and I appreciate that could fluctuate, but it would just be good to get an idea of I suppose, the level of authorised officers that you've got out and about. For which particular areas that you target, is there a sort of system behind that? Is it just going around the state? Is it when people raise particular issues with you? How do you determine where the activity is taking place?
There's a combination of factors. We do want to spread our activity over the state because part of the closure orders are, probably shouldn't use this term, but obviously the visibility of the closure orders and the fact that we're out there overtly closing premises is an important signal to other people, tobacconists and others. So we use that. We also then use intelligence we get from police and other a border force and other agencies, and that factors in one component of our work. We obviously have complaints, our complaint line, and so when people are complaining about things, we also are minded to schools or proximity to schools. But at the moment, you've got to admit that there is widespread, widespread. So it's not that hard, but we are trying to give move our resources around everywhere so that there is a sense that even if we went out to Cobar and closed down, so there's a sense that we could be anywhere in closing you down. Yep. And we will be also taking a few cases forward for long-term closure orders to the courts, which is a court process.
And then what's the interplay, you just sort of touched on it then, but with New South Wales Police, obviously if those sort of visits and closures then uncover potential criminal activity, how does that interplay work?
Police, before, the safety of our officers is paramount. And so we have a police liaison that sits embedded within our team, and they can allow risk assessments to be done. So before we would go and schedule visits to any premises, there would be a risk assessment undertaken. And for some premises, we would only attend those premises with police. Okay. Generally, when we are closing premises, because you can imagine that's a time when we are going to be shutting down a business for 3 months, we will, all of them to date have been done with police presence. So we work hand in glove with police, and police will accompany our officers. We will, seize any product, apply the closure, and then we'll also continue to monitor that. And then police also, if they're in the vicinity and see breaches of closure, as do the general public, they'll notify us.
Yeah. So that probably leads to my last question on this and I appreciate it's an insidious problem and that there is effort going into addressing it. But one of the areas, I guess, of community concern is that health comes and shuts them down and does that, but it feels like days later, some of them have the audacity to just open up again. And it's a bit like you're constantly needing to do that. Is there any way to better, I guess, enforce those closures so that you're not wasting resources on going back again and again?
The Parliament is currently got legislation before it, which is the landlord's provision. So that will mean that if we draw it to the landlord's attention that their premise is being used for illegal activity, that will set a threshold for action against the landlord, which we would hope would prompt the landlords to not provide the premises. Yes. We also have seen landlords do help us and assist us. They've put additional padlocks on premises. Many have asked us to provide, the closure. We provide the details of the closure order to the landlords so that they can use that for terminating leases, notwithstanding the ahead of the legislation.
Sure.
So this is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, because it must be frustrating for your staff when they go and close and then people just flout the rulings. But I guess that's difficult.
Yeah,
exactly. But
that's right. And we do also have prosecutions, and I hope that the courts would take a very dim view. Yeah. In addition to selling illegal tobacco, if you've been closed and then continue to do it, I hope that would factor into. It's a matter for courts. I respect that separation, but I would hope that the courts take into account the recalcitrant behaviour of some of these premises, particularly when we're going there for long-term closure orders, but also the prosecutions. So the prosecutions do take a little bit of time. They require evidence and court processes. That's why the closure orders are effective. More short-term issue, but they are backed up by prosecutions, which have got very significant penalties. So we are looking forward to those prosecutions coming in under a higher prosecution regime. Some of the prosecutions that we've reported were actually in the legislation that existed 12 months ago.
Yeah,
So
okay.
hopefully
the tougher penalties might help with some of the issues.
But I think we just need to recognise this is going to take a lot of concerted effort at all levels of government, and it's going to take time. It's going to take time, and I really do understand the community's frustration. As a member of the community, it causes me frustration. So I can understand that it's not great when you can see just such overt flouting of the law.
Yeah, and to Ms Pearce's point, they're breaking the law when they do
Yes.
that. So I think there's furious agreement amongst us all on that one. I'll hand to my colleague.
Just a couple of questions about urgent care clinics. Are they for you, Ms Pearce? Mr Daly? So, Mr Daly, the medical staff in urgent care clinics, are they employed? Are they VMO? Are they locums? How are they staffed, the medical staff?
There's fundamentally two models. One where we contract or establish them at the urgent care centre through a local health district, and they will tend to employ them either on a sessional basis, a VMO, GP, or employed GPs. There are both.
Yes.
Or we contract the service through the PHNs, and they in turn contract on our behalf a group of general practitioners who might come together, and it'll be a contractual arrangement, and that would guarantee minimum labour and hours of operation and those types of things.
And are you finding any difficulties with attracting staff to urgent care clinics?
Yeah, we've had a couple of occasions, mostly where we've contracted with PHNs, which is a little bit ironic considering that PHNs are meant to be much closer to the primary care interface, much closer relationship with general practitioners than ourselves. There have been a couple of examples where we've had to close the service because they simply could not guarantee the workforce. It was becoming sporadic, so people in the community were turning up one day, they could get an appointment the other day.
Yeah, we've had a number of reports of urgent care clinics not being open the advertised hours and people turning up. So on notice, can you provide the list of the clinics that have had to be closed because of staff issues?
Can we clarify though, Mrs Carter, that not all of those clinics are New South Wales Health?
Yeah, some might be Medicare, then there's the Commonwealth Medicare clinics.
So as I understand it, so the urgent care clinics, from what I was reading, it appears that it's a shared activity between Medicare and New South Wales?
There are multiple models, so we can...
Yeah.
If you would like to be specific with us
well, for example, the one in Caringbah, is that New South Wales Health?
Caringbah is... it's funded through New South Wales Health, yes.
Okay, because we've had reports that Caringbah isn't open the advertised 8 till 8, or sometimes it is, sometimes it's not because of staff issues.
Yeah.
So what are we doing to provide it as a service?
I guess it's like any contractual arrangement. You manage the contract, and whilst we engage with the primary health networks, a very collegial sense, we're all here for health. It's still a contract, and we have to performance manage the contract.
Okay.
And I guess where there might be closures for a Saturday when they couldn't staff it, it tends to be a bit of a symptom that they're not sustainable.
Okay. And the Rouse Hill Urgent Care Clinic, is that New South Wales Health?
Rouse Hill, I think, is one of our funded ones, yes.
So I understand that there's a very limited range of services available at Rouse Hill. Is it standard to just be GP, or is it standard to be GP, imaging services? Like, what's the New South Wales Health model?
Normally, the contractual arrangement is, whether it be through an LHD or PHN, that it would provide, general practice support, it would provide nurse practitioner support often, but also having ready access to diagnostics such as medical imaging. And again, that can sometimes be a catalyst for the contract not proceeding if suddenly the arrangements they had in place or thought they had in place, they couldn't actually deliver.
So we've had reports of people presenting at Rouse Hill and then needing ultrasound and or x-rays and being told at 4 o'clock in the afternoon that service isn't available, and 4 o'clock in the afternoon of a weekday seems a reasonable time to expect a radiographer to be present, and then, go to the hospital or take tomorrow off work and go to some other imaging service. It just seems that it's not fulfilling the role that urgent care clinics are meant to, and take the pressure off our emergency departments if they're not being offered with that range of services?
Absolutely, because the idea is to relieve emergency departments. But I mean, those examples, and I can take on notice if you'd like, the circumstances around Caringbah and Rouse Hill.
Yes.
They're the exception rather than the rule. You know, there are 26 of these services that we've set up around the state, and some of them are experiencing what is a national workforce shortage, and so
what
they're
can we
finding just
do
as difficult
to make
ourselves.
sure that we don't have these exceptions? Because 2 out of 26 is significant, and they're the ones we're just being told about.
Yeah, I mean, I'd need to get the data on the frequency of those closures, but I'm very happy to pull that out.
If you could provide that data, that would be great, and also where imaging services are available and when.
Yeah, I mean, the fundamental premise of setting up the urgent care services was to direct patients, particularly triage 4 and 5 patients, away from the emergency departments.
It's a very good model.
It's highly successful, because between 7 and 12% decreases when there's 5 to 6% increase in Cat 1, 2s and 3s presentations.
I'd appreciate on notice any of the New South Wales ones where they've had to be closed or they haven't opened all hours, and whether imaging is available and is not available in those hours.
Okay.
Thank you.
I might just follow up on this line of questioning very briefly. When consideration's being given to New South Wales Health funding an urgent care clinic, is there ever a consideration of providing that funding to an existing GP clinic if there is one willing? I know there are plenty of places where you haven't got the workforce to provide after-hours care, but where there is the option of people actually seeing their regular GP out of hours. Is that part of the process?
Yeah, certainly the PHNs, in setting up the contractual ones that we funded through the PHNs, did set them up through established practices in order to expand capacity, because it wasn't just for us to fund what is a Commonwealth responsibility, but to provide expanded capacity, particularly for referral to calls through the single front door, the Health Direct number. So it was contracting to give us capacity that we could feed into the single front door, the Health Direct number, in order to offer appointments to patients. So, and I know the PHNs did engage in order to expand capacity within already established practices. In various spots of the state, but there were different models depending on the geography and the workforce availability around the state.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a federal document, but there was a recent, the interim evaluation of the urgent care clinics found that the average cost for a patient to be seen in ED was $617 versus $236 in urgent care. So obviously there's a significant benefit in doing urgent care over ED. But the Medicare rebate for a GP appointment's in the order of $50. A lot of people are arguing it should be more than that, but I'm interested if that comparison is made between urgent care versus
I'm familiar
regular GP clinics.
With the study you're referring to, and that was specifically on Medicare urgent care centres, however titled. We fund them differently to the Commonwealth. It'd be no surprise that we funded significantly less than what the Commonwealth funds those centres that they set up. But yeah, there is a cost differential between a presentation at an ED and a presentation at either a general practice or an urgent care centre, absolutely.
Okay, but specifically so there is a consideration of GP usual clinic after hours care as part of your...
Well, yeah, I mean, the fundamental, when you ring through Health Direct, we try and steer you back into your established general practitioner relationship. I mean, that's the model of best or better care.
So I'm not asking at the level of where an individual patient gets directed. I'm asking in the context of system-level decisions about what you're establishing when you partner with the Commonwealth to create a centre.
Sorry, I thought I was answering that we try and steer patients back to their general practitioner where they don't have a general practice relationship. That's when we steer them to an urgent care centre with a GP type service that might be available that we would contract through a PHN or fund through our LHDs.
Sure. So I think I'm asking a level higher than that. So at that level where you're contracting with a PHN, is the cost-benefit analysis done between urgent care centres and those kinds of partnerships with GP clinics?
Oh, not that we've undertaken, but I know the study you're referring to, but that was the Commonwealth study around their own Medicare centres, is my understanding of it.
Okay. I can't imagine that the figures might be different in a different model, but I can't imagine they would be different by an order of magnitude.
No, that they wouldn't be significantly different, no.
Okay. Coming back to Ms. Gulander, in answer to my questions around Albury, I just wanted to follow this up. So you were talking about what is called for in the clinical services plan. Obviously in Albury there's particular contention around which clinical services plan you use, but even if you're talking about the 2022 master plan, not the 2021 master plan, the current redevelopment doesn't provide what's called for in that clinical services plan. In your answer there was a lot of should and would rather than does. So in terms of future stage planning for this current redevelopment, is there planning for future stages that will meet the needs for either of those master plans?
Putting aside the discrepancy in the master plan, because I recall that, but it's probably irrelevant for the purpose of the answer now. I think the clinical services plan articulates the full scope of clinical services that will be required to a certain date, and I don't have the date from this one in front of me, but it's usually got a good planning horizon, like a 10-year plus planning horizon. You'll probably know.
It did, but you're 4 years down now.
And so it is always a point in time. The redevelopment will take its direction from that. It will take what would be required in order to deliver the full scope of services of that, and then it will prioritise within that. That is what we do in every project across the state, and it is very, very rare that the full scope of the clinical services plan will be delivered. It will be prioritised at a point in time. What needs to happen then to come back for the next round of planning and the next round of capital funding to come through is that clinical services plan needs to be refreshed so that it then has the appropriate horizon and we can make sure the right information is providing input to the next round of the capital scope request, where we will reprioritise what the next pieces of that puzzle will be.
Sure. So that process of what a stage 2 would theoretically look like hasn't happened or won't happen until after
That is
stage
the
1.
responsibility of our local health districts in New South Wales and would be Albury-Wodonga Health with this example, to look at their clinical services planning. We will absolutely, as New South Wales, be supporting that, because earlier referenced the clinical services planning work that Elizabeth's been doing and will continue to do, and we need to pick up Albury within that. But the lead would come from Albury-Wodonga Health. The funding request would come through that pathway in the same way it does with our other districts.
There was a document, there was a previously mooted stage 2, which was the one that required the demolition of the new ED that's just been built. I don't know whether that document was produced by Albury-Wodonga Health or New South Wales Health Infrastructure off the top of my head, but you're saying there's no replacement document for that. There isn't a stage 2 that's viable that you know of.
There will be a viable approach to a stage 2 on that site. What needs to happen is that the clinical services planning would need to be updated at the point in time that we're looking to put that through the next capital planning cycle, and the master plan would be refreshed. I would suggest that putting something in the place of the ED is not the right answer, in that we would absolutely look to refresh something that was a more viable stage 2. But I would say there is no restriction from that process occurring or that happening. It will just be a timing thing as to when the clinical services plan is refreshed. The proposal can be put forward through government processes, which will be New South Wales and Victorian government processes to seek capital funding, and that will be considered by government in their prioritisation.
I've got a couple of questions for for Hunter New England. Sorry, you probably thought you were off the hook. My first question was about staffing at Cessnock Hospital. I'm sure you're aware of the case that was reported in the media of the 88-year-old woman who was taken by ambulance to Cessnock Hospital and there was no doctor on the site. So the reporting said that the patient waited for 6 hours before her family drove her to another hospital. Certainly not the first case I'm aware of. I regularly receive representations around staffing at Cessnock Hospital, and when I asked about this last year, the answer I got was that the ED is appropriately staffed by both local and agency GP VMOs. Given that these kinds of cases landing in the media and being represented to us are ongoing, is it still your view that that model is working and that hospital has appropriate medical staffing?
I think there's always the intention that we have medical a presence on site in emergency departments right across our district. When we don't, for whatever reason, because medical staff is hard to consistently have on site, we have the virtual services that we do rely on and put a lot of faith in, because those virtual emergency services are staffed by fully qualified emergency department specialists, FASM accredited. So, but there will be times when it doesn't work out as people would like it. I haven't got the details of the specific CESNOC, but I think that we try our hardest to fill all the vacancies across the state and with medical people on site, but we do rely also and have since 2022 successfully to use my emergency doctor services.
So it's my understanding that in a previous staffing model there was an emergency doctor actually rostered on at CESNOC, and that was part of they were staff that were coming from Maitland, and that service was removed. I'm sure you can understand for a rural community, people know you can't access the same services as the city, but it's pretty disheartening for the community when things go backwards rather than forwards. What are the barriers to putting that model back in place where there's actually staff doctor on?
I'm sorry, I'll have to take that one on notice, but specifically about CESNOC, because I don't know the details of that service. But as I said, we constantly are trying to put medical staff on site, but we can't always manage that.
Sure.
Yeah, Dr. Con, I'll just chime in there. I'm pretty sure that was related. We would never necessarily remove the service. It would 9 times out of 10 be related to that medical officer discontinuing either their VMO contract or moving away from the service. But we can chase that up.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
pretty
you.
sure
I
that
appreciate
was
you
the
taking
case
it on notice.
that was the case for CESNOC Hospital, that the medical staff were no longer keen to provide VMO services there, because I think the last one there, as with many regional sites, was a single independent practitioner. And so we're getting no reprieve with regards to their on-call or overnight support for on-call services at the facility as well.
We do have a lot of instances of GPs being long-standing participants in local hospitals, and then as they age, they don't want to do on-call, and then they retire and there is no one to replace them.
Yeah, it's probably good to know. I was just travelling last week, sorry for the anecdote, but it's quite helpful in the case of the virtual services not ever being a replacement but being complementary in regional, rural and remote areas. But even as recently as last week, there's 4 new GPs started in Molong Health Service. Very happy with the fact that they don't have to come in overnight because the virtual care service at Western New South Wales Local Health District supports them to only come in if the cases are urgent. Same at Crookwell Hospital. We're seeing a resurgence of GP and GP VMOs attending country hospitals in larger amounts because they are.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. I appreciate that. And you've already taken the question on notice, so I don't want to ham the point, but my understanding was that they actually had an ED doctor, not a GP, from Maitland Hospital staffing that hospital as a rostered on doctor in the emergency department rather than a GP VMO.
As an FASM.
Or a registrar, I'm not sure, but I'm interested in this specific hospital because it feels to me and the people making representation to me that there's been a real step backwards at this hospital, not because someone has retired, but because the model has changed. Thank you for following that up for me. Sorry, Ms. Skulander, I thought I was finished with you, but I have one more. There's always more Albury questions from me. The number of car parks as part of this redevelopment has been the subject of some contention.
Yes.
I think the department has stated there's an increase of 300 car parks.
Yes.
Does that include the 79 informal car parks where people are parking on the grounds currently and the 94 Verge car parks or not?
So the informal spaces it would not, but it would include formalising verge spaces. There is some verge space strategy in the Albury
There
car
is. So this
parking.
is what I'm trying to get to the bottom
Yeah.
of, because people in Albury have parked on the verge forever, to the point that the
Yes.
council actually adopted a policy of not fining people because we all accepted that was hospital parking.
Yeah.
You're turning that into formalised car parking, which is making it safer and more accessible, but it's not an increase in car spaces.
So there is a
because
net
people
increase.
were parking there anyway. So this is what I'm
Okay.
getting at. So there were 94 of those verge spaces.
And what you want to know is the 94 in the 300?
That's right, yeah. So
Okay.
you're saying there's a 300 increase. So there were 94 spaces where people used to just park on the verge, and there were 79 spaces where people used to just park on the grounds of the hospital
And in
illegally, but it
your-
was unenforced.
So the 74 random parking bits, I would say we wouldn't include because that's not a safe way to consider the parking.
Yeah.
The 94, sorry. I will need to confirm that, but just so that I have an understanding, are the 94 that you're referring to marked spaces now, or are they just where you know cars can fit and you've counted that
Where
94
people just
cars
park on the
can
nature
fit?
strip. Yeah, this is from people looking at satellite imagery and counting cars that are typically parked there on a regular day.
Yeah, okay. I guess in relation to those spaces, the intention will be to make them safer, to make them marked, and to make them formal car parking spaces
I understand.
versus
It's an
informal.
important
I will
safety and
need-
accessibility improvement, but
I
are
will
they in
need
the
to
300
check.
or not?
I will need to check. I don't know the answer to that question. Overall, we were counting a 300 increase. That takes the site to 1,000 spaces.
Yeah, so can I clarify the question, which I think you're taking
Yes,
on notice?
I will take that on notice.
Taking into account the fact that there are 94 informal verge spots and 79 illegal spots, how many actually new car
Is the
spaces are we
net
getting
increase.
versus how many is that kind of safety accessibility improvement of places people already park?
I understand the complexity of your question, and I will endeavour to find out the answer to that and bring it back.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to...
And sorry, Chair, can I just clarify about the wipes? We've
Yes.
contacted
Oh,
this-
well, that's my
yeah.
time though, so hang on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Maybe in
There'll be
government
government
time
time
at
at the end.
Yeah.
I just wanted to come back to Dr. Chant.
Oh, and can I also let you know that the the consideration of the MenBs on PBAC for March.
Okay, thank you. I was about to ask another vaccination question that's topical. I understand there was previously some funding allocated specifically to improve vaccination rates for priority populations. Can you update us on the vaccination rates in those populations and how it's going?
Yes, I can, but probably it's better if I provide a report to the committee using our data. But clearly, we are aware that there are lower vaccination rates amongst some of our population, but overall we need to do better across all our population groups. The Priority Populations Program is particularly targeting some of our cultural and linguistically diverse groups, and it's got a community champions model. Those tenders have been issued, and I'm pleased to say that Holly Seal from the university is supporting those community champions with skills to fulfil their roles. So we'll be really interested in evaluating that initiative. We're also doing work with GPs and also pharmacists in order to draw on the cultural diversity within both of those amongst those practitioners to really support knowledge and better ways we can engage with the communities. So there's lots of work being done, but there is still clear disparities across socioeconomic divide, cultural and linguistic divide.
Thank you. And I'd love an answer that includes the data if you're happy to provide that on
Yeah,
notice
I
as
would
well.
be happy to provide the data. Delighted to provide it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And we also are, trying to embed immunisation as part of the New South Wales health system. So that's a particular focus of our activity. So looking at embedding it as part of proactive care, in renal dialysis units, in our rehab, when our patients are being discharged to aged care. So that's another dimension. So multiple fronts.
Thank you. In my last couple of minutes, I think this is going to be a question for Ms. Abbas. I've previously asked about overtime for junior doctors and issues around fatigue. I've been redirected to the Fatigue Management in New South Wales Health Workplaces guideline, which doesn't explain why overtime isn't considered despite it having been flagged as a cause for fatigue. And I think in a previous estimates I was told that there were some conversations underway with the union. Can you update me on that?
Yeah, if you'll just give me one moment.
It was poorly articulated right at the end of the day. I suppose the real question I'm trying to get to the bottom of is why isn't overtime considered in maximum hours worked in the fatigue policy?
I think I might need to take this one on notice because we are still having some discussions in the Commission on various awards about the treatment of fatigue management in particular. So I don't have a specific answer, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Okay.
I think it's safe to assume that it should be considered as part of our fatigue management, but I'll come back to you with a more specific answer.
Okay, thank you. I'm pleased to hear that you think it should be. I do too.
Yeah.
Keen to hear on where that's up to. Thank you. I'll give my last minute to Dr. Chant. How worried should we be about carbapenemase resistant organisms, and what are you doing about it?
We should be very concerned about the growing antimicrobial resistance, and we are probably one of the key areas of responsibility of New South Wales Health is to look at prudent antimicrobial stewardship, and also make sure we also have strong infection prevention and control to prevent those organisms being transmitted in healthcare settings. Probably happy to take it on notice and describe some of the work that the CSC's been doing in this covering those two dimensions.
Thank you. No, it's.
I thought we had
There's
4
a couple
minutes.
that I've got. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We should.
Yeah,
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Sorry,
2
2 minutes.
Gee,
Go
don't
ahead.
take my 2 minutes, Amanda. I am going to ask a question. Probably to you, Mr. Sloan. Radiology at Dubbo Hospital has obviously been an issue of late with the private contractor and concerns in the community about less services being offered. Is there anything you can provide the committee in relation to that particular issue?
Yeah, I know that has been escalated to us by the Chief Executive of Western New South Wales Local Health District. The provider themselves, again, coming back to Mr. Daly's earlier comments, we're managing that through the contract requirements. In terms of mitigating the risk around that, I understand that the district have engaged a locum radiologist in order to make sure that the services are still continuing, but it's a problem that's being worked through at the moment. Yeah.
Are you able to provide, and I'm happy if you need to do it on notice, what the impacts have been to any particular radiology services? Of just concerns about, sort of who's getting CTs, ultrasounds, MRIs and the like. Are you able to take any specifics on notice?
So the investigations themselves are not the issue because they're performed by very astute and skilled radiographers. It's a case of then possible delays or otherwise that might be impacted through reporting of those investigations, but I'll have to take the specifics of that on notice.
If you could, that would be
but
great.
there's no delay in people getting the investigations themselves.
Okay. I appreciated your anecdotes before about regional visits and more service capacity in regional hospitals. Any chance there's any improvements up in the northwest, places like Maureen, Inverell, where there are real challenges with doctors in hospitals?
Yeah, look, it's one of those ongoing things, and I'm not going to split hairs about it. We're doing everything we can to try and attract medical staff to those regions, and it is happening. There is changes happening. Again, the recruitment for those, not from a general practice point of view and private, I can't comment on that because, again, that's something that happens with the private practitioners themselves coming into town. But we have, through the rural generalist single employer model, seen a dramatic uplift, especially in those areas for registrar training, of which New South Wales Health is then the single employer host for those registrars. So we've seen an uptick across the state, up to 60 people now on that program. Up some of those based up on the northwest. I can get you specific
If you
numbers
can
of how
on
many.
notice where those 60 are, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, but it's a slow grind. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have 2 more minutes. I'll come back to Dr. Chant because he'd started answering my question. I have a much more specific one. So specifically for the CPOs, the carbapenemase producing organisms. So I understand that they're notifiable under the notifiable conditions information management system. So you know where they are in New South Wales, and I understand that there are particular overseas areas that are high risk for patients who've returned to those areas which are known. How would a hospital in New South Wales know if a patient had come from a transmission risk area in another state?
The routine, our pathology in our hospitals will just generally, if infections are not responding to antibiotics, the clinicians will ask for the sensitivity testing and collect samples. So there'll be clinically, our laboratory system is structured so that we will pick up these organisms. I think what you're saying is hopefully for patients come from another state, there is good connections amongst our microbiologists around where there might be outbreaks or clusters, or we would be circulating those sorts of information. And obviously overseas travel or countries overseas would be part of a history taken. I just also note that the Quality and Safety Commission's got some guidance on that, and I think you're referring to the fact that we've just made some of these conditions have been notifiable for a little while.
So my understanding is some preemptive testing is required to then determine what precautions are required, so that people are recommended to be tested if they've come from these particular transmission risk areas. So how do we know if they've come from a hospital outside of New South Wales?
Yeah, look, I suppose in general there are infection prevention and control guidelines, so maybe if I could take that on notice and provide those to you. But I think that's why we're also very keen that overseas travel and some of those factors are part of the clinical history, including when you're coming in through an emergency department. It can influence what the risk is for having infections that may be resistant. So, but I'll take it on notice and let you know.
Appreciate you taking on notice, and with apologies for the very difficult, very last question.
No, that's okay. I'm just trying to read the Quality and Safety Commission website as we speak, but I will get further information for you.
We're coming to government time. There was an update. Was that you, Mr. Sloan?
I've got two updates. So the first one just starts with a sincere apology to that patient at Cessnock Hospital. We were made aware that there wasn't the medical officer available in person. However, my emergency doctor was available yesterday, and we have confirmed there's 3 doctors in the emergency department today at Cessnock Hospital, so they do have their full quotient of staffing. And the second one, everybody's waiting for bated breath about the wipes. Is that there was a change in brand of wipes due to them no longer being available, and the new brand of wipes have been ordered and brought in.
I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear that.
Definitely no restrictions to wipes.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Good way to end.
And Chair, sorry, I just have a correction to one of the locations that I said that was completed and opened after June 2022 included Jindabyne, but I'm actually mistaken. That's actually in planning phase. But apart from that, the rest are correct.
Are there questions from the government? Okay. There being no questions from the government, we're finished for the day. Thank you all so much for taking the time to answer our questions today. Much appreciated.